Hey, Donna. Do you want me to make you a host? Do you want me to wait for somebody else to come on?
Yeah, you can make me the host.
Should I make Bobby Lee a co-host?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, so I'll make Bobby Lee a co-host first, and then I'll make you a host.
Okay.
Hello, it's Susan. Hi, Bob. Okay, I'm gonna make you a host now, Donna.
Okay.
Hi. Is that Florence?
Yes, it is. I know it's dark. I don't know how to make mine brighter. I need to do something. Sorry, it took a minute, Donna, but I had to wait for the personnel meeting to be over.
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay, I'm gonna make you a host now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good meeting.
Thanks.
Hi, Donna.
Hello. Okay, so let's see. Co-host, co-host. Okay. So everybody will get started in a few minutes. I'm waiting for some more people to join in. Okay, everyone, I'm still waiting for a few more people to get on here, so be patient. We'll start in a few minutes. I'm gonna put the agenda in the chat for everybody. Okay, and I think we can get started. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have a quorum. 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we have a quorum. Okay, so we'll get started. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Community Board 2's SLA 1 meeting for October. My name is Donna Raftery. I'm co-chair with Bob Ely, who's also on here. Also from the committee is Lois Rakoff and Susan Wittenberg. Brian Pape is joining from SLA 2, and then, and Carter Booth is on the committee, and then we have Brian Pape from SLA 2 and Valerie De La Rosa joining as well from the community board. So the procedure is going to be, I'm going to call the applicants. I will be going slightly out of order tonight. So just bear with me on that. When I call the applicant, please raise your hands and we will promote you up to be a panelist, at which time you can turn on your video camera and turn on your microphone. Your video camera and microphone does not work until that time. You will present your application, then we'll go to the committee for any questions, and then anyone from the public wishing to speak, you can raise your hands after we hear from the committee and you will be able to do so. We will not be doing a back and forth. We'll hear from everybody from the public, and then the applicant can speak to any issues that were raised during that time. We'll go back to the committee, and that's it. For the committee members, while the public is speaking, unless you have a question for someone from the public, please wait until they're all done to go back and ask the applicant and any questions. I ask that everybody not do the back and forth, that everybody's respectful to each other and be courteous. And I think that's it. So I did put the agenda in the chat. I will put it in one more time. That will show you any applications that were laid over or withdrawn, as well as links to the current applications. There was a last minute layover of 66 Green LLC at 66 Green Street. So if anybody is here on that application, we will not be hearing that application tonight. They're supposed to come back next month. So again, we will not be hearing them. And I think that's it. So the first application we are going to hear is Anat Dishful doing business as pending at 41 Greenwich Avenue. This is a restaurant wine license. If you're here, could you raise your hand? Okay, Mr. Glass, you should be able to speak and you can turn on your video. Is it just you who's here?
It's just me today.
Okay. Okay, why don't you go ahead and tell us about the application?
Sure. My name is Jonathan Glass. I am here on behalf of Anat Dishful, Inc. We are currently in construction at 41 Greenwich Avenue on the corner of Greenwich Avenue and Charles Street. We are opening a vegan, plant-based, Mediterranean, Middle Eastern restaurant. There's a kitchen, there's bar seating, about 16 bar seats with some counter stools. And we're here today for the beer and wine license. Anat is the senior partner. She currently owns Michaeli Bakery. They have locations in the Lower East Side and on the Upper East Side. So she was unavailable to make it today, but she has been in food service in New York for a little over 25 years. And previous to this, where I met and worked for her and managed for her, she had a spot in the Lower East Side called Cafe Petisco. Cafe Patisco started as really a space just for her to provide catering, which is where she had gotten started in food service. But because of what the community there had wanted and had kept asking her for, she eventually had the space turn into a restaurant that catered to the community. And in October 2020, we closed, ended the lease, and this is really the rebirth of the restaurant and a chance for her to, start fresh and do it the way she always pictured doing it, without having to deal with issues that the space would already give her, which in New York, spaces always have issues. So with that, if you guys have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have. And we're happy to be a part of the community.
Okay, so my first question is, what is your relationship to this? 'Cause usually we like to have the applicant here, so.
Sure, I am a managing partner in the restaurant. I will also be taking on the duties of general manager for at least the first year. So I will be at the location every single day.
Okay. And did you meet with the community?
We did we got about 50 petition signatures from almost every business on Greenwich Ave between 6th and 7th Avenue. And then just members of the community walking past. I also reached out to a list of block associations that our attorney gave us. Only one or two responded to me, and I tried to answer their questions as best as possible. Yeah.
Okay, so I think the West 10th Street and Greenwich Avenue neighbors was one of them.
Yes.
Okay, so you have, what I see in the diagram, you have 12 seats at the counter, and then I see two different food counters, one towards the rear and one towards the back. Is that correct?
Yes. So there is counter seating facing the kitchen. And that will serve as normal seating with the waiter. And then there'll be 4 bar seats facing out towards the street. The concept for the space is not just to serve as a restaurant, because of the pandemic, because we saw how well the bakeries did as pickup services, and seeing how much New Yorkers were leaning on being able to get delivery and pickup. The space will actually function during the day as a deli. There'll be a hot deli and a cold deli for people to come and pick up food during the day. And so those booths at the front will serve for, customers who'd like to maybe grab a small bite, sit there at the window, and enjoy their purchase.
Okay. And then the hours are going to be?
Sure, the hours during the week, we really went off what we did in the Lower East Side at Cafe Patisco. We never had any issues with noise complaints at all. So we just went with that. That worked for us, which is during the week starting at, I think we listed 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. And then on the weekends, opening an hour later, closing an hour later, at most being open until 12 a.m. and closing the doors then.
Okay, so I have what I have on the application is 12 a.m. Friday and Saturday and 11 a.m. the other days, and then you fluctuate.
11 p.m. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries.
And this is restaurant wine. The music is background only.
Yeah, I spoke to an audio engineer and was told that for background music, it's always best to have more speakers so that your volume can remain low and it still reach all of your customers. If you have less speakers, the volume tends to be higher, so it can reach the full space of the restaurant. So given that advice, we have planned for about 5 speakers on each wall. Remember, the space it's very small, but just spread out so that we can have our background music and keep it as, background as possible.
Okay. Are you doing any insulation, or is it already, I know there was a restaurant there before, so is it already insulated on the roof, or do you have to add to that?
Interestingly enough, we didn't find out that there was a restaurant there before doing some research, because when we moved in, it was a completely cleaned out space. We had been told that it was retail before, maybe, or like a studio of some sort. But upon doing research, we found that there had been a restaurant there from like the 30s to the 80s. But we have had to rebuild everything. We're bringing in all new kitchen equipment. We built the hood, new venting system, new floors, new bar, everything. And we will have some sound paneling on the ceiling to absorb as much as possible. Being a plant-based restaurant, we want to have a lot of plants. And so we'll have a shelving unit with plants on each wall. And as much as we can do to kind of cover the space to help minimize any sound issues, because they are high ceilings, so we understand it can get a little echoey. We're doing everything we can to minimize that.
Okay, great. And then is there outdoor seating?
We were hoping to be able to have just a few tables outside. It's a very small space. So our thoughts were to have 4, pretty much 2-person, if there's like a third and they want to squeeze in, trying to work with our guests. But that was the idea, was to have 4 small tables right out front of the window that would be brought in at 11 p.m. every night.
Okay, so the one question I have with that, or comment I just want to make on that, is I think you've got one of those Siamese hookups in front of the building there, and you're not supposed to block that with any sidewalk seating. So
Okay.
you may not be able to put the 4 you may be able to get 2 tables in there, but I don't know that you can get 4 tables in there with that.
I don't know the specifics on that, but if that were the case, that would be perfectly fine.
Okay. Okay, I'll throw it out to the committee. Does anybody on the committee have any questions? I don't see any. Okay, I will go to the public. If anybody from the public wants to speak on this application, could you raise your hand? Okay, I have Robin Felsher I'm bringing up. And Tim Shields I am bringing up.
Thank you, committee, for your service. I did exchange emails with Jonathan, and he agreed to certain stipulations, which I sent to Community Board 2 just around noon today. And we would like to support the application as long as the stipulations are made part of the application and he adheres to them.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I think that shared all those stipulations with the committee in there. So I'll go through those. Thanks, Robin.
Thank you.
Tim Shields, you can,
Um,
can't turn on your video. I thought I promoted you.
yeah,
Hang on one second. Let me promote you so you can turn on your video. Hang on. Okay, you should be able to turn on your video. There you go. But you're muted. You need to unmute.
thank you
Perfect.
very much. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I apologize. My request was to speak on the application for the El Cantinero restaurant. not-
Okay, so then when I call on that one, raise your hand and
I
I'll
will.
do the same thing. Okay, perfect.
Thank you so much.
Is there anybody else here to speak on this application? Okay, I don't see anybody. So we have stipulations. You have the stipulations that you agreed to with Robin, that you'll be serving food during all hours of operation. Nobody will be eating outside. No patrons will remain after stated closing time. That's our thing. When we say the closing time, it's a hard closing, meaning no patrons are remain in the restaurant after that. You won't operate as a lounge, tavern, or sports bar. There will not be any televisions. There will not be any roadbed seating. There will be no dancing, DJs, live music, promoted events, private parties. I know you might have some private corporate, but no party promoters or.
We just have a couple clients that are office that have expressed the desire to be able to buy out the space. But that's the extent of anything that we had planned.
And it's, the premise is like 20 people.
I mean, in terms of seating, right, it's very brief. I think our certificate of occupancy did not have a specified amount of people, but our letter of no obligation was listed at 74 people on the premise total.
Okay. And how often do you think you'll have parties? Just.
It's, I don't think it'll be a very.
Like twice a month,
often.
something.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't imagine it would be more than that.
Okay, there will be no music outside. You won't have any speakers inside facing outside. You will close the doors and windows at all times. You won't install French doors, operable windows, or open facades. You won't make any changes to the facade except to change the sign or the awning. If you put a planter or anything outside, you'll bring it in at closing time. That was one of their stipulations. No unlimited food, no unlimited drink or unlimited food and drink specials, no boozy brunches, no bottle service except for beer and wine, which is what you're serving. And that's pretty much it.
Lovely.
That's your stipulations. Okay, great. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good evening.
You as well.
Okay, the next application will be One Tree Hill, doing business as Westerly, 39 East 13th Street. If you could raise your hand. Okay, you could turn on Mr. Caraballo and Mr. Wu. Both of you can turn on your video cameras and you should be able to unmute yourselves.
Good evening, everybody. How are you this evening?
Good evening.
Hi, this is Anthony Caraballo, the rep for Philip Wu. He's the applicant at One Tree Hill LLC. DBA is Westerly. This is for a beer and wine, tavern wine, a wine bar at 39 East 13th Street. This is a sixth floor. It's between University Place and Broadway. Again, beer and wine only, small establishment, 12 tables with 32 seats. One small bar with 5 seats. There's a small terrace with 6 tables and 12 seats. The hours of operation are 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Mr. Wu hopes to hire 6 employees from the community. In terms of outreach, we emailed the East 11th Street Block Association last week. We spoke with Ms. Cheryl Granfield. She emailed us right back. She was kind enough to reply and indicate we should also reach out to the East 12th and 13th Street Block Association. We did so, and we did not hear back from them. A little background with Mr. Wu. He's an architect, he's a professional, and he's been in the building since 2008. So his office is on the 5th floor. This space is right above him on the 6th floor. So we'd be delighted to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you for having us.
Okay. My first question is how do people access that outside terrace?
Great question. So to access the premises, there's an elevator and there's stairs, which he has exclusive control directly to. This is obviously a state liquor authority issue. So there's direct access to the premises. And then there is a door to get out to the terrace from the inside of the premises to the terrace.
So what is his direct access to the 6th floor is via
Elevator.
the elevator?
Yeah, and there is also stairs. So there's access via stairs. There's 2 sets of stairs actually, and the elevator, but the elevator has direct access, which the liquor authority requires.
Right. Okay, and it does not have access to the other floors, or the other floors are locked? How do people enter the other floors?
So the staircase, if you look at the diagram, the staircase to the right upper is to the next floor, which is really just a utility floor for the entire building with all their equipment. And then there's the elevator in the center of the right. That's how you get direct access. And then there's that staircase, which you can go up to him. That's a building staircase, but that's also another means of access to the premises.
Okay. And how many elevators are in the building?
I believe it's only one, right, Mr. Wu? I think you have to unmute.
Yes, only one, yes.
So there's one elevator, and are there 2 staircases, or?
There are 2 staircases, correct?
Yes. And each floor has its own lock, so you cannot access the other floor if you don't have the key, you know, so.
So how will people get up to the restaurant? Will you keep that floor unlocked?
Mostly the elevator. I
yeah,
think
yeah.
they'll utilize
So
the
that's what I'm
elevator.
saying. So will the elevator be unlocked at all times so people can come up to it for your floor?
No, what they would call for is downstairs via the intercom, and then we'll unlock the elevator so that they can have access to it. So it's more like a private space, you know, so.
But, okay, so I guess, but my question is, it's not, if somebody forgets to lock the elevator for their floor on an office on another floor, and they're choosing to keep it on, they're gonna have it's not exclusive. This is not only going to your place, it's going to all the floors in the building if they happen to not lock them. Is that correct?
Yeah, but they wouldn't have access to his floor. So if somebody went up to the 6th floor and they weren't announced, they wouldn't have access essentially. And they could also utilize the stair.
I think,
And I think the state liquor authority is also okay with the staircase, but the elevator is direct access.
so I guess what my concern is not just the direct access to his floor, but anybody going to his floor having access to the other floors.
Yeah,
It's not exclusive
it's
access
valid.
to his floor. It's a shared space with the other
Correct.
tenants of the building. Is that?
So what I'm sure we can do, and Mr. Wu probably would agree, is have one of the employees, when people exit, possibly escort them down to the 1st floor. Although, like Mr. Wu said, his office is on the 5th floor. He has an architectural firm directly below. And I don't know, Mr. Wu, what is on the floors priority underneath you, but they wouldn't get access to those floors, correct? Like, I understand what Chairperson Rafferty is saying. If they leave your place and can they go to the 3rd floor and meander off?
No, each floor has its own key access. So when the tenant leaves this floor, they will lock it, and then so that you cannot have access to that floor. So I would assure the board that, like, before or even after we close the space, we'll make sure that all the other floors are locked so that our guests cannot have access to any of the other floors.
And obviously, no alcoholic beverages will be permitted out when they exit the premises.
But my problem is during the normal hours that other offices are operating, it's not when you close, it's when the other places are operating. If they are expecting someone to come up or choose not to have their floor locked, people who are coming to your restaurant can just accidentally or not go into one of the other floors. This isn't exclusive to your space. Neither is a stairwell, as I understand it.
Yeah, I guess it's possible, but like, they have to be announced, and they would go up, and then he would open the elevator.
So
So
anybody,
is that the same?
anybody coming to your restaurant is going to come by reservation and be announced and be escorted up?
Well, there is an intercom system downstairs, so they have to get through the front door first before they can have access to the 6th floor. You know, so nobody can just freely comes into the building because there is an intercom down at the front door.
So was this place licensed as a restaurant before? I
So-
did not find anything. I looked and I could not find anything. So
So
I-
I'm familiar with this, Ms. Raftery. The restaurant on the first floor tried to file an alteration several years ago to add the 6th floor. The C of O is eating and drinking 6th floor. The Department of Buildings has issued authority for this use, but they never followed through with that alteration. It's my understanding. So it was not licensed. I think your assessment is correct.
okay. I think I'm going to throw it out to the committee. Does anybody from the committee have any questions?
I do, Donna.
Oh,
Go ahead, Susan.
Sorry. I think what Donna was asking for a little more clarification about was, because we don't see very many restaurants on the 6th floor of a mixed-use building, so that I live in a mixed-use building, so I'm sort of familiar with shared elevators. And, you know, the concern is around, is it, I guess, is there any chance people on the other floors, I can't really visualize your building exactly, would leave their elevator unlocked and someone could come on their floor, or that's something that you would think would not be at all reasonable to happen?
Well, each floor has their own key access, right?
And is
So,
there just one other business or unit on the floor, or each floor has multiple?
each floor have only one business on each floor.
One
So,
business, okay.
Yeah. So I would say that perhaps, you know, like, so basically during the day, the office hour, we probably won't be open. It's mostly like after hours that we will be open. So that I would assure, like, I will go check like every floor to make sure that they are locked before we can open our space, perhaps, you know, so that that's one assurance I can offer.
And none of the other people in your building had any problems with this? I guess that's the best way to ask it. With the elevator?
No, we have, you know, yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. So you've discussed this question with them?
Well, I have not officially asked this specific question, but I would, after this meeting, I would definitely go to each
I mean,
of
there's
them
not a
and
lot of other
do that.
floors. It's just
Sure.
It's 4 floors, right? Because he has the 5th
Yeah.
floor.
Yeah,
So-
I have the
so,
Got it.
I mean,
Yeah.
we'd be glad to reach out and
Yeah.
get something. And he has a very good relationship with the landlord of the building as well, who's totally on
Okay.
board with this.
Yeah.
So the landlord doesn't have any issues, and those are his tenants on the other floors.
Yeah.
So we can
Plus,
reach
I've been
out to
there.
every tenant.
Yeah, plus I've been there since 2008, so I don't
Yeah.
want my neighbor to be upset at me either. So, you know,
right.
so,
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Don, you're muted.
muted,
still.
I know. Sorry, Bob, you want to go ahead?
So with regards to this little area, this deck area or exterior area, I'm just looking at the diagram and the photograph. Is there an exterior wall of glass, or is that open to the air on the
It's
outside?
open to the air. I think there's a half wall, right, Mr. Wu?
yeah, it's open, and there's only yes, it's open. Yeah.
So all we have there is like a little 4.5 or 5 foot thing of glass that's holding people back.
Correct. Well, and there's a railing as well. Yeah. Mhm.
So we're gonna close that at a reasonable time, 10 p.m. I mean, you want to be
Absolutely.
open much later, but you're gonna be able to close
No,
it.
we would agree to that. Co-chairperson Ely, we would agree to that, absolutely.
And I guess in terms of, I mean, this is a little, I don't think I haven't seen an application like this. So
That's unique.
it's a little concerning that it's up there. So, okay, that's it. I'll leave it at that. I just, you know, the thing with the elevator is you want to be open during the day. So I guess there could be confusion between people getting off on different floors. And so it's not, I mean, this elevator is not exclusive, at least during the daytime.
So we put 11 a.m. so we would have these possible hours, but Mr. Wu, if
Yeah.
you're not, if the committee would rather we have later hours, so there's no issue with the tenants in the building, I think you would agree to that, correct?
Correct. Yes. Basically, I just put in 11 just for
have it.
just in case, right? But most of the time, I think it's going to be after 5, after 6. To
So if we modify the
closing.
opening from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m., I think that might address that issue, correct? That you're concerned about?
I'll just speak for myself. I don't know if it totally does, but I get the point. It makes sense. So, Mr. Wu, how long have you been in that building?
I've been there since 2008. Like, so basically, this used to be my office space. It's just that now that no client come to my office now, so I thought that I would convert it into a small intimate beer and wine place. So.
And I guess so if you've been on that floor, the 6th floor, since 2008.
Correct. Yes.
Well, he
Okay.
occupies the 5th floor. The 6th floor is his conference room. So he has his architectural firm right below, and this was ancillary space. So now he doesn't need the ancillary space.
Yes, and may I add, I forgot there was a few years that the landlord downstairs reassumed the lease. So there's an interim of maybe 3 years that I didn't have that space. But I started occupying space 2008, and I think from maybe 2012 to 2014 that the landlord took it back, but then I reassumed it afterward. Yeah. So.
Well, when you did have the space, did you use the cafeteria? I mean, was it a cafeteria for the office? What was that space?
Conference room.
It was pretty much a conference room, and then if the client wanted to stay late for dinner, so that we will serve dinner for them, that kind of thing. So yeah, because the space is shown as a eating and drinking place.
Okay, thank you.
Carter?
Yeah, and I know when we've heard this in the past, the problems were the mechanical, how this works. So you have a shared lobby, somebody has to ring a bell, you got to go in an elevator, it relies on somebody who's spoken to somebody at the door, calling somebody up by pushing the button, or the door is unlocked all the time. I mean, these are all kind of impractical situations, for running a business that's open to the public. And I don't know how a wine bar, it feels like there's a lot of parts here that don't quite all mix together. There's a wine bar opening at 11, staying open till 2. That roof deck has line of sight to residential buildings, and the other floors, I'm sure that they get deliveries or messengers, whatever, they just leave the elevator floor probably unlocked and buzz people in the front door. It's not open to the public, where you just go and open the front door and go up to the floor. I think Susan knows what I'm talking about. I'm in the shared use building. This is a self-managed building. There's not a door person or somebody controlling the entryway. It's very unusual that any business, restaurant operates this way without somebody downstairs. And it doesn't seem like this place is big enough to really do that. So I'm just, the mechanics Bob had pointed out what had been represented to us before, that this was zoned eating and drinking because it was some sort of a building cafeteria originally. It wasn't meant to be or designed as a separate eating and drinking establishment. So just because the zoning usage is there doesn't mean it meets all the other requirements, of a standalone. And, that's something that we don't have many businesses that have shared elevators like this on upper floors with outdoor spaces that you need to buzz in, that aren't, there's just a lot of complications here. So I'm just wondering if you guys can talk to those issues. And I just know, the talk of the elevator, an elevator that's either locked or unlocked. And if it's locked, somebody's got to go push the button to call it up. And that happens after somebody's been buzzed in through the front door, and the confusion is much greater than people think. And if other floors have their floors unlocked, you know, people pushing buttons, whatever it is, I mean, it's not really exclusive access to that space. And I can't imagine somebody who's leased an office is walking up the stairs when there's an elevator in the lobby that they've been using for, you know, however long they've had their leases for.
Hey, Carter, I appreciate your thoughts on this. We basically addressed the mechanics of the operation. People will call up. He's been in the building for quite some time. He knows the tenants. He has a good rapport with the landlord. The outdoor space will close earlier, as Bob had requested. So if there's any other stipulations that would make the committee comfortable, we would certainly address them. But the State Liquor Authority would license this premises, and there is a valid C of O with the Department of Buildings. Now it says eating and drinking. This is the requirement of the State Liquor Authority. I'm not sure about the assertion that it was for the building cafeteria. It does not say cafeteria. It says use group 6, eating and drinking. So he is licensable with the State Liquor Authority and the New York City Department of Buildings, and we're willing to work with you if you have any trepidation about the nature of this operation. But I don't think because he's on the 6th floor, he should be precluded for a license. I think he's a professional. He's been in the building for 14 years. I mean, I think it's safe to say he's going to operate this place in a reasonable fashion, and he would reach out to all the tenants on floors 1 through 4. We can provide some type of written letter that they acknowledge the existence of this premises, and we can also reach out to the landlord. So, I mean, Carter, I understand your thoughts, but the landlord has an entire building, so he probably wouldn't give a lease of that nature to someone in the 6th floor if he thought it would threaten the integrity of the rest of the building. Now, you may have safety concerns, which I totally understand, and we're willing to address any concerns, or if we want to have some extra steps, we'll take those extra steps if there's safety concerns.
All right, so Anthony, that's you glazed over one of the big issues. So I'm a patron. I walk up to the front door. I have to ring a buzzer. Then I talk to somebody on an intercom and they say, who is this? And then, you know, you say whatever it is. Then you're buzzed into the door. Then you have to go and to walk to the elevator. You walk in the elevator. The floor is either locked or it's unlocked, and other floors are either locked or unlocked. If other floors are locked, as you guys say that they are, and including your own floor is locked, then somebody has to push the button upstairs to call the elevator up. Or if they're unlocking the floor, they have to open the door, unlock the elevator, send it back down for somebody to get into and come back up. And these are the mechanics of you know, shared spaces, and it's glossed over very quickly, but that's just the way it is. And if other floors are unlocked, or if somebody's staying there and people just push the button and they arrive on somebody else's floor, you know, the reality is a lot of businesses, when they're there, they leave their floors unlocked. I mean, these are just the mechanics of normal buildings. And so there's a lot of representations that are made here about other businesses in the building to sort of try to fit into this box, but they're not really the way day-to-day stuff works. So, you know, it just sort of seems like there's not a door like most places that you just walk into. Most upper floor businesses, you're not ringing buzzers, etc. You're walking into a lobby, getting an elevator and going up and down.
Yeah, well, I can't speak to the mechanics of the elevator. Mr. Wu, you might want to speak to that. But what I can say is if the building is comfortable with it, which we're willing, we understand it's a unique venue. This is not a usual venue. I've been doing this for 30 years. I don't see a lot of venues like this. We would get something from the building and we would provide you with that. So I think if the building is fine with that, you know, I'm not sure that the committee should have any issues. I think it's the premises that can be licensed. And Mr. Wu, why don't you address the mechanics of the elevator?
Well, like for myself, like I just, you know, I see the space to be more like a private space such that I can serve alcohol in it. So and to be frank, I really don't imagine like open to public. It's probably like each guest that who might come to the space will probably have reservation that I will only grant them access. This is not so much like I'm not imagining it to be like a full-time restaurant. It's more like private private space that, like a private intimate beer and wine space, you know, so and I understand what the concerns are, but like to me, it's more like a private place, you know, so that's why I think that I feel that I can have as much control of who can get access to the space, you know. So.
Okay, so it sounds like this is the wrong license then, because
Oh.
that's actually, you know, one of the main requirements for any on-premise license is that you have to regularly be open to the public, and you just basically said that this is some type of catering license would be more appropriate, because that's exactly what I thought that the concern was, you know, my concerns were, is that, and so it really wouldn't fit a tavern wine license with regular operating hours 7 days a week. I mean, if you're only open when you want to be for private events, that would be a catering license or some other space, which
catering
you'd be allowed to do that, but you've just said you're going to control everybody who comes in there. It's a private event space. And that right there is not eligible for a regular on-premise license.
No, I
No,
mean,
he's indicated that he will have special events for his clients, but the place will be open to the public. We certainly applied for the correct license at TW. It's not, you know, we know the distinction between a catering establishment and an open establishment to the public.
That's not what I heard, but you know, that's
No,
fine.
no.
Going back to look at the transcript on that.
no, I mean that it is open to the public. It's just that whoever want to come to the space, they would make reservation, and I would, you know, grant them permission to enter the building or not. So in that sense, I can have, you know, so I know who's coming in and who's not coming in, that kind of thing.
So it's a reservation only establishment. You can't come in unless you have a reservation. Just to clarify that.
Well, if if that's the case, that I would do that. Yes. Mhm.
Bob? I had some more questions, but Bob, I'll let you go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Wu, what experience do you have operating a restaurant?
Well, like I myself, I used to own a restaurant many years ago on 10th Street, but at that time, you know, I owned a restaurant, but I have not owned a restaurant like within the last 10 years. So yeah.
Right, no, but I understand. Don't you? How about operating a restaurant? I mean, are you planning to be the operator of the restaurant?
No, I have a chef that I work with that who and I have a chef and a wine person that would sort of run the space as well. That they will help me with the wine selection, you know, and the food, that kind of thing.
And there's a full service kitchen in there with stove
No.
top? No?
Not a full service kitchen, food
Yeah.
prep. That's why it's tavern wine. Full kitchen would have been a RW.
Okay.
Did you build this building, Mr. Wu? The upper floors on it?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Bob, are you done? Okay, so the couple other questions I had is, how many people will fit in the elevator?
I believe it's at 8 to 10 people.
And then you also had checked off entertainment level music on the questionnaire. So what does that mean?
Background music only, conversational.
Yeah.
Okay, that,
Yeah.
I'm asking because that's not what's checked. It says entertainment levels. So-
Okay, yeah, in that case, probably, yeah, we just yeah.
So that's a mistake.
Yes.
Yeah, it's background conversation. We'll amend that.
And there's no music outside.
No amplified sound.
And so then my next question's going to be, why do you need the 2 a.m.?
We don't, given the trepidation.
I don't even understand, quite frankly, I don't understand how this is gonna work. I don't understand how anybody's gonna even know about this place on the 6th floor. That's not something else, but
So yeah, we can reduce those hours. I discussed with Mr. Wu that the committee might have some concerns about the 2 a.m. You know, we're open to work with the committee on those hours.
Okay. right, let me just go to the public and see if the public has any questions on this. Is there anybody here from the public on this application? Cheryl Granfield, I am promoting you. Okay, you should be able to turn on your camera if you'd like and unmute. There you go.
Sorry.
Great.
Thank you for entertaining a couple of questions here, and thank you for the time of the applicant. I'm with the East 11th Street Block Association. As Mr. Carabello mentioned, he reached out to me about this application, and I did pass information on to representatives of the 12th and 13th Street Block Association, as there are members who live in residential buildings directly across the street on 13th Street from this particular location. The application we're all trying to remember was 2012 when Spice Restaurant occupied the first couple of floors, or maybe the first 3 floors of that building. And they were serving food only in that 6th floor roof space, which I believe is enclosed by glass panels. I may be wrong about that. I'm drawing on memory that's 10 years old now. And they were looking to be able to serve either wine or cocktails with the few dining tables they had located up in that space. They were not looking to put a bar into the space. They were looking to carry the drinks up the stairs from the restaurant space down below. And they had no plans to use the outdoor terrace, which is where the noise issue comes into play. This building overlooks the rooftop bar occupied by Bar 13, which is also an outdoor space and has been a source of considerable noise issues for the residents of that area, the 13th Street buildings, and more particularly a University Place apartment building that is directly across the roof spaces from both of those buildings. So it's pretty well impossible to put anybody on that outdoor terrace without a drink in their hand and not have noise. I guess it's more an issue of whether or not it's tolerable with the hours. The elevator, I don't remember it being all that large, but I think it is correct that it holds at least 6 to 8 people. I do know that Spice was using the interior stairway to carry food up from their kitchen area prep. So it's kind of a ferrying service going upstairs, kind of catering it, if you like, from the Spice restaurant kitchen. The questions I would have, absolutely, and these are the questions for the neighbors as well, is the entire issue of outdoor noise and hours, and the problematic element of having a bar up on that location. Spice, I think, eventually dropped its application, and I have no idea why, but I do remember getting a tour of the space at the time. So it's, I think that there were at the time at least 3 floors between the restaurant and the top roof area. And I'm guessing that now the entire building, including the space that Spice used to occupy, is now given over to office space. So I think all of the issues that the committee is raising about access and getting into the building and possible, if anybody is unwise enough to leave their their office space open and available to the elevator, that's absolutely an issue. And there's no space of which I'm aware down on the ground floor for any person to stand as a security guard or greeter or elevator operator. So from the neighborhood's perspective, very much a noise issue, hours, and at this point, I have the outdoor terrace is a seriously problematic issue given the outdoor roof's usage of the adjacent building, I believe 2 floors down on their roof patio. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hi, Ms. Granfield. So essentially to address your
Let me-
concerns,
Let me just go. There's somebody else from the public that wants to speak, and then you can do, I think there's somebody. They just put their hand down. Wait, hang on 1 second. Okay. And then once they go, then you can just address everybody's concerns. Okay, Mr. Morgan, you should be able to turn on your video camera and speak. Mr. Morgan, can you unmute yourself?
Okay, unmute.
There you go. If you want to turn on your video, you have the ability to do so.
I'm having a problem with my
Okay.
video.
So go right.
I ate in that space when it was Spice on the 6th floor. So it was operating as that. It was a long time ago. I do have this, I am part of the 12th and 13th Street Block Association. I'm sorry I didn't get back to you, but I've been busy. The problem is noise. The problem is how loud the music will be and if the doors will be open. And also the problem is what part of time of year will that outdoor space be used? Are you just going to use it in spring and summer?
Okay, and then just I'll let them answer when they're all done. So go with all your concerns and then I'll let them respond to both you and Ms.
The main concern, as Cheryl said also, is always noise, particularly if you're outside, particularly if you're eating and drinking, it carries. I live across the street in 48 East 13th, which is basically directly across the street from the building. And there's enough noise out there from bar 13 and another bar that's going to be opening up down the block. But I'm just curious about the food operation. Is this more of just small plates that eat, or is it a real restaurant? Or is it just basically a bar? Those are my concerns, because we don't need another bar on the block right now.
Okay, I think that I'll let them answer, but I'll let you go down so we don't do the back and forth. Thank you very much for showing up. Okay, go ahead and respond.
great, thank you, Mr. Morgan. Essentially, the outdoor space is 6 tables, 6 two-tops, food only. We are willing to close it earlier, as Bob had mentioned prior during this meeting. So in terms of noise, this background music only conversational, those doors will be closed. The patrons will sit outside. We're willing to close it at an earlier hour. In terms of the season, it would be seasonal. It's not heated, so obviously people wouldn't be out there in the winter and the colder months. You can confirm that, right, Mr. Wu?
Correct,
It's a
yes.
seasonal seating. Again, the music background, it is small plates, so it's more of a wine bar. So as I indicated earlier, we applied for a tavern wine license, which is more of food prep, not a full-fledged restaurant. The reason Spice probably was applying for a restaurant is because they had the full kitchen downstairs and they were a restaurant. So essentially, we'd be open to limiting those hours. We are familiar with bar 13. Mr. Wu and I discussed it. He brought it up. It's going to be nothing like that establishment. He was also aware that they're very loud and there's some complaints. So he specifically indicated to me, make sure they know we're not going to be a bar 13 scenario. So small amount of tables, we will limit the hours. We're open to suggestions from the committee. And that's how we would address that. And also remember, Mr. Wu is a tenant in this building, like I mentioned earlier. He's an architectural firm. He's been there for 14 years. So he's really, it doesn't behoove him to operate a rambunctious place that is detriment to the quality of life in the community. He's a professional. This is ancillary space. This is something he's looking to do. I think this will be a calm establishment. I don't think it's going to create quality of life. And the earlier concerns are really, in my opinion, regarding the building, which is great. I mean, it's admirable that the community board's concerned about the building and the operation. And we are willing to reach out to the landlord and the other tenants and get something in writing to you guys that they are aware of his operation. and they're comfortable with the nature of his operation. We also agreed to reduce the hours. We were opening at 11. He said we'd, open later. So we've been pretty conciliatory, I think, with your concerns.
Okay, so would you be open to closing earlier? You said you'd be open to
Yes.
closing earlier, so
Absolutely.
would you close it at 11 o'clock?
Yeah,
Well, during the week is midnight. I mean, there's permutations we can discuss, obviously. Mr. Wu, is he still on the feed? I mean, I don't know if the committee would be open to a midnight throughout 7 days. We'd be willing to do that, I think. Mr. Wu, are you comfortable with that?
yeah, that sounds good.
We
Yeah,
discussed that
uh-huh,
prior,
yeah.
so it would be
Yeah.
midnight, 7 days a week, beer and wine only, no more 2 a.m. And we would also agree pursuant to Bob's request to close the outdoor space. I think he mentioned 10 and 11. Is that correct?
I think he said 10.
10, okay. 10 throughout. No,
Sure,
11
sure.
o'clock on Friday and Saturday. Is the committee open to that?
No, I said 10 p.m. 10 p.m.
Okay.
closing, no music outside, no speakers, no heaters. Okay.
There's no music.
Okay, and so.
Mr. Wu, are you comfortable with that?
Sure, I'm okay with
Okay.
that, yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, and my suggestion is it's 11 closing during the week and 12 on the inside, midnight. That way we're assured that it is going to be what is indicated it's going to be. That's my suggestion, 11 during the week and 12 on the weekends. That's Friday and Saturday. Closing hours indoors.
I mean, wait, so the indoors 11 also?
Mhm.
Yeah, I think we've given a lot tonight. I think going midnight, 7 days, and you're talking about 2 hours basically, right?
I'm making sure that outdoor space, okay, is quiet at 10 o'clock and lights out. Okay, and one way to assure that is if everything else closes by 11 during the week.
Well, Mr. Wu, are you comfortable with that? I'd be steadfast with the midnight. I think we've given a lot of concessions to the committee this evening, but if you're comfortable with that, that's a decision you can make. So Mr. Eli is recommending 11 o'clock and then midnight on Friday and Saturday. I mean, I think if we agree to close at 10, the outdoor space as they've requested, and we do a midnight closing throughout, I think that's fair, but the choice is yours right now.
Okay, so basically, there's nothing after 10 o'clock on the terrace, right? But then inside, I can have a midnight closing, is that?
No, well,
is
he's
that-
suggesting 11 o'clock during the week, which would be essentially Sunday to Thursday, and
Okay.
midnight only on Friday and Saturday.
Okay, for the inside, right?
Correct.
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 Okay, I'm fine with that. That sounds
Okay,
reasonable,
just,
yeah.
not much more we can give, guys.
No.
Okay, thank you. And so there's no music outside and it's just the one door that goes outside, so that door will be closed unless you're using it for service. So none of it
Correct.
from inside should be
Yep.
going outside. And then how many private parties will you be having a month?
I would just say maybe perhaps 1 or 2, but the my guests are mostly professional. They're not like, outside.
The reason I'm asking is because I'm
Yeah.
just I'm not questioning anybody's integrity other than to just know how often this is going to be open to the public or sort of closed to the public and keep
Sure.
that in line.
I would say 1 or twice a month, perhaps the most, yeah.
So no more than twice a month?
Sure,
Would that
yeah.
be something you'd be willing to stipulate to?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Okay, does anybody else from the committee have any last follow-up on this?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that Mr. Wu, because you are an architect, when we know there's a terrace out there, but there's also windows on the other side of that terrace, and we want to make sure that our stipulations will indicate that there will not be any operable doors or windows installed, so that the indoor space currently becomes outdoor space. Okay.
Yes, we will, like, after, I think you mentioned 10 o'clock or 11, that door will be closed, so that
No,
there's
the
no.
concern is there's only be one access point to the terrace that will close at 10 o'clock, 7 days a week. You won't alter the premises in any way.
Correct.
Which we agreed to. Yeah.
And that door, what I had asked was for that door to be closed unless you're serving patrons. In other words, it's not kept cranked open. And that the closing times are hard closing times, meaning all patrons are out by those hours.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, I think that does it. I think. And, okay, let's see, and how many there were, just to clarify, there's 43 seats inside, so 43,
Well, 32 seats, 12 tables, 32 seats inside, a small bar with 5 seats. And then the terrace has 6 tables with two seats each, so 12 outside.
12 outside,
tops.
okay, so that's your capacity, okay. Very good, thank you very much.
Thank you
Okay,
so much, committee.
thank
Have a
you.
great night, everybody. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Okay. The next application is going to be Beau Maison Corp. doing business as El Cantinero at 86 University. If you could raise your hands. I think, I don't know if my screen is frozen or Anthony's. So is there anyone here from Beau Maison Corp. El Cantinero, not from the public, but for the applicant?
I do see a couple of hands up.
Yeah, there's just, it just keeps jumping. So if you could just keep your hands up for a minute till I raise you, because okay. I don't know if my screen is, there we go.
Yeah, that was me. I just,
Okay.
so it's hard for me because I pushed the button and then,
Well, maybe we're both pushing the button at the same time.
yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Lieberman is up.
Oh, here.
Okay. So who, there is someone with their hand up. You can turn on your video, Martin Lieberman.
Yeah, actually, my computer, Julian Sanchez, the owner of the restaurant, is here to speak.
Okay, can you turn on your video and who, so this is Julian? Is that what I should rename this?
Yes. Oh, where's the video?
And is there an attorney here with you? There's another Martin Lieberman here. Let me see.
Now I see Mr. Sanchez.
Yes.
Yes.
And
Where's-
Anne, who is Anne Bashairs?
Won't know that one.
I don't think Anne Bashairs has to do with this. Okay. So there's another. Okay, so Julian okay, so I think we're good. Ms. Sanchez, do you want to turn on your video, please? And unmute yourself. So Julian, okay, so who do I have here?
You could get in the middle. I'm Julian. No,
Okay,
yes,
Julian.
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm Julian. How are
Okay,
you? There you
good. So is your, do you have an attorney here with you or is it just you?
No, Tom Burke should be there. Tom Burke.
Okay, so. hang
Attorney
on.
is Tom Burke.
I see his name here. He did not raise his hand. Give me a second and let me get him up, please.
Yeah, he did before. It's strange. I'm not
Well,
sure.
either way, just don't do anything, Bob, because
I'm leaving it alone.
okay. I don't know why it's not.
Are you emailing?
Letting me, all right, Bob, see if you can promote him. For some reason, there now, he declined. Mr. Burke, if you want to speak with, you need to allow yourself to be promoted to a panelist. Okay, there you go. So you should be able to turn on your video, I think.
Hello,
Hello?
hello.
Yep. Can you turn on your video?
I have my video on. You see half of my head there?
So hang on one second. He's not a panelist, so this isn't. Hang on one second. I'm gonna, when it says, do you want to be promoted to a panelist, please accept it, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Join as a panelist. Okay.
Yep, there you go. And then you should be able to turn on your video and unmute yourself. Okay, Mr. Burke, you can turn on your video and unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Your video's not on, but.
Oh, I can't seem to do that. Is it all right that you can't see me?
Yeah, it's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is Thomas Burke from the Law Office of Stacy Weiss. I'm here representing Beau Maison, located at 86 University Place. Also with me is the applicant and the owner of Beau Maison, Mr. Julian Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez has owned this restaurant for 32 years, and he is asking that you allow him to have a DJ on the second floor of the restaurant on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And there's also a space on the second floor, has an outdoor space separated from the indoor space by a series of doors. And he's asking you allow dining on that outdoor space without any music whatsoever. And dining, of course, weather permitting. Now, the buildings on either side of the restaurant are commercial buildings. There are no residences on either side of the building. There are residences in the back. There's open space in the back, and some of the buildings, I guess, on 12th Street or 11th Street, the backs face an open area, and the patio on the second floor faces that same area. However, there will be no music on the patio, and those doors will be kept closed at all times, so that music cannot be heard outside on the patio. And that's about it.
And what are the
I'm sorry.
hours?
Pardon?
What
Yeah.
are the hours?
Okay, so the hours are 12:30, 11:30 to 12 midnight on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and 11:30 to 2 a.m. on Thursday, and 11:30 to 4 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. Those are the hours we have now. I'm going by a former stipulation that was signed. I have a very bad copy, so I don't know when it was signed, but those are the hours on that stipulation. And that stipulation also allows for recorded music on the ground floor and amplified music on the second floor. So amplified music would be speakers, an amplifier, a microphone, and those are the things that the DJ would use.
Okay. The questionnaire said 2 a.m. across the board.
Yes, it did. That was the mistake on the questionnaire. Yeah, right now he is entitled to 4 a.m. I mean, if having the DJ made you want to stipulate 2 a.m., that's fine.
Okay, and have you been operating with DJs already?
No, we're not allowed to have a DJ. We
Oh,
were.
no, you're not allowed to. That wasn't the question. The question was, have you been operating with DJs?
Question was, yes, he did operate with a DJ earlier this year, and he was fined by the SLA. He paid $17,000 fine.
And weren't those problems happening in years prior as well?
No, absolutely not. He has no other violations years prior. Those are the first violations with the SLA in 32 years. And he resorted to that because he's in such dire straits as after the pandemic. I mean, he almost lost the business a number of times. And so his customer base is essentially Latinx, and his customer base likes to hear music while they dine. And he was losing his customers because of not having a DJ on the second floor. And he took it upon himself to go beyond his brief and put in a DJ. That's not the case now. All of those violations have been cleared and the fine has been paid.
And so you're saying you have signed stipulations. Do you know when they're from? Because I
No, I have such a terrible copy.
did
I
extensive research and could not find any signed stipulations for this.
do have
Yeah,
one.
Donna, we sent them stipulations. Tom McCowan was their attorney, and I don't believe that they agreed to them. And so they never returned that copy to us executed,
Okay.
never completed the meeting. We never had a resolution on it.
Okay, so that
I
clears
mean,
that.
looking at it, it would, it's, I don't know why they didn't, I don't want to make, Callum didn't advise them to sign it. I mean, it's quite reasonable. It should have been signed.
The applicant chose not to sign it.
Just so we're clear, Mr. Burke, the signs, they're not signed stipulations that you're talking about, correct?
No, I don't see any signature on it.
That's right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what,
However, the board did offer him these provisions.
right, but we never got them back signed.
Right.
That means.
Right.
they
He
weren't
didn't
signed.
accept them. He should have accepted them. He didn't accept them. I don't know who advised him not to accept them. These are the
Okay.
things you
Well,
offer.
either way, we don't have signed stipulations with the applicant.
Well, we'll gladly sign any stipulation that you
So,
provide.
so that outside terrace is, how is that separated from the interior?
Right there is, that's windows and there's a door there. It's completely enclosed. The second floor is completely enclosed. The second floor patio or terrace extends out from it. There are glass windows separating the interior of the second floor from the patio of the second.
And what kind of glass windows are they?
Normal glass windows.
So the sound goes right through them, is my point. How are we insulating any sound on the interior from the exterior of the space? What's the plan to soundproof that?
Well, the plan is to keep that door closed at all times. And the plan is to check and make sure that music can't be heard outside.
Okay. You haven't had an acoustic person in there to figure
No,
out?
absolutely not. No, we haven't.
Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, I have personal experience with this situation. And if you're not somehow have some plan for soundproofing glass doors, that sound goes everywhere, not just to somebody right next door, but across a whole donut, across the street, across a block. It goes out through those windows everywhere, including if you put curtains in front of it. So if you want to have a DJ inside, I think you really need to have some sort of plan for soundproofing this, because
Okay.
it's been a problem. I mean, I'm reading through past resolutions that we have, including what transpired at the Liquor Authority this summer, and the complaints, there's a lot of complaints filed, 311 complaints about noise and everything else. That's when you're operating supposedly without a DJ with background music and nothing outside. So telling us some kind of plan for fixing that, if you want to have a DJ and have people outside, I think is really important for the community that lives around there.
All right, I understand. We definitely would do that, certainly.
But I'm hearing an application. I need to hear a plan. That's what I'm asking.
You'll have to give us time to devise a plan. I mean, I can't devise an ad hoc plan right now.
Okay, that's sort of my questions right now. I'll bring it to the rest of the committee. Does anybody else from the committee have any questions on this right now?
I just had a couple of concerns. I mean, I don't know what transpired at the recent disciplinary hearing. But I did watch it, but we didn't have access to all the actual materials, but it seemed, that there were 96 noise complaints that the chairman had referenced. There were a number of other issues, and it didn't seem that there was agreement, just an acceptance to pay the fine on the underlying issues. And my concern is that they're just underlying issues here, and they really need to be resolved so that everybody is in agreement, from the neighbors and the operator. And it just seems that we're operating here just to sort of smooth out this problem as opposed to solve the problem. And that's
How would you like
what
us
I
to solve
think.
the problem?
Well, I don't know. That's for you guys, it's really, why are you getting all those noise complaints? What is the issue? And
I'm sure it's because yes, okay. you're
well,
right.
I mean, they had what, 6-7 findings against you not conforming to plan. I'm sure it had to do with the security guards, other things that weren't on there. So there's a number of different things, and we're looking here is to find a resolution of these issues, not just correcting it on paper. And, you know, this is many, many years coming, and it's you know, you're saying that what you have in front of you seemed reasonable, but you know, we reference in our resolution exactly those stipulations that they declined to accept at that time. So it's difficult to understand how we're resolving the problems. And I was just really surprised to hear Chairman Bradley reference that number of such a significant number of complaints. You know, that's unusual. You know that the fine amount is unusual. You know that we had issues, as Chairman Bradley referenced, that were unaddressed. Your client chose not to return to follow up on these issues with us. So we really need to understand where things stand today. Number one, what exactly are the problems and what are the proposed resolution of them? Obviously, Mr. Sanchez has been operating this business here for a long time. I think he took this over from somebody else through a corporate change, but you know, there clearly is friction here. So we're just trying to figure out how to resolve that. And clearly the problems are contemporary, because that was just in March of this year that most of those issues occurred. So, you know, I don't know if the noise is coming through the back on the second floor or what's going on there. I don't know if it's from outside in the front with the patrons. I don't know, but we need to understand, you know, how we can move past that. And this is where we had left it in 2018, you know, same thing. And obviously whatever happened, it didn't get resolved. So
You did offer him a set of stipulations in 2018. Am I
yeah,
correct?
but they didn't accept them. And obviously the problems continued to such an extent that there was, you know, this is perhaps not for those who practice in the industry, but certainly for establishments within our board, these types of violations and this number and this you know, what was said at the disciplinary here, or excuse me, at the SLA full board meeting, is a bit of it's a significant outlier. So, you know, we're just trying to figure out what the issues are and
All right, the issues
and
to
find
this,
a
the
resolution.
violations were, the issues of this, the violations where he allowed dancing. And he explained that there is no dance floor. There is no place for people to dance. It's individuals standing at the bar happening to be gyrating to the music. I mean, that's been put, a stop has been put to that. The bartender now stops anyone who's standing at the bar shaking or moving around to the music. One of the other violations was that he had a DJ, and yes, we admit that he had a DJ, and that was the noise problem at that point. And then people were smoking hookah. There was no longer any hookah equipment on the premises, and that he was using the sidewalk as an outdoor area. Those were the violations. Those were the reasons that he was fined $17,000. Now, once again, I keep going back to the original stipulations. If he had signed them and he had stayed in compliance with them, there would be no problem. So if we could have those same stipulations now, and he would sign them and continue to comply with them. And of course, we certainly will address the soundproofing issue. You're absolutely right. I mean, if you just have glass windows, the sound is probably going to leak out onto the patio. And something needs to be done construction-wise about that. But really, all he's asking for is to have that DJ. It seems that DJ is the difference between survival and losing the business.
You know, I mean, this is sort of rewriting history here a little bit. I'm not denying that's the issue, but you know, what prompted the 2018 series of meetings was the unlicensed security guards that had violations on March 11th, 2017, November 8th, 2017. They got a letter of warning. That was really what initiated the alteration application at that time. And there was a sale to a minor that was there, you know, that there was I think a little bit larger fine that had been issued in the past. on that. So, I mean, these were bigger issues at the time, and this is what we were facing the last time we were here. And
But there's been no
so-
repeat of those issues since then. Those issues weren't repeated in the last notice of pleading, the last set of violations. There was no minor sale or there was no security guard issue.
Okay, but I mean, the chairman referenced the community board in his statement and not finding agreement or following along with the issue. So that's just my concern. And it's just been consistent with the noise complaints over time. So it's like, how do we find resolution and opening
Yes, how do we
space
work-
onto the second floor rear deck? And just so anybody who's following along with this,
How do we
the
work this
basement
out?
is the first floor, the first floor is the second floor on this particular building. But the second floor, opening it up to having patrons sit outside, then those same doors being the barrier to the DJ of noise going out to the back and to the donut, that just seems to be part of those issues. And if I recall from the testimony from previous to this, from the last time they were here, when they had some residents who lived in those immediately abutting spaces, that they had problems with the sound from there. So,
Okay, so I mean, we certainly do have to address the soundproofing issue so that we couldn't have a DJ without that. Certainly, I agree with that.
Let me
and-
just go to some other members of the committee, because I think we're pretty clear that there's a soundproofing issue
Yes.
that needs to be addressed. Susan, go right ahead.
Hi, thank you. Just quickly, I don't live on that street, but I know various people who live on University on the opposite side of the street from the restaurant, which we all know and love, and we're happy we've been here for 40 years. But I do feel that during COVID, what people were saying is that they tried to be not complain, because they were supportive of wanting the restaurants in their neighborhood to survive. But I was surprised by how many complaints there were. And I am aware that you hear the noise across the street. So it's not just the donut, it's gotten very noisy. And I think it's going to be, I mean, it is a tough one, because I just don't see where we're going to get much neighborhood support for the DJs, and so that's a conflict. And I don't know, I don't have an answer to it, but I just know that that's it's a challenge in this spot.
Well, we have 16 people from the neighborhood who signed in support of him having a DJ on Thursday until 2 a.m. and Friday and Saturday until 4 a.m.
But that's not very many people. It's a dense neighborhood, and that's not enough to feel like there's robust support from the neighborhood for it. I mean, I think it's good to get 16 signatures, but it's not like rallying with support. And it's just gotten really noisy there. And, they've been hit hard at the residents with the outdoor dining. I know that'll change, but it's a tricky moment to approve something that definitely adds to the noise.
Even if we were to do something about soundproofing.
Well, I guess we'd rediscuss it then. That is important to do that, but that's not what's on the table tonight.
Well, the DJ is on the table.
Right, but
and if-
soundproofing isn't it?
But if soundproofing allowed us to have a DJ, then it certainly is. I mean, we can't eliminate the idea of soundproofing from this discussion. The chairperson brought up soundproofing.
Right.
So we would certainly agree to doing a study and some soundproofing before we would ask you to approve of having a DJ on the second floor. But I just would like to know what it would take. What does the community want? How could Mr. Sanchez operate with a DJ and make everybody happy?
Well, maybe coming back to us with a proposal about soundproofing would be a good start.
Great. Any other issues?
Well,
Not
let me
for me.
just,
Thank you.
right, okay, let me keep going. Bob, Ely?
Yeah, so this exact, very similar application was heard in 2020. And you folks withdrew. Different lawyer at that time, same applicant. So one thing that was clearly established in 2020 was that Mr. Sanchez was using that outdoor area in the rear.
Yes. Yes, you are.
And that was never permitted in the first place. So the second So, I mean, we know that it had been used before, and then all of it stopped being used, and now it stopped being used because it was never permitted in the first place.
Now we're
And-
asking to use it again with your permission.
Right, so you're asking for a permit of something that you've already done without a permit.
Right.
and-
Exactly.
Which caused lots of problems because there were people that were here in 2020. There probably will be people here tonight upset about the use of that. There's no permit to use that outdoor space, but it was used nonetheless.
Right.
The other major problem that's been persistent at this location for forever, really, is the use of really loud music and opening the front window on the second floor and blasting music outside. Okay, so that's been a problem. That's why you have so many complaints there, and that's exactly what you're asking us to do. Again,
I'm not asking you to allow us to open the windows on the front of the.
but that's
the
but
music.
again, Mr. Burke, that's always been the problem, and he's never ever done anything about that. And that's why he didn't sign the stipulations before.
Well, if he does sign the stipulation, he is going to do something about it.
Well, he hasn't. He
Can
hasn't. Excuse me, Mr. Sanchez. The only reason nothing has been done until now is because he got hit by the state liquor authority and he had to pay penalties because of all the things they finally caught up to him. Okay.
Alright,
And now he's asking to come back and ask us for exactly what the problem was before, without any plan in place to prevent all the problems and all the complaints.
Okay,
So-
I think he would like to speak. Would you allow him?
Can I say something? Can I say something, please? Number one, I didn't sign this stipulation because my lawyer was Tom McCallan, and I'm so sorry. I never got it from him, and that's why I didn't sign it. Secondly, I've been following all the rules that they told me here to follow. Since I had a meeting with the community board at the restaurant, and for a reason, my lawyer, Tom McCallan, never gave it to me to sign, but I've been following everything. I haven't opened the windows since then. Also, about the music on 2020, it's true there was some kind of a music outside because the city was kind of, like nobody out here. And like, I agree with somebody that mentioned that we have music, all that time in 2020. But since then, I've been following my windows on the main floor. We never opened them no more. There is a construction going on in front of the second floor bar. And since I got the meeting with these gentlemen from the community board, I haven't opened the windows upstairs. Another thing, for the noise in the rear garden, the rear patio, there is two doors. There is one door that goes into the men's room and ladies' room, and there is the glass door that goes into the garden, to the outside, right? And truly, I have only 2 speakers on the second floor, and I live in the building. I'm there for 32 years. I live in the neighborhood. I walk around, and I have no problem with nobody. And like the gentleman mentioned that, I've been following whatever they told me here. So I really, please, I need you to help me because I cannot survive without DJ. My Latino people, they come for dinner. It's so sad that I come on a Friday and all my people, they go upstairs and we have a kind of a music, the playground music, but they go and just so sad for me. It's the only thing that I know how to do, my business. Nothing major has been happening in that restaurant for 32 years. Please, you can take in consideration. I mean, the noise is not me. I live in the building. I live above the bar. I can hear the music. If the music is loud, I always call my guys. I only have 2 speakers in the second floor bar. And like I accept that on 2020, there was some kind of music. Windows were open because the city was kind of empty. So I'm sorry for that. But I promise you that I will follow, whatever you tell me to do, and I will just do it. Please.
Mr. Sanchez, explain to them about the other tenants in the building and the music that they make.
Okay, another thing. For a long, long time, I have a really beautiful landlords. They get along with me beautifully, but I have a lot of younger. They're my neighbors. I'm a person that lives in the city, and I don't mind music and parties. And lately, somebody told me just record and do something. My neighbors, they're younger guys, and they have a rooftop up there. And sometimes with the police, somebody complains, it's not me. They blame on me. The restaurant is already open. They have a beautiful rooftop for like 30, 40 people. The 3rd floor above me, they have another beautiful deck and they do a lot of parties. And I called the landlord and they've been emailing them. because they have a lot of parties, and my neighbors in the rear, they always blame on me. Sometimes my place is already closed and they're having parties upstairs. So lately what I did, I think I record some of the last parties that they have upstairs. They have like 30, 40 people up and down. I live in the building. I do not mind because they're younger, but they blame everything on the restaurant, which is not fair.
Okay. So let me see, does anybody else have anything from the committee? Otherwise, I'll go to the public to see what they have to say. Okay, is there anyone from the public here who would like to speak on this application? Raise your hand. Okay. Miss Granfield, there we go.
Hi. So Mr. Sanchez and I know each other from previous interactions. I live around the corner from him and across 11th Street. And I do wish to be fair to him. He or his lawyer emailed me to let me know and let the neighborhood know that he was making this application. So thank you. And to be fair, except for the period in 2020 when he is correct, unfortunately, the block on University Place was pretty empty for a period of time. He has been pretty diligent about keeping the second floor windows that face out on University Place closed, and he has been pretty diligent about keeping the first floor entrance door closed when it's not being used. I don't know whether or not he has continued to use the rear second floor deck as a dining space since the last conversation with the community board committee, only because I have no personal knowledge of it and I haven't gotten secondhand information. What I can say is that if that space is not being used for dining, the neighbors whose back gardens share that back space with the building that Mr. Sanchez's business is in have complained that employees, when it's not being used for dining, tend to go out there for breaks and the door can get propped open. When it is used for dining, even if the door is closed, that's the only access to that space. And any music that is inside leaks out through that space. You've got two townhouses who are within 25 feet, one of which is literally share the adjacent wall with the deck area, the back deck area. And there is, they are on 11th Street facing out, and then there's a large residential apartment building on 12th Street whose back walls and apartments face directly out in the open air space that the deck at El Cantinero looks out on. One of the issues that has been persistent for a fairly extensive time is patrons of the bar and the restaurant hanging out on the sidewalk and talking in pretty loud voices pretty much the entire time that the restaurant is open. I know that at one time, that became such a persistent problem that Mr. Sanchez did hire security guards, and I realized that that was one of the things that got him before the community board committee for an earlier appearance. I can say from my personal knowledge, even at relatively early hours, there's a lot of that going on now. Not enough to make it difficult to get by on the street, just a fair amount of noise. The difficulty here is that those back windows apparently are not built for soundproofing at all. Anytime the door opens, the music leaks out. So even with soundproofing, the use of that back area for dining is going to be problematic for the neighbors. And they're at a 4 a.m. license with a DJ. He's surrounded by residential space. Not 100% to be sure, but on many adjacent spaces of that building. And he's absolutely correct. He does attract a Latino crowd, but he also attracts a young crowd with a lot of NYU students too. So I'm sorry that he got fined because I realize how hard it has been for restaurateurs and bar owners in the last couple of years. But by the same token, the SLA is not going to be issuing fines of that magnitude unless there's a long history at work here. And I think there's probably truth to that as well. What I can say is that all of the neighbors who look out on that back space of the patio are incredibly concerned about the noise issues attached to use, permitted use of that space for outdoor dining and amping up the sound level with the DJ instead of just the amplified sound system that is in there presently.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. Mr. Shields?
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure.
And I'd like to thank the Community Board 2 SLA Committee for the opportunity to state an objection to this application on behalf of the family at 23 East 11th Street, whose rear yard is part of the rear interior space shared with this restaurant. It is worth noting that the rear interior space of this block is extremely narrow due to the full lot coverage of the buildings on the south side of 12th Street. That and the height of the buildings generally creates a narrow canyon within which sound amplifies and reverberates. The family at 23 East 11th Street and the other residential dwellings that share the interior space of this block have only this interior space and their yards with which to experience some peace and quiet from the city outside. This peace and quiet would be severely affected by the late evening, early morning hours, rear deck dining and DJ services with potentially glass and windows that can't contain the noise that is covered in this application. It would mean a major degradation in quality of life, and they therefore appeal to the Community Board 2 SLA Committee to oppose this application for a change in method of operation for the Beau Maison Corp. El Cantinero. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And where do you represent a group or and what's
the family at 23 East 11th Street?
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more person.
Can I say something else, please?
No, just wait 1 second until I'm done hearing from everybody in the public, and then I'll let you go ahead. Ms. Bashir's, I'm trying to promote you to be a panelist, so you.
Let me try.
Well, okay, she's coming now. She was
Okay.
declining. Okay. Ms. Bashir, yeah, there you go. Perfect. You're on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you for including me. I am a homeowner at the house exactly adjacent to El Cantinero restaurant on East 11th Street. And so we've had, some experience as the nearest of neighbors. And it's actually a restaurant that we like very, very much, and we eat there often. But I do object to the expansion in this application. The sound really does reverberate in that canyon in the interior of the block. We've got 4 kids and have had, kids trying to sleep through that noise, and invariably the terrace is busy and it can be noisy. And I can imagine that, with music and a DJ until 2 a.m., 4 a.m., that it really would be very disruptive to, peace and quiet. There are lots of families all around those buildings, trying to live and work and sleep and do homework and all those things. And again, we like the restaurant very much, and we hope for them to prosper, but I think it would be really truly noisy and disruptive. And I think that particularly if they're trying to have service out there on the terrace, it's hard to imagine that the doors opening and closing all the time, that you wouldn't have lots and lots of music from the DJ going on. So I guess our hope is that they don't sort of open up and expand service at the back, and that second floor DJ is not permitted. So yes, that is as the nearest of neighbors, that is our opinion.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else here from the public that would like to speak on this application? I don't see anyone. Mr. Sanchez, go ahead.
Yes, I was just trying to mention that if there is necessary for me to enclose, just like the back of the patio, just I can enclose it with like a glass or something. I will have no problem with that. Also, just to mention, like I say, I live in the building. My neighbors, they put disco lights up there. So I respect my neighbors that they're talking right now. But my neighbors upstairs that living on my building, on the roof, they've even put like a small DJ, I think, and they put like disco lights. But like I said, they blame everything on me. I have only 2 speakers, and the speakers are by the front, by the street. So, and then from the bar is a kind of long bar. There is the men's room, there is a door, and then there is a nice space between the door that goes into the bathrooms to the glass door that goes into the patio. It's a big space. So, and I live there, and I go and check myself. Of course, you are invited if you want to come over, but I'll go myself and check on the sound. My noise doesn't go through there. I respect whatever. I respect my neighbors. I'm the one who lives in the area. But like I say, if there is a way that I can close the patio, then when I hear anything, will be like an extra help. But I don't mind of that. If you can help me, please.
Okay. Does anybody from the committee have anything else on this?
Yeah, Donna, I feel like this is kind of just stuck, and what we really need to do is move this forward. And Mr. Burke, you're asking what can be done. We can't give you all the answers of what needs to be done. You guys need to figure that out. But there's a number of issues here that have been consistent over time. And, I'm not disputing that somebody moved upstairs and they're having parties on the roof, but these are consistent complaints that we've heard from people who live in adjacent buildings. So that's one issue. The other is that you never, the other issue which you submitted, and it's good to see, request for another of the temp C of O's pulling it, but for the majority of the time that the property's operated, it's been expired. And, that needs to have a plan for a long-term resolution as well. The overlap of the space, I think, is the concern, where you have outdoor dining on the second floor that's attached to the area with the DJ. We need to understand that better. And, there's clearly some sound leakage issues. There's issues with the front windows, which I had forgotten about, but people had spoken about in the past at length. And I know a number of people on the committee have noticed that. I'm not saying these are all contemporary, but this is the same issue that's trying to be resolved from however many years ago. So I think you guys need to come up with a plan, to resolve this. And, adding the stipulations here or there isn't really the resolution. It's just, what are the changes, the operational changes? I also think that, having an occasional security guard is not realistic. It seems, for the size of the space, that, in the New York, the previous guidelines, I don't know if there are any contemporary ones, but I think it was 1 per 70 or something along those lines. Minimally at least need a door person, on the weekends, managing that stuff. I mean, these are just some of the basic things. And, we really want to see a resolution of the problems, not tell you what to do. So
Well, certainly we'll devise a plan to mitigate the sound, and we'll take your suggestions about security guards under advisement, and we'll present you with a plan as to how we will control the noise and, of course, provide security.
And I just bring it back. I mean,
So,
what the liquor authority got to read all the problems. So, they mentioned a significant number of complaints. So I don't know who's making those complaints, but it's not like we're talking a couple. So there's somebody or something that needs to be reached out to and a resolution reached so that stops happening. again, you guys have access to those materials, not us, so.
Okay, I mean, certainly your suggestions are something that we'll consider, and we'll continue trying to resolve the problem based on everything that we've heard tonight.
And the other thing I do want to say is that Mr. Sanchez's business, I think, pretty much predates all the other businesses and the growth of licenses along University Place, which is why, we're talking about resolving these things, right? Because he's been there, and it seems from a review of what's happened, there's been an evolution of the business, of the space, without necessarily following up with the paperwork there. But at some point, that's all got to get done so we can move past this and move forward. And that's the challenge here, because it's,
Well, we're going to submit an application for changes, method of operations. I mean, that.
Well, I just meant catching up with all the buildings department paperwork. There's a lot of catching up here, and COVID certainly didn't help anything. And, those are clearly complicated when you have those jobs open for so long. But, that's another big burden on renewing this TCO every 3 months. It's a big financial burden. And I understand why that wouldn't be renewed, but the goal here is resolution. So that's.
Well, Mr. Sanchez has someone working on that now.
Yeah. And I know you submitted the paperwork. I'm just pointing that out, that's a part of the historical issue here that's just got to,
Okay, your point is well taken.
So do you want to lay this over and come back to us?
Let's come back next month with a
Going
plan.
to the, so you'll hold off going to the liquor authority and you'll.
Right, no, we won't submit to liquor authority till we
and you'll
see you
come back
again
with
next
some
month.
plans To resolve some of these issues.
So you put us on the calendar for the November meeting?
Yep,
At
you
that point,
just send Florence an email confirming all of this, but I will also let her know and we'll put you on the calendar for next month.
and prior to that, we'll submit a plan.
Great, that sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, see you next month.
Okay, take care.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay. Hopefully. Okay, the next application is going to be Hiro Nishida, doing business as Sushadelic 177 Lafayette Street. If you could raise your hand. Okay. Frank, I'm afraid to ask where you are.
I picked the wrong night to volunteer to cook dinner.
There we go. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Good.
Hiro, you on?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Hey, guys. Fairly simple. 177 Lafayette Street. Sushadelic is hate the expression, but I'll say it's a high-end sushi restaurant. Hiro has had experience in the past at other locations. And I have an application here. Sorry for the delay. As I said, it's upscale Japanese with hours of operation every day of the week, 11:30 to 2 a.m. We'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. So has this space ever been licensed before? It's, do you know?
I don't believe it was, no.
It's next door to, what's it next door to? It's not the flower shop. It's north of that, I believe, right?
Next to coffee shop.
Okay. And the hours of operation, 11:30 to 2 a.m., 7 days a week?
Correct.
You need 2 AM, 7 days a week.
That's what we'd like.
The music is background. Is there any outdoor seating? Yes.
Yes. Sidewalk and curbside.
6 tables and 12 seats on Lafayette. 14 tables and 28 seats in the road. Will that fit there? The seating I'm particularly concerned about the sidewalk seating. I'm not sure how that fits between, there's 4 pillars, right? And then because you don't want to block that residential entryway. I believe it's a
Donna,
residential entryway, yeah?
I don't even know what storefront we're talking about. It wasn't even identified in the application, so I have no idea what
Okay.
storefront we're talking about.
So go ahead and describe so that the committee, I mean, I have a picture in front of me, but go ahead and describe it so the committee knows which storefront you're talking about in that big building.
We lost Frank.
You may have lost, there's Frank. Frank, can you?
I disconnected, but went back right back in.
Okay, so we just need to know what space this is.
Hero, what was it before?
So this is a first building of WeWork.
Oh, it used to be a WeWork.
So.
Yeah, WeWork Vintage 1.
Okay, that's the building. It's a huge building. What storefront?
I'm sorry?
So going north-south, which windows, just because Bob is saying it's a long storefront, is it the whole
Yeah.
storefront? Is it which portion of it?
So the corner of Lafayette and what's it called? It's a Grnd. That's a coffee shop. And then next to the space is our space. And then the
north?
next, I'm sorry?
To the north, correct?
Oh, the corner is the coffee shop. And if you go north along the Lafayette Street, the next one is our space. And then there's an entrance to the building, which is the six-story building, all office building. And then next door is a cake shop, the pastry cake shop.
So you're in between the coffee shop and the cake, the flower?
Yeah, flower cake shop, yeah.
So there are three windows to the north of you. And you have the next 3 windows.
Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3 window, yeah.
The northernmost one that you have has the doorway in it. What's that? I'm trying to share my screen, but I'm having a problem doing that. Bob, do you know which one it is?
I can figure it out, but I just having a hard time.
It is the northernmost. I'm looking at the plans.
It's the northernmost, so it's on the corner?
Not on the corner, it's right before the corner. Butler's on the corner. Butler's a coffee shop.
Right, so it's.
Looking at the plans though, and knowing Lafayette Street runs north-south, that's the northmost corner of the entrance of our space.
Right. You got it, Bob? I can't.
Yeah, without pictures, it's hard, but I do think I have it.
It's the space right up to the north of the coffee shop, is that correct? Because it looks like the building goes significantly more to the north, Frank. I mean, I'm
I think it's
I'm
south
just
of the
looking
coffee
at the
shop.
picture on Google
think it's
Maps,
just-
so I'm just
I
trying
think it's
to.
south of the coffee shop.
South.
North, the coffee shop's on the corner, so. Looking at the block plot, it's south of it.
Okay, so the hours are till 2 AM. You want 2 AM, 7 days a week.
Yes,
The music is background. There's a lot of seating outside. Yeah, it looks
Donna,
like.
just before we go,
ahead.
This is on the northeast corner of Grnd and Lafayette. Am I correct on that?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it is north. It's not south. It's north to the coffee shop, not south. I'm just
No, north of a coffee shop.
right.
Not
I'm
north.
just so because I think it's confusing because we're turning this around on which way. So it's the northeast corner of Grnd and Lafayette, and it's the second storefront up from the corner. It looks like there may be 4 storefronts in the building. So just just so everybody's clear, Frank, just I think if the plans are, you got them turned around, just
Actually, you're right. It is.
everybody's not confused here. So
It is the northeast corner.
okay.
Yeah, northeast corner, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we know which storefront it is, sorry. All right. So then we'll go back. So the music is background only. You're looking for 11:30 to 2 a.m. It's a high-end sushi restaurant in a previously unlicensed location. And you had another restaurant before, or 1 or 2 other restaurants before?
Megu.
Okay.
Megu was the name of the restaurants.
Okay.
One in Community Board 1 and one in the UN Plaza.
Okay, and so there's 43 seats, I think, inside, 2 tables with 16 seats and 1 bar with 27 seats. Does that sound about right?
It does.
Okay, and then you've got 40 seats is what I count outside between
Correct.
both places. Will the roadbed have a roof and sides, or will it be freestanding?
Here are no roof and sides, right?
Nope.
So that will be seasonal if you're doing that?
Yeah,
No,
seasonal.
I mean, there won't be heaters. Will there be heaters?
No.
Any heaters outside?
No, you better speak, Hero.
No.
Okay. All right. Anybody from the committee have any questions? Now that we know where the location is. Bob, I see you.
Yeah, I do. So you want to operate a high-end sushi restaurant in the roadbed? Have you ever done that before?
Yes, I have done it. Yes.
Okay, and how many places have you done that where you operated in the roadbed with a high-end sushi restaurant?
Not in maybe one in New York, but I've done in LA, and I have a few of my friends who owns a high-end restaurant have a seating outside, and they are all enjoying it.
Yeah, I guess I'm very specific though. I'm not talking about the sidewalk. I'm talking about service to the roadbed and high-end sushi service to the roadbed.
Some of the, I mean, not particularly my restaurant, but my restaurant friends has $150 check average, but they are doing seating outside.
In a roadbed?
Yeah.
$150 in a roadbed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bob, this is going to cater primarily to Japanese businessmen, people associated with the UN. This is high-end sushi. This is not, your $15 sushi deluxe.
In a roadbed.
You just keep repeating that. Yes, in a roadbed.
Yeah, in a roadbed. I've never heard of that before. So it's a first.
Brand new world. Brand new world. I don't know what to tell you.
Anybody else from the committee have anything? I'm gonna go to the public. Laura Tenenbaum, I'm promoting you. Pete Davies.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Go
It took
ahead.
me a while
Yeah.
for it to come in.
Yeah,
This is just kind of around the corner and across the street from me. And I'm sorry I didn't pay enough attention. There was no, to my knowledge, there was no community outreach. I have some issues with it. First, let me ask, isn't there a bike lane right there?
Yes, we do have it.
So how can you put seating in the street.
Oh, so you have to, bike lane kept as a bike lane, and then an outdoor terrace is after that.
Okay, I know that this committee has some issues with that. I certainly do. It's not safe, first of all. And second of all, there's not, the parking lane that's there is not wide enough for, there is no parking lane there, is there?
No, there is. There is
Where's the parking lane, right?
right after the bike lane.
So there's the curb,
Yep.
and there's the bike lane, and there's a parking lane.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I know that they just repainted it, which is why I'm not quite sure.
And the
How wide,
butler,
how
I'm
wide
sorry.
is that? How wide is the parking lane?
when it's the one car can comfortably park wide.
Okay.
And also, I don't know if you know that notice, like 3 months ago, the city, Butler Coffee used to have a beautiful outdoor terrace, but because of the city changed the regulation that that street goes to the left. So they asked the Butler Coffee to remove that corner terrace area, but the rest of the place still be able to build or put up outdoor terrace.
I just have, honestly, I have objection. I don't have that much of a problem with the sidewalk cafe, a relatively narrow one. The way Lafayette Street used to be able to do sort of French style. It's a wide enough sidewalk to handle that, but nothing on the curb side of the sidewalk, and definitely nothing in the roadway, right? Especially since there's a bike lane there. I also have an issue with the hours. 2 o'clock for a fine restaurant is beyond the pale, and certainly is not seen in this community. There are tenement buildings right across the street from there, which are rent stabilized, and also JOWQA buildings where people living there. Those buildings are very pervious to noise. 2 o'clock. Well, definitely, if you're going to do outdoors, I would suggest 9 or 10 o'clock at the very latest outside. But I don't see a restaurant like this being open beyond midnight. And that's what I would suggest. I want to make a couple of changes. Frank, the zoning changed. It's no longer M15B, just for future reference.
Well, thank you. I used the New York City website.
Yeah, they made recently. But anyway, it is in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. So any signage, anything you do on the outside has got to be dealt with. You had said it's not an historic district, but it is.
I defer to you, Laura.
Thanks, Frank. So I mean, that's really my only issues, the hours outside, and the reminder that it is in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. We're certainly getting our fill of high-end Japanese food in the community. It's going to be hard to prove public interest because there's so much, but that's it. Thank you.
Laura, can I just ask you, since you're right there, was the bike lane moved? Where is, you have the sidewalk and then?
The bike lanes, we have the side, it's really funny. I was so focused on Center Street when they put in the bike lanes both ways that I didn't focus, but the bike lane is right there. It's right at this point, they haven't put up, to my knowledge, you're going to be putting up some kind of protected thing. Maybe
So
there's
just to put this into the normal New York City language, is it a protected bike lane?
It's supposed to
with
be
the floating
protected.
parking lane on the
It's supposed
outside,
to be a protected bike lane, is
with the
what I
floating parking
understood.
lane on the outside of the
Yeah.
bike lane?
Yes,
Because I seem to remember there was that change that was proposed. So that has been changed. Is that
yeah, they're in
Is
the
that
process.
correct?
Yes,
is that correct, Mr. Nishida? For the bike lane? It's the bike lane and then a white striping and then a floating parking lane?
Yeah.
So curb, bike lane, white striped area, floating parking lane. Okay.
Yeah,
And that was
the-
just recently changed, correct, in the
Yes,
last few
yes,
weeks?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And they're pretty wide, where I see the truck and SUVs are parking too.
Okay. Okay,
So
we're
it's a
clear.
pretty wide, car lane. Where
Right.
people park the car.
Okay. So Laura, you're done,
I
correct?
am done.
Okay, very
am
good.
done.
Thank you. And
you, Laura.
I will move on to Pete Davies. Go right ahead.
Hi, yeah, Laura pretty much covered what I was going to raise about the bike lane. If you look at this image that I will put in the chat, this is the Google Map Street View showing the new bike lane there, and the torn down shed is visible in the photo. My Mac is not letting me open chat, so wait, there it is. I think the question really is, can you serve across a bike lane? And my understanding is that the laws say that it has to be contiguous and you cannot pass through a public thoroughfare to serve on the other side of the public thoroughfare. But I'm not a lawyer, so that's all I have. But that image, that link in the chat shows where the bike lane is, even though trucks are now parked in that bike lane in the image. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Pete. Renee Monrose.
Oh, hi there. Yeah, Laura and Pete kind of addressed, we all had the concern about the bike lane. And I just had a question about signage. It just says new signage. What kind of signage are you going to put up?
Brian, can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead. I think, Renee, is that the last of your questions?
Yeah, that's to say it was pretty much covered before.
Okay, okay, so I will demote you and go ahead, answer the question.
So as you know, this is a landmark building. So we can't really do much outside. So it has to be, signage has to be done inside. As much as we would like to have it outside, but we can't.
Okay. So
If
it'll
I
be
answer that question.
inside. Yeah. Okay, and what time were you looking to close the outside? Would you be willing to close the outside at 10 p.m.?
10 p.m. is difficult.
10 p.m. is difficult. Okay. That's generally what we ask out of people. 11 p.m. Is that what you can do? I'm just asking to just find out what you can do.
Hero, if I may, and you can yell at me afterwards, but 11 o'clock's not really unreasonable in that neighborhood to close the outdoor.
Yeah, so my question, yes, I would be, I need to say what I need to say. So 11 o'clock means that, you know, summertime, when people come 9:30, and when they start eating from 9:30, which is a high-end omakase, it's difficult to kick people out in 1.5. So that's why I'm worried that I need to kick customer out at 11 o'clock.
But I'm talking about the outside.
Outside too, because they will have the same omakase, which is the high-end course, so we're not gonna have a lower package for outside. Everybody eats the same course. So It's difficult for me to manage the customers that seating 9 o'clock or 9:30 to be basically out of seating from by 11 o'clock, maybe midnight, okay, midnight is okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna tell you, midnight is probably is not going to be okay with many people on this committee. We do not have outside going to midnight in most places. And also, just to finish, many of the omakase places that we've dealt with, the reason Bob was asking so many times about the outside, most of them have chosen not to have outside because I think that many have stated to us that it doesn't suit the omakase experience that they are trying to do. So I'm just putting that out there. You tell us what you need to do, whatever you need to do. I can't control that, but I am telling you that omakase or not, midnight is late for outside.
Is it 11:30 workable? Because I just don't want it to have a customer will seat from 9 o'clock, and I just don't want to guarantee 11 sharp to be out.
There's never been a sidewalk cafe there ever before. Okay, and you just want to open up till midnight. It doesn't matter whether it's omakase or whatever. There's never ever been one there before.
So. And the other issue is the service over a bike lane, which I'm trying to find.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're getting stuck on the outdoor dining, and right now we're in a very complicated space with that. You've got some proposed rules, some not so, proposed rules. You also have a state law, which is what Donna's referring to, which was to allow the extension of the service of alcohol to non-contiguous spaces. And it seems very clearly written to a lot of people who've reviewed it that it only allows service of alcohol across a pedestrian thoroughfare, and a bike lane is defined separately in the New York state law as as a bike lane that's exclusively for the use of bicycles. So there's a lot of open questions on that. And I know it's difficult because you're coming before us, but it's during a time of uncertainty with a lot of the outdoor dining stuff. So, I just want to say that it's something that can always be revisited, but it's not easy right now. We certainly recognize that. And, that's just where it kind of stands at the moment. But it is where there's a big impact on the outside. And so I just putting that out there because we understand it's not easy at the moment because things aren't clearly defined.
Carter, I don't disagree with you at all. I did reach out to counsel for the authority about 2 weeks ago, and I was promised he'd be researching and letting me know. Still waiting for an answer. I think we're all in the same uncertain boat.
Yeah, and also the design guidelines on the roadbed dining as well, which I think we don't, there's some ideas on what that is, but that hasn't been promulgated yet as a final on what that will be, but it's not as enclosed as it has been. And I think that's why some people question on, what will the outdoor experience be in the roadbed, which is very different. We know for the sidewalks because we all have plenty of experience with that, but the roadbed is different, unknown at the moment, it seems.
You're muted,
Okay,
Donna.
I know I am. So do we have any wiggle room in this, any getting rid of anything? I'm, not quite sure how to just move this along. You want 2 o'clock, 7 days a week on the inside, right? There's nothing earlier on that. And you don't want to get rid of anything on the outside.
Well, I'm glad to Frank said,
on the
Like Frank said, again, I've been working with Frank for 20 years. So if you suggest 11 o'clock, I'll go 11 o'clock.
So
I'll probably
11,
catch hell for that later.
11,
And Frank, I think that, we'll probably comment on that roadbed, but we want to make it in such a way that if it's disallowed, this can still move forward, right? If that's not allowed or if it is allowed. So I just don't want to get this hung up on something we probably know the answer for, sooner than, the time period that this would get to any review.
Carter, from our side, we would agree to stick to whatever we're allowed to do. If we're not allowed to do it, we won't do it.
okay. All right. I think anybody else from the committee have anything? Okay, I guess that does it. Thank you very much for coming.
Have a good month, guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Referee.
Okay. All right. The next application will be, let's see, which one am I doing? Double J Operations. 406 Broom, Kung Fu Rasta. If you could raise your hands. Okay, I think, just about, hang on. Okay, I think I just about. I think everybody should be there. So go ahead.
Okay, my name is Terry Flynn. I'm the attorney for the applicant, Double J Operations LLC, DBA Kung Fu Rasta, located at 406 Broom Street. The premise has an occupancy of 271 people. There are 36 tables with 156 seats. There are 2 bars, and there are 26 seats at the 2 bars. The hours of operation are different than your application because we've been talking with the Block Association. There's a 1 a.m. closure on Sunday through Wednesday and a 2:30 a.m. closure Thursday through Saturday. We've included copies of the diagrams, the menu, and the C of O. There are also signatures and petitions from the outreach. We provided you with a full security report and soundproofing report. There was a stipulation submitted this afternoon after speaking with the community board. I believe that you have that. Excuse me, speaking with the Block Association, I believe you have that.
Yes.
There is no use of promoters, no dancing, no TVs, and no live music. And we would be happy to answer whatever questions you may have with regard to the application.
Okay, there is no outside, is that correct?
That's correct.
And are the DJs still on here? Or are there no DJs?
There is downstairs as DJ. Sorry, Terry.
Yep, good. The only on the basement level, I believe.
Okay. And the hours are 1 AM Sunday to Wednesday and 2:30 Thursday to Saturday.
Yes, that's what we agreed to with the Block Association.
And then all patron egress and ingress is gonna be on Broome Street. Only
Yeah.
ADA is going to be on Cleveland Place. And it
Correct.
will all the address is gonna be advertised as Broome Street. There are no operable doors or windows. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you're not gonna put any in, all doors and windows will be closed at all times?
yes, that's in the stipulation.
Okay. And there's no dance floor.
Correct.
You have a stipulation about the trash deliveries, trash and garbage will be put out no sooner than 2 hours before closing
Mhm.
or 1 hour before pickup.
Correct.
Okay. And the soundproofing, you want to just tell us a little bit about the soundproofing?
Is Al on the line?
Yes, he is.
Okay, Al is the expert, but basically we've agreed, we provided both the community board and the Block Association the report from Acoustalog. And we've agreed to follow Al's recommendations. Al, you can answer any questions with regard to the soundproofing, please.
Okay, I'm here.
So what exactly are you going to be doing to mitigate the sound? Just give me a little summary of that report.
Yeah, the summary is really easy because in my recommendations, starting on page 5 of my report, the headings are hung ceiling, that's important.
Yeah.
Pipes, that's to avoid holes in the ceiling. They have to be, where sprinklers come through, it has to be sealed. Air conditioning, because we don't want the sound going through the ducts and going to bad spaces. And then the sound system is the most important one. And finally, the front door.
Okay. Okay. And they've agreed to do all of the recommendations that are in here?
That's correct, yes.
And then we'll go back and check all the recommendations that they were all done. I
Yes.
mean, that's part of it because that if he doesn't.
Yeah, our commitment is to absolutely do the work and then Al can come back and check it.
Okay. So that means signing off in writing. We'll have something in writing from Al saying the work has been done. Blah, blah.
I can do that.
It's been thanks, because Al, it's been a problem before with the recommendations.
I make recommendations. I can't force people to take them.
Exactly,
That's your
exactly.
job.
Right.
You got to force them.
Right.
No, we're agreeing in the steps, so it will be confirmed by Al. That's fine.
Okay, so then I'm just gonna go back to an issue that we had originally with this, which is it's still, I realize that the hours are pulled back from what you originally asked for, and I appreciate that. But it's still a high-end restaurant. So the 2:30 in the morning and the 1 o'clock in the morning is late. This place was such a problem before with anything, and it didn't have the DJ. So you have a DJ downstairs still with the late hours.
The hours of 2:30 are only on Thursday through Saturday. And with all of the soundproofing that we're doing here and all the costs that we're going through to have that all done, that's to ensure that there is no sound emanating from the premise. And the only place that the DJ is going to be used is in the basement lower level, where the sound is going to be more trapped in that level and it won't get out now, especially with the soundproofing report and following those recommendations. And that's why we went through everything with the Block Association, went through them all, moving the entrance to where it was sought to be moved. The garbage pickup and everything we've done is to make sure that there wouldn't be noise. The operator here has a good history. He's operated at other locations. Every step has been taken to assure the Block Association, and it should be you as well as the community board, that noise will not emanate from this place and that this premise will not be disruptive in any way.
And are those hours for both floors?
As
Now, is
far
the-
as I'm aware, Jamie,
Is the restaurant staying open till the hours of the downstairs?
Yeah.
It's
the
operating
restaurant would be open,
one space.
would be served during hours of operation, yes.
Okay, and then, the other stipulation, there will not be any unlimited drink or unlimited food and drink specials, no boozy brunches, no pitchers of
That's
beer.
correct.
And then there will be no bottle service except for the sales of bottles of wine or beer.
Jamie,
Could I speak to that if you don't mind?
Go ahead. Yep.
That was the first time I heard about this today. I mean, I don't understand as a hospitality venue how we can be selling bottles of champagne, but if someone's having a dinner upstairs and they want to go down and having a birthday celebration, they want to get a bottle of tequila or ginger beer with crushed ice downstairs, how I can deny them that? That makes, I don't understand that stipulation. I do understand where it's coming from, but I really don't want to be in the mindset that I deny my guests that for that one stipulation. It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I can say, sorry, go ahead.
No, I think the mindset around that is the bottle service of the bottles of tequila or scotch or whatever is more for a lounge and a club and not a restaurant. There are not many, and that's why that's in there because of that.
We do have a lounge downstairs, and if a client does want a bottle, I'm going to sell them a bottle, and especially since if they're at the dinner table upstairs having a bottle of champagne, I just don't think that's a really good ask. I just don't understand, especially from coming from a hospitality background. It doesn't make sense to me.
I think it's a different kind of operation when you're offering people bottles of tequila than it is when you're offering people bottles of, a bottle of champagne or a bottle of wine at dinner.
I understand.
That's how that's why that stipulation is in there.
I understand what you're saying. Is there anything else other than this one issue, Mrs. Rafferty, that we need to address?
Let me go to the rest of the committee now and see what they have to say. I think that sort of was my list of concerns, but I don't know about the rest of the committee. Dr. Smith, I see you have your hand up.
Thanks, Donna. First, I want to say hi to Terry. And secondly,
Hello,
hours. Again, can you share them with me?
Yes. Hello, doctor. How are you? The hours are a 1
great,
a.m.
thanks.
closing. Good to hear. 1 a.m. closure Sunday through Wednesday, and a 2:30 a.m. closure, and that's Thursday through Saturday. And we know that when you talk about closure, that means everybody out by that hour. So that's why those hours are also where they are, because we have to get everybody out by those hours.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bob?
Yeah, Jamie, thank you for meeting with everybody. That was, I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Bob.
How is the entrance on Cleveland Place resolved? That's not an entrance, is that the deal?
So yeah, especially after the last time I spoke to you guys, we've completely switched things around where it's not coming in at Cleveland at all. After our meeting, I went down the next day and I saw that there is a bike lane coming. It was only spray painted at that point. So not even deliveries can come in from that side, but they've got to park on Broome. So we can't have any obstructive traffic there at all. So there will be no one coming in from the Cleveland Place. Everything will be coming in from Broome Street.
And so is it going to be an exit, or there's no entrance exit on Cleveland Place at all?
No, so the way we've done it is through the front as well. We are doing, obviously if there's handicap access. So
Right, emergency.
Yeah, so I have to use that in that case.
Okay, great, thanks.
Legible.
Anybody else from the committee have anything? I don't see anything. Is there anybody from the public that wants to speak on this application?
What you do, Donna?
Yeah, I'm getting there. I think Steve Bentalilla, you can.
Hi,
Go
can you
ahead.
guys see me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me. It's actually my first time joining one of these Zooms. I live on Prince and Lafayette, a few blocks away. I've been walking by that corner a long time and really hoping something exciting opens there. So I think it's a great thing. I've heard good things about the operators. I've been to the other venue, Surf Lodge, which is a lot of fun. It's also a restaurant. It serves alcohol as well. So I'm very excited about that, and it sounds like a great thing for the area. There's a lot of new restaurants that have opened over here on Lafayette. So I think that's like the direction of this area, and more and more restaurants are opening here. So I think it's just another great addition to the neighborhood, and I think it's a good thing that these guys have other spots that a lot of people that live in the area have been to.
Okay, thank you.
Much for having
Marna Lawrence, thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Hi, can you see me, hear me?
Can see and hear you.
Okay, I'm here as a witness to what it's like to live near a club, very, very late night club at this same location. I'm extremely happy to hear, because my heart is with the neighbors that I used to live near, that the Cleveland Place entrance is not going to be used. I think that's an extremely important thing, because I remember the days when South Side, and I had many photographs, I looked for them, but I thought this was over, so I couldn't find them, of many, many patrons hanging around there. So that concerns me still because of enforcement issues, that we don't have a whole lot of enforcement. But it sounds like the principal understands that that's not a good location for that kind of behavior. But I do have to wonder as to the DJs and the license, the application that says, there's going to be, wait, I forgot the decibels, but 75 decibels was the agreement. But my understanding, forgive me for going back way when ropes and decibels, 60 decibels, I thought was what was, quite ambient background sound. Music, those were all signs of, and the late hours were all signs. I don't understand the 2:30. I don't see why it's 2. I'm sure there's a reason whether 2 or 3 or 4, but 2:30 is still very, very late. It is a residential neighborhood. And I don't understand how that this is not a club or a bar, late night bar lounge. And the principal keeps on trying to suggest that it isn't. But I do think that there are a great number of, the great number of really, it is of really good work with the community on the issue of the use of Cleveland Place. My experience is that soundproofing is not something that automatically happens, whether the principal says it will or not. And the fact that it's in the basement, the bottom line is, if they say there's a DJ only in the basement, that doesn't address the question of how many numbers of patrons there will be there to hear the DJ and go into the establishment. What are they intending to do with the basement in terms of DJ? And how are they going to control the crowds? And I have an extremely concerned about the question of, security guards, 4 of them as a necessity on the weekend. To me, that's like insane, but that's me. All right, thank you, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Marna. Chris Carpenter, I think you were
Yep.
here, okay.
Hey.
Go ahead.
I'm a neighbor. I live down the street on Mulberry, and I just wanted to voice my support for this license and this establishment. I'm familiar with the principals and their past successes, like Surf Lodge and Kane, and I think they do a really good job of managing a responsible environment while also creating good ambiance and catering to the right guests. And so I think that it'll be great for the neighborhood for a number of reasons, but they're having their track record speaks to a more respectable clientele. So I think that should quell most people's concerns of there being just rambunctious riffraff, whereas I see this as being of a more refined air.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. That's it,
Thank you.
right? I don't want to cut you
Yep.
off. Okay, great,
Yeah,
thank you. Pete Davies.
Yeah, I'm staying on the audio only because my old Mac. We spoke with Jamie a couple of times, and really our focus was to really steer this away from any type of club activity as much as we could, because indications from the first questionnaire were it was looking like a club. And the outline of STIPs that we came up with are totally based on the STIPs that were worked out for the last establishment, Grand Tivoli, which was never a problem. They unfortunately closed due to the pandemic, but no bottle service was part of those STIPs. And I know that was presented to the applicant team before we met on Friday. And so that only got raised today, the question about that. I understand the question, but I also understand Ms. Raftery's response that do 30 DJs, bottle service, security people. We're just trying to avoid that veering in that direction as much as we can. The closure of everything along Cleveland Place was really, I guess, thank the city that forced everything to Broome Street. As far as the soundproofing, there was an agreement with the last operator to install soundproofing. Apparently that was never done to the degree that was needed. And that's why we have added here a STIP that the installation of the soundproofing must be verified with the SLA before the issuance of the license. They can approve the license, but as the SLA has noted numerous times, they can hold that license until certain things are met. And until there is proof of that, they won't give you the license, won't let you operate. So it's been good working with Jamie. He's been very open, and it was long discussion. So anyway, that's how we got where we are. We would prefer 2 a.m. I'll leave it at that. Thank you all very much for your attention to this.
Okay, thanks, Pete. Is there anyone else? Wait, hang on. Okay, Laura. And if there's anyone else from the community here who wants to speak on this, if you could raise your hand now, that would be great. Laura, you should be good to go.
Hi, Donna. Georgette had indicated that she was trying to raise her
Okay,
hand.
her hand, okay, I'll raise her up.
But I wanted to say it was a pleasure to work with Jamie and come up with some agreements. I think that this was one of those situations where no one was walking away entirely happy, so it was probably a good thing. I would have liked to see an earlier closing across the board. I certainly do share concerns with my neighbors that the application says it's going to be an elegant restaurant, but it clearly, and then that was clarified to us as meaning he meant in terms of the design, the outlay of the place. It's not the food that's going to be elegant, It's not going to be a high-end restaurant. It's going to be an elegant restaurant. So the lounge was kind of in the basement. But it was kind of glossed over, but we don't want it to go move to club, and to us, club is bottle service. Bottle service is club. So it's kind of important that that be part of the agreement, if we could continue it that way. Very happy that we could get everything off of Cleveland Place, that we could. That helps the dormitory that's right there. And it certainly helps the people who live north, because they won't be getting the noise that much. So bottom line, I think it's just like Pete said, we're still concerned. I mean, for security guards, I think that we had agreed, and I just want to make sure that Jamie sees that it says nothing outside. That includes no lines. So I just wanted confirmation on that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Georgette Fleischer?
Hi, and thank you, Laura, for pointing out my chat message that I was trying to raise my hand. When this applicant came before the committee last, and I complained about the fact that there had been no outreach to the community, they stated that they wanted to meet with Friends of Petrosino Square to work out issues. They never reached out to me as president of Friends of Petrosino Square. So I presume that when they're referring to the Block Association, they're referring to Broadway Residents Coalition, which is, a little further away. I think it was very generous of Pete and Laura to initiate contact with Mr. Mulholland to get a meeting, but he did not initiate contact with the community. There has been reference to his stellar record at something called the Surf Club, but I want to re-invoke his record at a place called Gold Bar in this neighborhood down on Broome Street, and to just reiterate, my testimony that many people who lived right around that area reached out to me in absolute deep distress about the way that their quality of life plummeted when that place went into operation. I really object to the 2:30 a.m. As I stated when I was here the last time, the latest place that's open in this neighborhood right now closes at 2 a.m. I'm really concerned about upping the closing time to something later than what is already existing. I'm just very, very concerned about the character of the place. I think that Laura articulated very well. Serving bottles of tequila is just not fine dining by any stretch of the imagination. That is a prescription for people getting really inebriated and acting in some of the ways that the people acted outside of South Side, with people getting so drunk they were throwing garbage cans at the windshields of passing cars and so forth and so on. I am not content with the application as it stands. It does not look like a fine dining restaurant to me. It looks like a club. It walks like a club. We do not need something like that in this neighborhood. And in my experience, Mr. Mulholland's record in this neighborhood is not anything to be bragging about. So as president of Friends Petrosino Square, I still oppose this application, even with some of the adjustments that have been made.
Okay, thank you very much. Andrew Elman, I'm sorry.
Yes, hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to just say, as a member of the community, I'll keep it short and sweet, but I just wanted just to offer my support of Double J operations. I think it's actually going to be good for the community. I like some of the concepts like Surf Lodge, things that, they've done in the past. So just want to keep it short and sweet. Just, as a member of the community, just want to hop on this call and to show my support for this project. So that's all.
Okay, thank you. And do you live in the neighborhood? I'm just,
Yeah, so I live in West Village actually, but basically
Okay.
right on the border of Soho and West Village, so very, very close. Yep.
okay, thanks a lot. Thanks for coming in.
Yep.
Okay, and then, did I lose, okay. Oh, Dr. Smith, did you have a
Yeah,
question?
no, I was just going to ask him the same question you asked. Where did he live? Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed your
Okay,
name.
no problem.
Okay, Renee Monrose?
Yeah, I met with Jamie and Pete and Laura too, and Jamie was very cooperative for the most part. I was a little perturbed when he pushed back on the 2 a.m. closing because he seemed to agree with that quite readily at the time that we met. And I'm also, like others, very concerned about what's going to go on outside. The bottle service also was not brought up, and so as Georgette just said, walks like a club. So what is this? And the fact that they're planning to hire so many security guards, I'm just very concerned about what's going to happen on the outside.
Okay, thank you very much. I think, is there anybody else here from the community that wants to speak on this application? I do not see any hands. So, Terry or Jamie, can we
Yes.
talk about the bottle service, and can we just clarify what's going on outside, how the lines are not going to be happening on the street?
Yes. Okay, so we said there are no lines. I believe in the stipulation, it even says that, okay?
Yeah.
So there aren't gonna be lines out on the street. One of the reasons that we came up with a security report was because the first time that the client appeared before the community board, I was not their attorney at the time. It was mentioned that security was a concern. So we brought in a licensed and bonded security company to do a report and to make sure, because of the fact it's on a corner and they're on the street and there are 2 floors, 4 security guards is a fair amount of security guards on the weekend when you have people and activity and you have the 2 different floors and a front door, and you want to make sure nobody is hanging and loitering on the side by the entrance that nobody wants used at all. So I think the 4 security guards is prudent to assure everybody that there's not going to be any type of problem that they're talking about. Again, there aren't going to be lines outside. I would want to point out one other thing. Gold Bar was mentioned as Jamie being there when there was problematic, but Jamie had an interest in Gold Bar, and then he sold his interest in Gold Bar. Up until when he had Gold Bar, things were well. In fact, we included in the packet a letter that at the time was issued by Community Board 2 itself, stating that he was at Gold Bar, that there had no complaints on file. And this is back in 2011 when he owned Gold Bar. The problems that somebody's referring to is after he got out of that business. Just to clarify Gold Bar, since it was raised. Jamie, are you there still?
Yeah, sorry, I was
Jamie?
on mute. Yeah, Terry, yes.
Okay.
So I think we also added, Terry, there was a letter from the police department while I was operating saying there had never been issues or complaints with me while I was there. I think there was one. So I don't know where this is coming from.
Right. So but at least we've explained the confusion there. But the issue that you have to discuss now is the bottle service. That seems to be very concerning to the people from the community. And I think you should address that.
Well, I think, as I said before, obviously it's the first time we've discussed this issue, and there was a lot of pushback from various members, and I can understand why I keep hearing this term "walks like a duck, it is a duck." So, I mean, I've always served bottle service in all my venues, whether it's a beach-driven venue, or whether it's a mixology bar, or whether it's my hotel in Montauk. I mean, it's just, it's a way of the business. It's not, and I understand why there's pushback on it. I understand that a lot of these clubs are all bottle service driven, they're all DJ driven, and that's where the pushback's coming from, because they're clubs. But that's not what this is. This whole experience is meant to be an encompassed experience, as well as providing an incredible dinner in a beautifully designed venue for people. They can go downstairs and have a drink afterwards and relax, you know, where it's a fully fledged environment that people don't have to go walking out in the street trying to find a place to have a quiet drink after dinner. So I understand where the concern is. I'm just trying to give you my insights on that. It's, I don't know if
So, Jamie, I think what I would turn around and just offer up on that is that it's, you know, people going downstairs and having a drink is different than people going downstairs and doing a bunch of shots of tequila sitting around a table. It goes to the method of operation. That's what the issue is. You have a DJ down there, and it turns into something else, which was very problematic at this spot before. And I think so all the work you've done with the community is to try to reach this balance,
yeah,
so that it doesn't become that, you know. And I'm not, I appreciate all the work you've done with everybody at the community, but for me personally, this is kind of a sticking point. I don't know about, I'm not going to speak for the rest of the committee, but this is how I feel we kind of keep things operating in one way versus another way. And it's not stopping anybody from going downstairs and ordering a drink or two.
okay. I understand that, Donna. And if it is really an issue of everyone's, then I understand that.
I would just recommend, Jamie, that we give up the bottle service. Let's show everybody what great neighbor you're going to be. And then a year from now, it's something we can discuss with them.
Does that sound fair?
Nobody ever stops you from coming back.
Right.
Okay.
Right, correct.
And you're never
Right.
stopped from coming back for anything. So I think that would be helpful to me, probably the rest of the committee, knowing how we usually write the stipulations for things. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're willing to do that, because we want to assure you that we are operating the way we are telling you that we're going to operate. So you can include the no bottle service in the stipulation.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else from the committee that has anything to say on this?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment two things. One, the letter of no complaint is simply that the community board hadn't received any letters of complaint. Doesn't mean that there weren't complaints, which subsequently to that were raised and when other venues opened up around there. And then just secondly, I think Terry, you had represented the previous operator here in the past.
3 operators back, yeah.
3, right, where there were a lot of problems, which is why it's known here what the problems can be when it's operated in particular ways that truly aren't even reflective of the operator themselves. It's just the method of operation. And I have to say that a lot of those issues have been corrected here. And I just want to point that out, that it's just the actual elements of the operation that have changed, that itself resolves a lot of issues. And I was also a little disheartened to see in the materials, and this is something just as a point to everybody, that supposed soundproofing that was supposed to have been done was not done on the last operator, and that was pointed out here. And that's and just for everybody, that's why there's such huge distrust, you know, when these issues come up later, is because the work's not actually done. And that is a huge issue. And you know, the past operator didn't have a long time to operate, you know, before COVID hit. But I just want to point that out to everybody, you know, is just, that's an ongoing issue, and it doesn't help when the work's not done in subsequent cases. Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Dr.
we
Smith.
agree,
Go ahead.
and that's what, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, finish, I'm sorry.
We agree, and that's why we want the soundproofing to be signed off, so everybody can know that it was done and have no problem whatsoever.
Thank you for that. Dr. Smith?
I just want to say, in reference to, you know, saying you can always come back, that's understood, but I think it also needs to be noted that there are no guarantees of outcomes, just on our part as when you come back.
We understand it's a clean slate. Every time we come back, we have
Yeah,
to prove.
thank you. Thank you. Mhm.
Okay, I think that does it. Thank you all, and thanks for all the work you did with the community on this since we last saw you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank
for
you very
all the help. I appreciate you.
Have a nice evening.
You
Oh,
too.
wait,
Thank you so much.
Okay. The next application will be 357 West Broadway. Oh, Terry, I think that was you, so you could stay back here. Okay. Okay, is Terry back here? Okay, so now we just need Terry Flynn back. Did he
Are we
sign?
certain Terry was going to be on this?
Well, I don't know. He raised his hand and I thought I elevated him, but
Okay.
was Terry going to be on here for this? Do you know?
I was in the impression that he was going to be, yes.
Okay, so, okay, wait, I see a hand up. Okay, here we go. Okay, he's coming up.
Oh, sorry, everybody. I got disconnected.
Sorry.
somehow.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Hold on, let me just grab those sets of papers out. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, this is a application for a beer and wine license located at 357 West Broadway. Their premise is the first through the third floor. The total square footage is approximately 3,500 square feet. There are 28 tables and 122 chairs. There are 2 bars with 14 seats. The hours of operation are noon through 12 a.m. There is no outdoor space. There is only background music. There is no live music, no DJ, no jukebox, no dancing, and no promoters. Food will be available at all hours of operation. And I'll be more than happy to, with the applicants, to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Are there events or there are no events, no private parties?
No, it says no private parties, no.
Right, okay, and there's no outside?
Correct.
Yes, there's, okay, so the rooftop, I think you were here before.
The rooftop is not part of the application. That was withdrawn.
Okay.
That was withdrawn before they were here last time when they originally spoke to the West Broadway Block Association.
Okay. All right, I think I'll go to the committee and see if the committee has any questions on this. Anybody?
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't raise my hand quick enough
that's okay.
on the technology front. So I guess from my vantage point is how do we know that no one's going to use that rooftop? Because the building was kind of designed in such a way that it would be used or could be used or it's like complete access right to that rooftop. How do we know that that rooftop's not going to be used?
We can close off the door. We can lock it off the door. We're not using it. It's going to be, we're willing to make it a stipulation to the license issuance. So to use it would be crazy. We're not going to use it. We'll lock it off.
Right. But
The only, sorry, Terrence, the
ahead.
only reason why it just shows itself on the plans is for the bulkhead, that we had to have access due to the bulkhead to this space. But we did agree with the community, the block association, that we weren't going to use that. We removed it from the plans, we removed it from the design, and we agreed that it would never be used And that's what we've agreed to do.
And when you say it's never going to be used, it's not going to be used to put plants out there or anything of that sort?
I believe that you guys brought that up last time, saying, you know, what you could possibly want to see out there at the maximum, and it actually plants were brought up, and I believe that that was agreed that that was okay. But we do intend to be opening in the cold season. So for us, we have no intention of using that space. It's been agreed upon by the whole team that this is not a space that we're going to be using, other than just landscaping it so it looks nice for the tenants above us to look, just not onto a bare roof.
So how is it that we can believe that, Ms. Arce, when the last application that you had in front of us, you said that you wouldn't have separate businesses on the upstairs and downstairs of your wine bar, and you did exactly that with two separate entrances. So I guess I mean, we're pretty familiar with the other location that you're operating in our community board. And when you came in, you emphatically told us you weren't going to be doing those things, and yet you have music in the cellar and you have a wine bar on the upper floor with two separate entrances.
Terrence, do you want to come in on this? Because I don't know what to do about this rooftop space that's becoming such a contentious issue, and we are not going to be using it. So I'd love to hear from the community board in a way that we can show, not only on our plans, but in our plan for operation, a good way that they will have trust that we won't be using that space that way.
Yeah, I guess my question though goes back to, again, it is trust, and it goes back to what happened at the only other location we're aware of. I mean, I know you had the other location on McDougal Street there, but when you opened up further down in Soho area, I remember that spot very succinctly, and so I understand you're upset and you don't want to answer the question, but how can we trust you?
No, wait. First of all, there are two issues, Bob. All right. First is, what can we do to assure everybody it's not done? And I've already told you we can lock off the door. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is, we're also willing to make it a stipulation to the issuance of license. Now, in her other place, she's not running two separate businesses. She's running the premises with, she had two trade names involved. So it wasn't like she was running two separate businesses with two separate books and records and everything else. So I don't know why that is problematic in and of itself.
Because there's two entrances,
as far
two separate businesses, and that's exactly what we went over. It would
We-
not occur. So
We actually don't use it as two separate entrances. We have to keep one available as egress. And it does have a sign for the trade name, but everybody enters through 43 McDougal Street, through the upstairs. We have a gentleman who's at the door 6 days a week that is taking reservations and bringing people actually through the back entrance egress as an entrance.
you don't have outdoor seating for both locations on both sides?
No, just on 43 McDougal Street on King. And we have nothing on McDougal. We haven't since 2020, when we were allowed to have it for the open roads. And that outside space is used really only on the weekends. I mean, if you've been on that corner recently, you can see that there's a lot of outside space between 12 Chairs and Emmett's and Lola Taverna. And we are not the problem children over there. We have a really lovely setup that is only on King Street, where there is enough space for us to adhere to the plans for the outside road space.
I didn't suggest that you were a problem child over there or that your business was. What I'm suggesting, and what I keep reiterating, is you emphatically said one thing, and then your business model and what you did is exactly the opposite of what you said you were going to do.
But I don't think it is. And Terrence has pointed out that everything runs under one trade name. We only have one LLC, and all of the business goes through that.
And everybody walks in through the same entrance and leaves through the same exit?
The only reason why they can leave through downstairs is because it's another egress. We can't lock that door. In fact, the fire department has come to us on multiple occasions that all 3 of our entrances have to stay open and available for people to be able to
Right,
come in
that's
and
called
out.
that's called emergency egress, okay? And that's exactly what we had discussed. Emergency.
And that is what it's used for.
Yeah, you just said something different.
No, I don't think so, Bob. And I think, Bob, I think the issue here is if we stipulate to this, it becomes a condition to the license. And if we agree to lock off that door, then it's not an issue using that roof. And we haven't gotten any violations for using things that we're not supposed to. So I have to say, while you may have some concerns, should not be a credibility issue, if you want to call it issue here, the way it's being raised, in my opinion.
You know, I just want to jump in here because I know this was supposed to have been before us before, and I had talked to Bob about it. The issue he was raising when he, not to speak for you, Bob, when you reviewed the stipulation agreement, is that it explicitly says the license may only have acoustic piano music on the weekends only, no drums, no brass, no electric guitars or bass instruments, acoustic only, no scheduled performances. And the basement's run is a jazz club. That's the main issue. And that's directly contradicts the existing stipulations. And then there was the further part about the stipulation specifically said that the ground floor and basement may have separate names, but all entry and exit to both spaces will go through McDougal Street entrance only. And then the King Street doors, 2 from the basement and 2 from the ground floor spaces, are for emergency egress only. So it wasn't just the entrances, it was also the operation of the basement space and the fact that there are 2 seating times, reservations, et cetera, which was, you know,
Reservations
contrary
and seating
to
times were always allowed. There was just no tickets.
there was no
which we don't
scheduled
do.
performances is the framework, and that is what you do.
So Terrence, I'm having a tough time because I think that what's really on trial here is my credibility and not this new location. And I have 2 wonderful gentlemen who are here operating this space with me that will be additional managing partners of this space, who are incredibly wonderful professional men. And I think we're having a really hard time getting around this terrace space that we've agreed not to use. And I'd really like to find a way for us to build some trust with you so that you really do believe that we're not going to be using that space, because we absolutely have no intention to use it.
Well,
Yeah,
I appreciate that very much, Miss RC. I really do. I think the point is that all you had to do was come back to the community board and discuss things, change of method of operation. Those are not significant things. And certainly over a period of time that could have happened. And so I think that is really what is being discussed here, is that it's not hard. We're not difficult, you know, especially with businesses that have been in our neighborhood that are doing well. We work with them, but we ask them to come back when changes like that occur. And so that's the point that I'm making here. And I appreciate it very much that you at least listening to us and that you're discussing it with us. It's important that this discussion take place. And I'll leave it at that, okay?
Well, I do really appreciate that, because as a
I
member
do
of the
think we can get by it, okay? This is not an end all here, okay? But I think it's an important discussion.
I agree, and I will look at the other stipulation, and if she has to come back to you, we will notify you next month for that location.
Absolutely.
But with regard to this application, the insurances that we can definitely give you with regard to that outdoor space that you're discussing is that we can close off the door, the usage of that door, and that we will stipulate in writing that area will never be used, which we will agree will be a condition to the issuance of the license with the state liquor authority.
I mean, I just want to, as I'm newer on the committee than Bob was not really here when the original one was signed for the 43 McDougal. So I went back and reread all of that. And I've got to say, I mean, you know, I looked on the Instagram or your website, there are jazz bands down there with horns and drums and everything else downstairs, which is totally not what you signed here. So I think it's real important to Bob's point, why did you not come back for a change in method of operation when it's very clear on the stipulations that were here, that you signed for that? Because it's not representative. I mean, the STIPs are not representative of how that downstairs is operating. So there's a trust issue, because when we have signed stipulations and you're saying trust the signed stipulations, and that's what's going to be enforced. And when I was going back and looking, and then I go online and I look to what's going there, it doesn't reflect what I see in the signed stipulation. So you understand why there is an issue with this.
I completely understand, Chair, and I can't go backwards other than to tell you that knowing this now, I will definitely send a notice tomorrow to come back to you on the method of operation change for that location. This application, while Ms. Ars is involved in this, there are other people involved who are here here with us. They intend not to use that roof. Their hours are only till 12 a.m. I mean, this is beer and wine. They scaled everything back from when they first came to you with a full on-premise license and everything else. All I can tell you is we're willing to stipulate to all the things I told you. There's no outdoor space here. There's no live music, no DJ, no jukebox, no dancing, no promoters. The hours are noon to 12 a.m. It's other than this trust issue with regard to this rooftop area, this is a fairly plain vanilla application.
Okay. Dr. Smith, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you. Yes, while I respect both Donna and Bob's concerns and issues about the lack of trust, can we just move on? I want to this application. I do have a question as it relates to this application.
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. Yes. Kenneth Crum, you two gentlemen, how are you principals? How are you connected to this application?
We are managing partners of the establishment, myself and Aaron Loretta, who's sitting to the right of me.
I would oversee the culinary operations, and Kenneth is our GM and beverage director.
I thank you.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to add, the reason I think, Donna and Bob aren't really speaking to this, but is we've gotten pushback, and this is to you, Terry, and the other attorneys, from Chairman Bradley and from the Liquor Authority on people who don't follow their stipulations. And we generally, as a board, bring this up in licensing matters, and this is when we raise them, is when applicants are before us. We don't generally pursue complaints in that respect. We allow members of the community to push that. But we've been told now multiple times and for the last year that the board should start pushing these violations. And it's generally something that we prefer to work out in this situation. But the directive of the board, you've seen, Terry, Chairman Bradley says, well, we don't have any complaints. That's his response to a lot of things. And he's told us in separate meetings, hey, you guys need to put in the complaints, where we're trying to actually work these things out. And we know that that's not always the best for applicants. And so that's why you're seeing a little frustration on our part on these things. And, we generally don't do that. And that's not an issue, because this isn't a life or safety issue, but it's starting to come up more and more. And so it's really a change. And I think you've seen the frustration, as well there. So it's becoming a bigger and bigger issue when the operations don't match, what's put forward in the stipulations. And when they come out that way, it's very harsh on the operators, which is, we'd like to see a correction on the issues, not necessarily disciplinary actions. So I just raised that as something here. And
I do appreciate it, and I understand exactly where all of you are coming from with the frustration. And all I can tell you is that I believe these operators and that I will be sending you a notice to correct that situation right away. Which is all I can do at this point in time, but I will, you have my word that I will address that situation.
Okay, I'm gonna go and see if there's anybody here from the public on this application. If there is, please raise your hand now. I am not seeing anyone. Is the committee all good? Okay. And I had one other question. Did I see in here that the last call is at 11 PM? Was that?
Yes,
So-
last
Yeah,
call at 11 PM with a hard out at midnight.
Okay,
At midnight.
okay. Thank you very much, and thanks for coming back. And Ariel,
Thank you.
thanks for showing up.
Yeah.
Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you. Thank you for
Good
listening.
luck, guys.
Thank
Good to
you.
see you. Good to see you, Terry.
Good
Bye.
to see you. Take care.
Okay, all right, the next application is going to be, 1 second. Timoni Inc. doing business as Trade Giovanni, 548 LaGuardia Place. If you could raise your hand if you are here. Let me try one more time. Timoni doing business as Trade Giovanni. Is anybody here on that application? Okay, I don't see anybody now. I will call it again. All right, so the next one will be SIP acquisition at 60 Thompson Street. If you could raise your hand.
Again, I'm gonna let you do it, okay?
Yeah. I think I'm doing it. Got it. Okay, Standard Hotels, Kevin Kim.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, so, and Standard Hotels, I guess, is a number of people from the Standard Hotels, it looks like.
Yep, right.
Okay,
A team for you today.
okay, go right ahead.
All right, thank you, Donna, and hello, CB2. Nice to see everybody again. You all know me, I'm Max Bookman. My law firm is Pozetsky and Bookman. And tonight we have an application for a transfer of a hotel liquor license. So the hotel is 60 Soho. It's been licensed since 2001. The hotel has been operating since 2001, and now it's being sold to the same ownership group that owns the Standard. So with me on the call is Amber Asher and Thayer Thompson. They're with Standard Hotels, who are purchasing the hotel. Also is in the other screen is Kevin Kim. He is the current GM of the hotel, and he's going to be staying on. So this is a 14-story hotel. It's on Thompson Street. It's closer to the Broome Street corner. It was built in '99. It was first before you in 1999, licensed in 2001, and has been licensed since. There's 3 F&B areas in the hotel. So there's a ground floor restaurant with a sidewalk cafe that's completely on a setback from private property. So it's not on the public sidewalk. The building is setback, and that's where the sidewalk cafe is located. There is a second floor lobby bar, which is on the same floor as where the hotel's check-in area is. That's on the second floor of the hotel. And the third F&B area is a rooftop space that occupies the entire southern portion of the building's rooftop. And that rooftop is taller than all of the nearby buildings. So I want to quickly cover what is changing post-acquisition of the hotel and what's not changing. So what's changing is ownership and branding. New owners, the branding is going to change. There's going to be a new name of the hotel. There's going to be all the F&B areas that I mentioned are all going to have different names. It's not going to be a Standard Hotel brand. So this is not going to be an existing brand of the Standard Hotel. It's not going to be the Standard. It's not the Standard Hotel's concept. It's going to be a much more limited boutique higher end luxury hotel concept. So that's one thing that's changing. The other thing that's changing is the second floor lobby bar, which was known as Butterfly, is going to be repositioned as more of an oyster bar, a little more food focused. It's going to open a little earlier at 5 p.m. instead of the current 6 p.m. What's not changing are two things that are important. One is the general manager. As I said, Kevin is here. He has been the manager of the hotel. We think it's important for continuity that he stay on as the manager of the hotel. And the other thing that's not changing is the stipulations that are already in effect with you. We've done the best we could to research the stipulations going back to 1999, which was the first STIPs with you. The most recent STIPs were in 2014 when there was an alteration application. And we're not looking to change those STIPs. And so the application that we've submitted to you tonight, our goal was to keep it aligned with those stipulations that we've already researched. So the important points of those STIPs are all indoor F&B areas closed midnight, 7 days a week. Both outdoor areas that I mentioned closed at 11 p.m. Monday through Thursday, midnight Friday through Sunday. No night, then the slew of typical usual STIPs, no nightclub, no cabaret, no backyard garden, no DJs, no live music, no dancing, no promoted events, no cover fees, no scheduled performances. So from what we can tell, we think those STIPs have been working. From our outreach effort, that's what we've been able to conclude. The sellers of the hotel have not made us aware of any recurring complaints or issues with the neighbors. We've spoken with Kevin, who has the same viewpoint. We reached out to Sean Sweeney from the Soho Alliance. I don't know if he's here tonight, but we briefed him and we gave him a copy of our package that we gave you, and he was glad to hear that the existing STIPs are staying the same, and he told us that we could tell you that he has no opposition. We got a letter of support late today that we forwarded to the board office from Sebastian Canterby, who is one of the residents of the nearest residential building, 65 Thompson. He's lived in the penthouse for the past 9 years. His brief email stated that he likes Kevin, thinks it's a good relationship, glad that Kevin's staying on and doesn't have issues. And we submitted roughly 190 petition signatures. So in summary, hotels being sold, branding's changing, owners are changing. We're trying to keep the STIPs the same. And we, as you see, we have a whole team here. We're happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Okay, thanks. I think that seemed pretty clear. So I just, going back and researching this for myself, I think you answered my questions, but Max, I just want to clarify. So you're saying the second floor lobby bar, the rooftop, the ground floor restaurant, and the sidewalk are all under the F&B, all follow those same hours?
They're all under the same license and they all follow the same hours. What may have made your research confusing is that at one point in time, the restaurant was under a separate license from the hotel, but in 2014, you supported an application to put those licenses together. And so now it's one license, one set of STIPs, and those are the hours that we want to abide by.
So the second floor, I think, currently operates later than that. So are you saying that you want to close the second floor? That will be closing it at these hours as well?
Our proposal, which is what we have gotten from the STIPs, is to close all indoor F&B areas, including the second floor, at midnight, 7 days a week.
And that works for you?
Yes. Yes. As you heard, I tried to summarize what was changing here. Yeah. We are trying to change the second floor concept to be a little more in line with the luxury experience that we want to have. So, closing it at midnight is not an issue.
Okay. All right. Bob, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, just real quick. Good to see you, Max.
You too, Bob.
So no outdoor speakers, no music outside. I think they were in the stipulations previously.
I see that in the STIPs as well. And we're not looking to change the STIPs. So.
Okay, just want to make sure that there's no speakers outside. And then this is seasonal, the outdoor area is seasonal?
Is that in the STIPs, Bob? I'm not sure that it is. I mean,
Well, it never was because it was always predetermined. It was always assumed that things were seasonal outside, but these days we now are bringing the outside in or the inside out. I'm not sure
I
which
think
way it is.
that's fair enough, Bob. So we're not looking to enclose any areas. We're not looking to have a winterized thing on the rooftop. There's no proposal here for roller covers or partial enclosures or things of that nature. So I think, I'm only resisting to the extent that if it's warm in December, as it sometimes is, we want to be able to use our space, but we're not going to be, building structures or things that are not currently there that sort of artificially extend the indoors out.
Thank you.
Carter?
Yeah, this is another application not operated within the STIPs for many years. And, this is the chance, Max, to address that. So if it really is, scaling things back to those hours, that's fine. But this is another one where, clearly it's operated differently. And this is the chance to talk about it because it's not something we want to go back to later. And I just bring this up because that's where we are these days. And it's something that clearly is different from the way that this has operated in the past and sort of some of its focus. So it's okay if that's what you guys want to operate within, but this is the opportunity to discuss that, and I'm just bringing it up because I would rather we resolve these things in these discussions than come back later if they're problems. So
I appreciate you saying that, Carter. And in the diligence that we've done, I mean, I think, in the spirit of, of the safety bubble that you just put out there, I think we're aware that, to Bob's point, that there have been outdoor speakers that have been utilized. We also know that the STIPs say that there won't be outdoor speakers. I mean, we know how you feel about outdoor speakers. So I mean, if we were truly operating exactly the way the operation, has been going, we would want, we would continue the use of outdoor speakers, such as in, the downstairs area and on the roof. We're not aware of any complaints the way that those speakers have been used. And so to the extent that, I'm accepting that invitation to address the issues that you've raised, in terms of non-compliance. I'll throw that out there as something that if there's comfort based on the fact that it seems there has been outdoor speaker use and there hasn't generated complaints, maybe we can talk about continuing that. Beyond that, Carter, in terms of that second floor space, as I said in my opening remarks, we really do want to scale back that operation and have it be consistent with the 12 a.m. The midnight closing hours. I've spoken in great detail with the standard team, and that's what they're looking for, and we're comfortable with that.
okay, great. I just wanted to make sure it was that we're talking within something that's real and down the line, that they're not coming back to revisit that, because again, easier to deal with these issues now than under a disciplinary matter later.
Appreciate it. So you heard what I had to say about the speakers. I'd maybe hope there could be some reaction to that. Beyond that, I mean, this is not a lifestyle hotel brand that they're looking to put in here. It is more refined luxury. So there is no operation under consideration right now for anything that approaches a nightclub type of environment that would require really pushing back on the STIPs that have been in place.
Dr. Smith?
Yes, in following up on Carter's comment, what are the STIPs?
Well, Doctor, we've had to cobble them together because there were some in '99. There was 2 more appearances in the early 2000s, and the latest one was in 2014, which said we're going to follow all of the prior ones. So the STIPs that that as we understand them, are and the ones that typically matter most to this committee are the ones I've summarized, which is midnight closing indoors, 11 p.m. closing, weeknight outdoors, 12 p.m. midnight closing, 12 a.m. closing outdoors on weekends. No DJs, no dancing, recorded background music only, no promoted events, no cover fees.
Any reference to the roof, no music on the roof, was that a stipulation? Thank you.
There is a stipulation from 2014 that says no outdoor speakers. As I said in response to Bob's point, we recognize that STIP says that. As I said in response to Carter's point, we also recognize that there has been the use of outdoor speakers. I'm not aware, we've done our best in terms of outreach. We're not aware of any complaints about that. But it does seem to me, Dr. Smith, that, from the diligence that we've done on this, this rooftop really has, as far as rooftops go, has really not been a source of great complaints from when it started when they first came to you in '99, and they've been before you 3 other times since then. And '99 may seem like ancient times from a community board perspective, but 2014 wasn't. And in 2014 there was no major controversy or issues in relation to the operation of the rooftop. And so, we'd like to basically just keep it going the way it's been going up there.
So then you're sharing all of the stipulations from 2099 to your knowledge up to now.
From what we can gather, our records, your records, I should say, are not perfect from '99. What we have from '99 is a copy of your resolution that summarized the stipulations then. And, we've looked at that and we've incorporated that into our package here in 2022 that we've given you. So we don't think there's any difference between, or conflict between what was approved in '99, again, improved in 14, and what we're proposing tonight.
Thank you. Donna, was anything left out? And because
No,
In October 2002, there were significant complaints about the rooftop, but they seem to have, and then I guess in 2003 also.
Yeah, so Sean,
but this is in the past, is what it is the point being, and whatever it is that has been changed has resolved those issues, and presumably that is adherence to the stipulations.
and I think one thing that makes, that really cements it is the 2014 appearance. I mean, with the exception of maybe Donna, everyone who I'm looking at right now on the screen was here in 2014. If there was major controversy about the operation of the rooftop at that time, there would be some evidence of it. And the sellers tell us there wasn't any controversy. We can't find any. So I do think that the 2014 appearance basically cements the notion that since 2001, when they first opened, based on the '99 stips, that everything in terms, regarding the operation of the rooftop has basically, Sean Sweeney also noted that there were some complaints, back in, the 2000s, but, I guess since then, there haven't been.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think, does anybody else from the committee have anything? Okay, public. Darlene, hang on one second. Okay. Darlene, you should be able to go ahead.
Thank you, Donna. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to chime in tonight. I live a couple of blocks away from this hotel, and I was here in 1999, so I remember it well. This is there was a huge outpouring of complaints and freaking out about how the rooftop was operating for years. It took 5 years in order for that to get resolved. And as far as I can remember, because some of the management changed over in the hotel, that the rooftop was made essentially kind of a private for hotel patrons only. So it wasn't open to the public, and that kind of killed the raging party, which basically I could hear where I lived, and I don't even face in that direction. So that was done. And it also ushered in the era of, a lot of rooftops starting to open, and there were a lot of, this is where all the stipulations started coming in about no music on rooftops, because we know that sound can't be contained once it's out in the wild. Anyway, that's that on the roof. The other thing that I have is that I haven't heard any discussion about the ground level, where there are 2 large patios in front of the hotel and their ground level restaurant. They've been pumping out music from those outdoor areas, those patios, for the last 2 years during COVID. So, and there are speakers out there, and I've mentioned it once or twice or 1,000 times, like, hey, do you mind? Because it's only contributing to the pile on of din. So that's all I know. Thank you for hearing me out. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Pete Davies.
Hi, yeah. If you could just clarify for us, the ownership change has happened. If it did happen, when did it happen? Or if it hasn't happened, when is it happening?
Max, do you want to Pete, is that it for you?
That's the.
Okay.
I think.
Okay, go. I'll let you get your answer. Max, go ahead.
Well, as is typical with these contracts to purchase hotels, there is a contract, so we're under contract. There are a number of things that have to happen before closing. So the ownership change has not happened yet. And we hope it'll happen soon in accordance with the timeline that's worked out in the contract and also aligns with the liquor license process.
Very good. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So anything that might have happened in the last couple of months isn't under this group that's appearing tonight.
Kevin is the GM, and so if there are concerns that you want to raise about recent operations, we'd love to hear them, because he has been the GM and we are going to keep him on. The folks you see sitting at the long table over there on the screen, who represent the new ownership, they are not involved with the operations yet because the deal hasn't closed yet.
Okay, I guess on the loft parties that have been in the press, operated, I guess, by Richie Akiva and some others. Is that happening in this hotel?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Jeffrey Rowland.
Hi, this is the first time I had any knowledge of this. So I kind of wish there'd been some kind of notices. I live on the block across the street and up a little bit. I have no issue with this application. My apartment is in the back of my building, so I'm unaware of the complaints of sound that other people have. If I have a complaint at all about the hotel, it's been that they're not careful about making the taxis and limos pull over close to the curb and block traffic, which then causes people to honk horns. But otherwise, if they are going to stick to the steps that they've mentioned tonight, and they are not going to enclose any outside areas, I don't even have an objection of them using that outside patio in the winter, provided people want to sit there. And as long as it's not going to be using speakers loudly after the hours that they've mentioned, I have no objection, and I live on this block. Now, you will hear me object to another issue later, and so I'm not always in favor of one thing or another, but I have no objection to this issue, to this application. That's all I have to say.
Great, thank you. Thank you for speaking on it. Okay. Wait. Pete, you're done. Okay, so your hand is down. Pete, I'm assuming you don't have anything else. Okay, so I think I just have, for a few things that were raised, was the roof private to just the hotel guests, or is it going to remain private to just the hotel guests, or can you just clarify that?
So we could speak to recent years. I don't know, what happened in the period of 99 through, let's call it, whatever, 2010. There certainly was never a stipulation at any time that the roof would be limited only to guests of the hotel. What's the use of the roof that's developed in recent years under the current ownership or management is that it's not a heavily promoted rooftop space like you see some of the other rooftops. It's not programmed, to use hospitality lingo. It's there's a variety of seating there, from tables and chairs to chaise lounges to little tables, and so it's frequently used primarily by hotel guests. But
Is there, is there, because I didn't see any plans for the roof. So there's not a pool up? I mean, what's up there and how do you get to it?
No, yeah, so we have the rooftop plans. They're what we got from the seller, and we're not changing them. So we don't, so they're admittedly a little sparse. But what's up there is a bar and a variety of seating. No, there's no pool. There's no, as I say, no programming, so no dancing, no promoted event nights or anything. Unlike these bigger lifestyle hotels, what's currently happening here, and certainly what the intention of the buyer is, my client, is to have it be during the daytime, a fairly passive relaxation space where people are going to lounge there. It will not be exclusive to hotel guests, but it's not going to be, promoted as a big rooftop where you can come party. And, part of that is bolstered by the stipulation, the stipulated early closing time.
And no music and no speakers.
That's the stip.
And so you get to it through an elevator? Is it connected to another room? Is it just like, it's just, or how?
You get up there through an elevator. When you get up there, there's basically just a little elevator lobby, and then you're right out onto the, walk out right onto the rooftop. So there is no indoor F&B component to the rooftop. It's just elevator up, a little vestibule, and then out onto the rooftop.
Okay. No food service. I get this. Can people order? I guess
alcoholic beverages can be ordered there. That's how it's always been. And there's a food menu that you can also order from. Food is not prepared on the rooftop.
Right.
There's a little sort of like, storage area sort of where things could be kept cold and stuff, but food is prepared at the restaurant downstairs and brought up through the elevator the same way room service is.
Okay. And about how many people fit up there?
The C of O is for 58 people on the C of O.
Okay. All right. And then Dr. Smith, you had your hand up, so I'll let you go.
We must be on the same wavelength, Donna, because that was going to be my question. I'm
sorry.
It's okay. No problem. Thank you.
Okay. Carter?
Yeah. So the rooftop, I don't think was part of the original application. It was added at some point, but I didn't go back and look at all the little details. But it looks like there's another room up there. There's a penthouse room that it's attached to or something.
Yeah, I think
so
it was
those are
part of the original
operated
application.
independently.
Yeah. So if you look at, yes, first of all, there is a penthouse, guest suite up there, and that guest suite also has a large balcony that's private to that guest suite. So if you're looking at the rooftop and thinking of it as four corners, basically two of the four sides are the rooftop we're discussing. One of the four sides is three of the four corners basically goes around like an L. It's like an L shape is the rooftop we're discussing, and the last little piece in the bottom right quadrant is the private guests rooftop balcony.
And is that ever used for events run by the hotel, or how is that?
I don't think so, but I don't want to say the wrong thing. Kevin, is that guest balcony up there? Is that ever used for private events?
Not for nightlife or entertainment purposes, maybe like a small trunk show like we just had during New York Fashion Week. Other than that, no, just for just family leisure purposes.
So people, you don't serve alcohol from the hotel in that space?
No, we don't, sir.
Okay, and then my other just a couple things is, can you provide us with the diagrams with the total number of people in each area? Because the questionnaire is just sort of a bulk.
Yeah.
Just for each seating area, and then also the you know the ownership structure, whatever it is, whatever the you know what you'd need to submit to the liquor authority with the framework of all the various principles or ownership. Sort of it's not an org chart, but you know what the parts with all, I'm sure there are multiple investors right under this, but where they go down to the individuals.
Well, actually, I don't want to misspeak, so maybe Amber will correct me. I believe that ultimately the parent company is a foreign publicly traded company. Do I have that right, Amber?
Correct. Yes, Sincere, it's a real estate company in Thailand.
Yeah, so there are not unlike a typical privately held company, we're not going to be giving individuals to the SLA. What we will be giving to the SLA, and what we tried to replicate here in the package to you, is we'll be giving a principal officer of the US level entity, which is Amber, who's there in the blue, as well as the general manager, who's Kevin.
Okay, because the point being is whoever's a long-term person, right? Person of contact, some sort of connection of the operator, right?
Yeah, that's
I'm just whatever it is.
What do you mean? Yes. I'm the
Well, meaning
CEO.
that there's some sort of hierarchy of who oversees the space, whatever that is, because no disrespect to Mr. Kim, but the GMs change at times, and it's helpful to just have an understanding of whatever the structure is.
That's understood, Carter, and that's fair. I mean, I don't want to quibble with you on it, but my only point is that it's less extensive as you typically see because it's a publicly held company, so the SLA requires less. Amber is the CEO. She's the person who's there for the long run, and so we included her name as the main principal in your package. You have her contact information, and she's the responsible party.
Okay, I just know that in these situations, I don't think that she's the one that's handling local issues, because I'm sure she has a broad portfolio of responsibilities.
I mean, I guess you're saying if you want somebody,
I'm just saying,
you want someone in between Amber and Kevin.
Yeah, who are the people who just oversee this so that there's a record there, and then in the future, whoever's replacing them, it's clear as to whatever the structure is.
All right, that's fine. I think what I'm hearing you say is you want someone in between Amber and Kevin, and those would be the folks who are sitting to the right, left, whatever, it's next to Amber.
Whoever they are. The point is who are the connection people.
Sure, we can send that information.
That's not an issue. So what I'm hearing is updated diagrams for the roof or the updated package to break down the occupancy of the two outdoor spaces, because right now it's lumped together the way your questionnaire asks, and also get some contact information for some people who are overseeing the operations but are a little higher up than Kevin and a little lower down than Amber.
Okay, I think anybody else from the committee?
Yeah,
Dr. Smith,
it was mentioned about those outside, the lower floor patios. Are those patios only used for the guests of the rooms that the patios are extended from?
So Dr. Smith, the patios are just sidewalk cafes. That's all they are. It's just that because this hotel is set back from the property line, it's on private property, but it's just the sidewalk cafes for the restaurant. It's used just like any other sidewalk cafe is used. So it's not just for guests of the hotel. It's for any patron.
It's for anyone. Okay,
yeah.
that was I needed a clarification of that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and lastly, can I just get the names of everybody who I've got Amber, but who else is at the table there?
Yeah, why don't both of you just introduce yourselves?
I'm Thayer Thompson. I'm the general counsel for Standard.
And I'm Elisa Farr. I'm the VP of Finance for Standard.
Okay, but you'll still get us those names written down, Max. Okay,
Yes.
thanks a lot. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
All
Nice
right,
seeing everybody.
Good night. Okay. The next application Saint-Tropez Soho, 194, 196 Spring Street. This is a class change. If you could raise your hands. And Johan, please accept the invitation to be a panelist. There we go.
Okay.
Okay, you can turn on your videos and tell us about the application.
Okay. So good evening, everybody. Kim Summers. I'm representing the applicant in this case. They have appeared before you before with regards to their class change application. They've been in this location since 2019, and they're seeking to upgrade. They are a restaurant. They are looking to maintain the same method of operation. There's going to be no changes as far as that is concerned. We've also submitted to you 84 signatures in support of their class change application. This is there's 34 seats inside, 34 table seats, 8 bar seats. There is a open restaurant sidewalk cafe with 5 tables and 10 seats. I believe the hours of operation are Sunday through Wednesday, 12 to 12, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 12 to 1 a.m. There are, background music, no televisions, all of that. And that's pretty much it. I know that there had been some issues in the past with respect to some noise that had happened right at the peak of COVID, kind of in the summer of 2020. And that was right around the time that they had appeared before you with respect to the class change application that they had initially filed. And they've taken steps since then. That was only, shortly after they opened, COVID hit. So it was a bit of a crazy time, but they've really taken steps to ensure that there's no wait lines, there's no loitering, and addressing, and to their knowledge, there have not been any complaints since. And with that said, we would welcome any questions.
Okay, the first question I have is outdoor seating. What is the outdoor seating?
It is open restaurants, sidewalk cafe, 5 tables, 10 seats.
And that's it. There's no road bed.
I don't believe so. Johan, is there a road bed?
We had a open street program. That means in summer from June to middle of October, we can close the street from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. And we have around like 8 tables on the road.
8 tables, you said? No.
Yes.
8 so that's 16 seats, or is that 32 seats?
8 table is 16 seats, yeah.
Okay, and then that gets removed when the street is not closed, correct?
Correct. At 11 p.m. everything is removed, and we put them back at 5 p.m. Except on the weekend, on Saturday and Sunday, we have the authorization to open from 11:30 to 11 p.m.
Okay, because the hours of the street closure are different.
Yes,
then.
yes.
Okay, and you're close all doors and windows at 9:30?
Yes.
I think that's what and then the sidewalk closes at, I guess I'll say the sidewalk and the roadbed, put them together 10 p.m. Sunday to Wednesday and 11 p.m. Thursday to Saturday.
Yes.
Okay, those are my immediate questions. Go to the committee. Susan Wittenberg, you have your hand up.
Hi, Johan, nice to see you here, and Kim. And my question is kind of a question comment, but this neighborhood, Spring Prince, Thompson, Sullivan, McDougal, are among the most inundated and impacted by the open restaurant program as well as the street dining. So can you explain why you think it would be a benefit to this neighborhood to add another location with a full liquor license?
Go ahead, Johan.
Sorry, a few things I would like to to say, I know the issue, the concern that the community board or the neighborhood had with the outdoor dining on Thompson, Prince, and Sullivan Street. What I would like to say, on Spring Street, you can see my guy and myself every day cleaning Spring Street from Sullivan to Thompson every day. Otherwise, the street is trash.
Thank you. That is a
Cracks on the
wonderful,
floor.
thank you, thank you.
Can I finish?
No, yes, I'm thanking you. I'm not being rude.
All right.
That's a praise.
Thank you. So the only as a space we have in West Village, we are not a cocktail bar. We are not a shot bar. We want to. The only thing we want with the liquor license is extend the experience of our customer. We are a sort of France and French restaurant, so things have been hard with the COVID. You heard that like 100 times, but it's still hard. But it will help us to extend like the experience of our customer. We have a little like pastis. I don't know if you know, but it's a sort of French liquor that our customer could get like before to start their dinner with us, and maybe finish with a little cognac or Armagnac or any artisanal French liquor. We are not seeking to have the liquor license to extend our work, to make party or whatever. We just want to extend the experience of our customer as we did in the West Village location.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else from the committee have anything?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you're saying there's no longer any roadbed shed out in front, the roadway?
Sorry for my English, but I don't understand your question.
Okay, there was a structure out on the roadbed in front of your business.
There is the patio, you mean?
Did you take it down?
In Soho?
Yeah. Right in front of your business. There's a roadway shed that was built there. Is it still there?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so you have more seating than just on the sidewalk. You have seating in the roadway.
Yes.
And you said that was just during the open streets? That's all the time.
No, like the patio is all the time. After we have the open street, we have a table on the road also.
You have a structure in the road.
I have a structure on the parking spot, and we have in summer the open street. That means the street is closed and the DOT gives us the authorization to put some table on the road.
Yeah, well, the question before was, do you have roadbed seating? And it wasn't answered. So you have roadbed seating, you have a structure there. How many chairs and tables are in the structure?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Inside we have around like 8 tables in the shed.
Okay, 8 tables and how many seats?
16 seats.
So 16 plus the sidewalk, plus now you have additional seating in the roadway, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's when the street is open, or for that particular purpose. When is the street open for that particular purpose? What are the hours of that?
So when the street is open, it's only from June to October, and it's only we close on Monday and Tuesday, so it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. and the weekend is from 11:30 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay, so how many seats in total do you have inside?
Inside we have around like 45 seats.
And how many seats do you have outside when everything's open?
16, 32. It's hard to do a calculation now, but like 16, 32 outside. Yeah, we have around 40 seats outside.
So about the same outside as you have inside.
Yes.
And when you came in for your beer and wine license a number of years ago, it was pretty specific. There wasn't going to be anything outside, and then you came back for the 5 and 10 for the Sidewalk Cafe. And now we have almost 45 outside. So that wasn't even in your application. Why wasn't it in the application?
I mean, sorry, Kimberly, but it happened after the pandemic. We just followed like the DOT rules. We applied to New York City. We didn't like come by ourselves and say, okay, we're gonna put table here. We just follow the rules of DOT, 5-star everything, and that's it.
Okay, I'm just curious as to why that's in the public interest to have all that outdoor seating for at this particular location.
I mean, it has been very appreciated by the neighbor to have a outdoor seating and enjoy a dinner outside. The neighbor from Soho and as the petition say, our direct neighbor from the street. Since also we put, like I say before, a lot of effort to keep the street clean.
Yeah, I guess to me, there's a big difference between 5 tables and 10 seats out on a sidewalk versus having 46 out there. I think that creates a lot more noise, which I do think goes to the issue of public interest. So I understand what you're saying as to public interest. Well, there are a lot of people are enjoying themselves, but in terms of the impact,
we have no understanding either as well how long that's going to continue. I mean, the 5 and 10 seats are a permanent fixture that had been approved. But as far as the open streets and the roadway seating, I mean, that's still to be determined whether or not that's going to continue. And that's certainly something that can be taken up, you know, at that point when he applied for it. It's my understanding that that was when everything just sort of started and before they were requiring the community board input.
So Ms. Summers, is your application for 5 and 10 and you're going to take the structure down and not have any more seating?
No, that's the permanent seating that's on there.
Well, that's not correct, because you're coming in for a new application right now. It's not even on your application how many seats and chairs are outside. You're indicating 5 and 10, but that's clearly not the case.
That's the case as far as the sidewalk. That had nothing to do with the open seats. And I apologize if that was not intended to be, you know, we certainly weren't intending to hide it. And certainly the board passes by the neighborhood and is aware of what's going on. And, you know, we're trying to be disclosing that now. But that is something that is come up obviously during COVID. We understand that the community board is not happy and that there are a number of members of the community that have, you know, expressed their dissatisfaction with allowing any sort of outdoor seating. But, you know, this is where we are. If you'd like to discuss, you know, maybe sizing that down a little bit, then we can certainly discuss that.
Yeah, I'm measuring the public interest, and I'm trying to find out how much is going to be outside. And if the public interest, if I'm measuring 5 and 10, then that means the structure comes down, is removed. So I'm trying to find out what it is that I'm actually measuring here. Is it 5 and 10 or is it 46 outside?
We don't know that yet. I mean, we can't give you an answer to that when you have a program that they haven't decided what the rules are going to be yet. I mean, we're operating under a temporary program. You know, obviously at the end of the year, that's intended to be revisited, and we just don't have an answer, as you don't have an answer. I mean, no one knows what that's going to look like next year. If you'd like to, you know, once a decision has been made as far as whether that program will continue, if you'd like him to come back, you know, and certainly discuss it at that time, then, you know, that's certainly something we'd be willing to agree to. But as far as committing to it now, I mean, we could tell you right now, okay, there's going to be 40 seats, and a year from now, he's not allowed to have 40 seats, and we get scaled back to the 5 and the 10. So we can't give you an answer to something, unfortunately, we just don't have an answer to. I mean, we have to take that up with the mayor.
Ms. Summers, I just want to jump in here. You know, the liquor authority took our position and just disallowed outdoor eating with service of alcohol at another establishment because of the public interest. We can only weigh what's before us now and the impact today, because that's the only time you guys have to establish the public interest. The public interest is not established later, it's established now at the original issuance, and you have 46 outdoor seats that are clearly a huge impact. That's what it is. That's what we're commenting on. And that's what the liquor authority is going to review. And, you know, just to these 10 outdoor seats, your previous pictures of the store frontage include more seats than that. They include 12 seats, not to quibble with that, but that's not even the proper setup. If you look on Google Maps, you know, with just what the setup was then. And, you know, we have a history here again with the applicant's other application of not following what, you know, they said they would do. And that's why this was withdrawn the last time. So you're putting this on us like this isn't a weighing a public interest, but having 200 seats outside serving alcohol on a block or even more than that is exactly what public interest is supposed to measure. And that's what we're frankly, what we're evaluating right now. So to
I'm
throw
sorry,
it
Carter,
around.
where are the photos that you're talking about? Where are
Just look on Google Maps. I mean, if you've got,
you
12
said that there's photos of like 12 seats that clearly
yeah,
weren't
on Google Maps. I just looked up Google
on
Maps.
Google, so not photos that we've provided.
No,
or that are
exactly.
reflective.
Just
We have no
a
idea
random
when they were
capture,
taken.
a random capture of what occurs there on a daily basis, which is what Google Maps is when they drive a van down the street. We didn't plan that
Yes, but
timing.
we certainly don't know when those were taken, I guess. is
Sure,
my
it does.
point.
It
Obviously,
actually
a lot's
has,
changing.
that actually has the date on there.
It
of
does.
when they were
Okay, I'll
taken.
take a look
Yeah,
at that because I'm.
It does have the dates, but the point that I'm saying is that, these streets, which have all these, suddenly this huge, number of outdoor seating, that is the public interest. Wouldn't you
Yeah.
agree? I mean, the factors in the
Carter,
500-foot rule are impacts on the existing noise level.
sorry, Carter, but we brought a petition of sign from direct neighbor. I mean, those people live right above us or on Spring Street between Sullivan and Thompson, and they are like really happy about what we do.
And I'm looking on Google Maps right now and I'm not seeing.
There.
Yeah, it's just looks like it's just a storage, like the photo's been taken while everything's in storage and kind of pushed in. So it's very hard to see. So I apologize, but it wasn't
Marty,
easy.
you're muted.
But certainly that, again, that is something we can address if you'd like to consider it with the larger seating. I mean, I do think they've made the
June
effort.
2019.
Pardon?
June 2019.
Okay, the photos that are up there now are, so June 2019 was, they opened in June. So that was a bit different. Right now, the photos that are on Google Maps, from what I'm seeing, are July 2022, and it's just showing storage.
I'm sure
So-
you're familiar. You can go back and whatever time period that they've photographed the street, you can see it right there. You can pick the historical dates on the top left. You just where the picture is.
Yeah, that's a little more technical than I've ever gotten with it. So I'll take your word for it and I'll go back and check that out at some point. But I understand your point. I certainly understand where you're coming from, that you want to consider it as the outdoor, the seating that is in there now, despite the fact that it might not be the full seating that is there. They do have more seating, that's outside, that's available. We're approaching the winter months, and they're trying to stay competitive to make up, what they're going to be losing. I mean, the reality is no one knows what this winter is going to look like. So while they might have some outdoor seating, which has been very beneficial for them at the moment, keeping them in as you've got a business that's clearly showing themselves to be a good neighbor. They've addressed any sort of concerns that were in the past. They have the support of everybody in the building, as well as 84, neighbors to them. They're out there daily sweeping the streets for the residents and the neighbors. And I certainly think that would qualify as a public interest to have somebody that's that committed to the well-being of their neighborhood and this, the cleanliness of their neighborhood. That seems to be reflective of good character that would be in the public interest to have a business owner that's there. Their indoor seating is about 40, off the top of my head, I think it's like 42. Is that right, Johan?
Yes. 45.
So they've got 42, and they're not looking at it, we're not looking at a situation where this is a bar seeking or a wine bar seeking to up it. This is a restaurant. This is primarily a restaurant that's seeking to stay competitive with their neighbors, not lose them, and just enhance the experience of to the patrons that they have that are coming in there and that are clearly supportive of this establishment.
On that note, I think what I'm going to do is see if anybody from the public is here that wants to speak on this application.
Okay.
So let's see. Jeffrey Rowland, you should be up and ready to go.
Okay. As far as the broad bed or the shed goes, I won't address those issues because they've been well addressed. As far as the sidewalk goes, this is my big complaint about this place. And in fact, I would deny this application just based on that alone. I took a picture tonight. They're closed. It's rainy. And there are two tables that have benches. And 4 tables that have 2 seats each. And when there is a crowd, they unfold more plastic chairs. So it is impassable. I can't go to Trader Joe's and do my shopping and walk down that street. I have to go across the street before I get to them, or I have to cut around them. It is impossible to pass that place. And they make no effort to control their waiters, the staff, the attendee, the patrons. They even put out things to allow them to service them. So there'll be a rack that has for napkins and things like that just act as more of a barrier. You cannot walk through that space with 2 bags of groceries without bumping into somebody who's either sitting or walking out of the restaurant. I mean, I can't tell you how angry it gets me that they feel that they own that sidewalk and they exceed the number. They have tables next to the building and they have them next to the curb line. I took a picture tonight. I could, if you screenshot it, I'll be glad you let me do a screenshot. I'll be glad to show you what it looks like in the rain when they're closed. There's only 5 feet of room to pass. You can imagine what it's like when they pull the benches out and people are sitting at them. So I don't believe anything these people say because my experience is completely contrary to what Kimberly is trying to suggest about their behavior.
Thank you.
And if you'd like to see the picture, just tell me that I can share the screen and I'll be glad to show it to you.
See, what do I do? Should I?
Can I talk?
No, you're gonna let everybody go and then you can just respond. Just keep a note to yourself because I don't want
As
to.
you say, we are closed, so I don't know what there are table outside, but it's not us.
Okay. So hang on.
I don't know why there are tables outside either, but they're out there.
Okay, but this is exactly why I said do not respond now, because I don't want to do the back and forth. It's 10:45 at night and I just don't want to do a back and forth. I want to
Be glad to show you the picture.
Yeah, so let me just see if I can.
Of something I'm not responsible. Yeah.
Hang on a second. Okay, so Darlene, why don't you go ahead and speak and I'll see if I can figure out.
Thanks, Donna. Should I go?
Go
Hi,
right ahead.
hi, Darlene Lutz here. Official capacity, Vice President of the First Precinct Community Council. This restaurant and this street is in the confines of the First Precinct. So we've been busy trying to get some enforcement that the DOT just won't do. Some have heard about what happened at Lola Taverna. We measured a successful takedown of their shed that was in a no standing zone. And we're not done yet. We're not done yet. This has become my plight. Spring Street is just a disaster area. Saint-Tropez is in charge of the open street for Spring Street between Sullivan and Thompson. They control it. They control the opening and closing of it. I don't know if they're getting any money to do that. I know the SBA has been dumping some money in that, but regardless, they are in control. They are part of what I call the three amigos on this side. They are sandwiched in between Piccolo, Cucina, and Altessi. All have, this is where we're talking about 200 people eating on the street, not in the shanties. They all have shanties. So we have on the nights that they are open. And by the way, you know, I've read the stipulations when they came, when Saint-Tropez came, they were for 7 days a week. They are open 5 days a week. There's no lunch service until Friday, brunch on Saturdays and Sundays. So we're getting, I get staffs are overworked. But when you don't open up your restaurant till 4:30 in the afternoon for only evening service, you are making bank somehow. And with all that outdoor seating, they certainly are. The street cleaning consists of a guy with a leaf blower. That's a nice touch. Hundreds of people eating in these 3 establishments, including Saint-Tropez, probably have access to, I would say, 1 bathroom per restaurant. And I can tell you, before the deluge of rain during that month of August, you could not walk in that area because it smelled like the worst men's room I've ever been in. So clearly that is a problem. It's, Jeffrey Rowland covered, how they're operating. They've got, how all 3 are operating. Tables. There are inches on the sidewalk.
Yeah, this is not my table. None of them. None of them.
You're not the yellow,
No.
you're not the yellow
No.
aerosol?
No, and this is not my table. I can swear on God or whatever. This is not
Oh,
my
that's
table.
Piccolo Cucina.
So you are taking
with the
picture
yellow-
and
with the
you
yellow.
are taking picture and accusing me of something I didn't do. First,
Who are those picnic tables then? That's yours.
it's
right
not
there.
me. If it's not me, you can come back and check my table are inside the restaurant.
You know what? We're not gonna do the back.
You're not open Mondays and Tuesdays, so,
So
you know.
I'm not open.
I just
What is
want
the
to tell
point
you,
for me to leave table
Guys.
outside?
just to clarify with the picture I took, Donna, the
Yeah.
yellow umbrellas represent the beginning of where Piccola Cucina is. The brown table by the tree and the brown table in the foreground and the man standing and the 2 tables just past him and the white chairs that are tipped up are all part of this man's restaurant. That is in front of them. That's what it is tonight. And
Okay.
those are the benches that I talk about when they pull them out and people sit there on both of those benches and you can't walk down the sidewalk.
Okay.
This is not
All
my
right, so
table.
thank you. So wait, can we just sip it for 1 second? Jeffrey, thank you. Stop
Okay.
sharing your screen. Darlene, are you finished with what you were going to say?
I think so, yes, thank you.
Okay, so, Jeffrey, you need to stop screen sharing, or maybe
Yeah,
I.
I do that. There we
There you
go.
go. Okay, great. So I'm going to, and then Pete, you wanted to speak on this, and then Mr. Patio, I will go back to you.
No.
Yeah, I just want to speak to the issue of open streets since it was brought up. And Johan, I just am curious. The whole concept of open streets was to benefit the wider community beyond open restaurants, which allowed dining in the roadbed. But I notice on this block that when the open streets are in effect in the evening, that the tables extend all the way of all the restaurants. They go out into the street, leaving only the 15-foot required traffic lane. So I'm just curious, philosophically, how you see that total use of the roadway for restaurants with no room for anybody else in the community to use them for anything else, which was the intention of open streets. How do you balance that? And how do you see that as using it in that way in the public interest? And I'm just going to
Muted, I'm sorry.
comment here, and then I'm done, which is about questioning the public interest of sweeping the streets of the trash left by the patrons of the restaurants. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. All right. I will let you speak now. Go right ahead. Mr.
Can I
Patio.
go? Yeah.
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
All right, there is few things. So first, the table outside, like everything come together. So first, the table outside, I'm closed on Monday or Tuesday. Why I would leave table outside to get like the table stolen? This is not my table. So here I'm the victim of one of the other restaurant owner putting table in front of my restaurant. I'm not aware of it. Like you say, is Monday night. I have a 2-year-old baby, so I'm at home. And I'm not checking like who's putting table, who's sleeping in front of my restaurant. I'm closed. This is not me. Same for you say, Jeffrey, like you cannot pass front of my restaurant. That is not my fault too. I hire 2 hostess to make sure none of our customers wait more than 1 minute in front of restaurant, because I want the neighbor to be able to pass. Neighbor with wheelchair, neighbor with dog, neighbor with baby. I'm a young dad, to pass front of my restaurant without to be bothered by our customer. Third thing, the customer has been the slowest since we opened. He has been worse than ever. So it's impossible that this summer you saw a big crowd in front of the restaurant. That's impossible. We lost $100,000 this summer because it was so bad. So I don't know if you have a problem with Piccola Cucina or Altesi. I'm not a part of the Three Amigos. They are 2 Italian. I'm a French guy. I'm not a part. I'm trying to operate, be a good boy. And I wanted to be a good boy because I knew I was coming back to ask for the liquor license this year. It's why we close early. We can stay open until 1. We barely stay open after 11:30 because also we are not busy. We close. My staff, they going home. I going home. We don't have any problem. So I feel a little bit frustrated because we try to do everything right. I don't know what's happening in Piccola Cucina or L'Altesi, but it's not my problem. I'm between them, but there is no patron waiting for their reservation to be seated in front of my restaurant. No loud music. We clean. We just, Jeffrey, you were saying like we clean after our patron. Of course we clean after our patron, but we clean at night after our customer. We clean the morning after all the homeless and all the crazy people living, like walking on Spring Street and throwing stuff around. We do that for the community, and we wanted to show us as a good operator. So yes, I'm a little bit frustrated by what I heard tonight, and I think it's unfair for us.
Okay. Does anybody from the committee have anything to add to this? I'm trying to figure out the tables myself.
And last thing, I don't take any money from other restaurants to be responsible of the open street. I take zero money.
Right.
Don, I put in the chat. So, we have existing executed stipulations that are very clear on the outdoor use that Mr. Patio is allowed to use. The SLA has said that the conditions and stipulations are the limitations. It's very clear. Chairman Bradley's repeated this a number of times. There's a limitation on the stipulations to 5 tables and 10 seats. We already see from that June picture, of 2019 that, they couldn't even follow those basic rules. Mr. Patio, we had this discussion before.
Because
in your
DOT
other
gave me the
location,
right.
you had your tables and chairs all the way down the street to the corner when the corner street was vacant, and you utilized those, and you just put every single table and chair you could out in the street and extended down there, and that was on West 4th Street. I mean, these are facts. It's what it is, and you were right in the past when you came here that you pointed out that you were closed. And that Piccolo Cucino was also not a great operator, and with whom we've also had serious issues. They've created this. The sidewalk seating is, the roadbed seating is limited by the Liquor Authority law only to 50% of the street of the width where you can serve alcohol. From what people have told me, the seating extends further than 50% of the width of the street on a regular basis. I mean, these are all issues that we weigh in consideration of, upgrading to a full liquor license. Those are all impacts. And so, as I've said before, we have not gone and made complaints to the liquor authority regarding those stepping outside of that, because we've recognized the issue. There are many people who debate whether or not, the city is still within a COVID emergency, whether all you have more tables and chairs outside than you have inside your restaurant, and it's free outside. The rent on the inside, there's plenty of tables and chairs for whatever that service and setup was when you entered in whatever agreement. We've now gone 2 years, where you've been able to be full inside and out for a good portion of that, or at least more than half. So there's a lot of issues here, and they are relevant, and it's what we're discussing, and that's the circumstance that we're in. We didn't create the circumstance. That's the circumstance that's surrounding us right now, and that's what we're commenting on.
Right. So do you want to alter anything in this application about all the outdoor seating, because we are weighing the public interest, and that is part of that. And as Carter put in the chat, you were supposed to come back to us for outdoor seating that was not on your license originally. So the 5 tables and 10 seats on the sidewalk was something that you had originally in there. But anything more than that, at this point, you are supposed to be coming back to us for that, and you're here for an upgrade in your license. So that is something that's going to be considered with that.
Right. I would like to clarify that, like what you are saying is like you are saying, I need to talk to my lawyer to make sure I understand properly.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not understanding either. So you want him to amend the application to include the outdoor seating that he wants to have to go forward with the class change application?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if you want to lay this over, so you talk to it and come back to us after you've had a chance to think about this. But yes, this application is supposed to show all the outdoor seating that he is going to be doing. That's what the application is supposed to show.
Yeah, but it's temporary.
It doesn't matter if this is what it is. You're expanding into the municipal property, and the regulations are that if you are not approved to do that, licenses that have as a condition of their SLA license a prohibition against the use of outdoor space.
Yes, I'm approved because I filed with the DOT approve it.
But Mr. Peixoto, your current operation is limited to 5 tables and 10 seats because it's part of your executed stipulations. If you are going to increase that, you need to put that on your application. You have executed stipulations that you've signed and restricted and have a condition on your license. That's what it is. And that's what this law that I posted in there, the guidance from the liquor authority states, that those conditions on your license are restrictive, and they need to be changed first before you're able to be permitted to serve alcohol outside those confines. So right now, even though you may be able to take part in the temporary outdoor dining program, you're in fact restricted to 5 tables and 10 seats for the service of alcohol. So that's what it is. This guidance came from the liquor authority when that question was posed by various people. Some people have come and amended those, so they no longer have this issue, but this was never done here. So as a class change, it keeps the conditions that are already on your license, unless you have an alteration that accompanies that. So that's what the situation is.
The alterations get filed with the SLA. Initially, when this whole program started, there wasn't the requirement to go back before the community board. The SLA incorporated those stipulations, and once it was approved by DOT, you would file the application directly with the SLA, and they approved it through the alterations. You didn't hear back in 5 days. It was deemed approved. There came a certain point of time when the community board started objecting to those, and then that's when they put in the requirement requirement that now you have to do municipal notice, you have to give the 30-day notice and come back before. But there was a period of time, and I can understand Johan's confusion with regard to this, because there was very clearly a period of time where there wasn't the requirement that the stipulations overrode, because quite frankly, many community boards, including your own, were very opposed to the outdoor seating, and have remained very opposed to outdoor seating because rightfully understanding the impact that it's had on the neighborhood. So, I've seen so many applications come forward, very reasonable ones throughout the city, where the community board just said, no, we don't, unless you're willing to give up your outdoor seating entirely, that's the end of the story. So I understand where you're coming from. And I guess what we're trying to understand is, so at this point of time, when Johan applied, I believe that perhaps he didn't understand that he had to go before the community board. So now we're back here now. Let's amend it to reflect the seating that he wants to have. Johan, let's just consider this non-temporary seating until the mayor pulls it and whatever. How many seats do you need to have outside? How many seats would you request as part of your application?
Ms. Summers, I don't mean to interrupt, but you're jumping over an issue in that you're wrong, because the chairman of the New York State Liquor Authority said that that was not the case when we brought that up contemporaneous to the time period that you're talking about. They may not have been good in sharing their guidance, but it is now crystal clear on their website. I've posted it in the chat.
Yes, and
if you have a condition on your license that prohibits the use of outdoor space, you're not able to expand it, right? And you have executed
that apply
stipulations.
retroactively to people that applied and were approved by the SLA.
Yes.
Read the guidance.
That's in order to utilize such space, the licensee must apply for a change in the method of operation and be approved. It's very clear on the stipulations that this was an issue in the beginning, and the stipulations clearly say that they're adding a sidewalk cafe of 5 tables and 10 seats, and that they will conform to the approved sidewalk cafe configuration at all times. And so in order to change that, this is the type of stipulation that carried through, and it's never been altered. So
I apologize if that was his misunderstanding based upon at the time when this was done, that was not the interpretation of this.
I'm just going to interject in here for 1 second, if I may, that our application that is currently filled out for this, the questionnaire, asks about outdoor seating. We have an addendum posted, on our website that is supposed to be filled out, and that says roadbed and sidewalk seating. So that this is a new application, an upgrade. So it's a new application coming before us. And that is part of the requirement of this questionnaire. So, that is why he is here. And that is why we are asking for that information, because that's part of this application. It's not just the original, 5 tables and 10 seats that were there. There's more seating now that should have been included, as we saw from, previous applicants that we've heard tonight that had something on a roadbed and something on the sidewalk. That was a new application. They had filled all that out. So that's what we expect to see when someone is coming before us for a change in class, for anything with this. It's the opportunity, the guidance says that very clearly now. It may not have said that very clearly in the very beginning, but it clearly says it.
Okay, so let's amend the application.
From this application.
Okay, so my apologies. Let's amend the application if we could, 40 total outdoor seats. And that's what we'll proceed upon. We can provide whatever additional supplemental information we need. I'm sorry, is Johan 40 or 46?
40 is fine.
40.
It's actually 42. So you're going to take tables away from someplace to make it 40.
Yeah.
And would you like us to provide additional information or supplement the application in some way, just so that I'm clear and making sure? I mean, he certainly is trying to make this, to do his best. I mean, there's no way around it. There was a lot of complicated things. It was a horrible time to start as a restaurant owner when this was all started.
Right, but we're not, I'm not talking, we're here now. We're.
And I understand, and we're trying to make.
We're at 100% occupancy inside. This is what we're operating with now. We're dealing with.
Understood. No, I understand. But
So the sidewalk cafe, the stipulations that he signed, we're supposed to close at 10 o'clock Sunday to Wednesday, 11 o'clock Thursday to Saturday. I don't know if that's been happening, but those also are the stipulations. That's what's supposed to be happening. So.
And that's fine.
That's fine, yeah.
Johan, that's fine with you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess, so that's what your application is that we are reviewing tonight. 40 seats outside.
42 inside.
42 inside. And everything else was the stipulations that you previously had, class change to an OP.
Everything else remains the same, correct?
Okay. So I think that's what the committee will discuss, and that's where we leave it. Does anybody else from the committee have any last thing to say? I see no one. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Okay, so just give me 1 second here. All right. So I am going to call one more time. Timoni Inc. doing business as 3 Giovanni, 548 LaGuardia Place, just to see if anybody is here on that application. And I see none. So, okay, can we take like a 3-minute break, everybody, and come back? Is that good? All right, great. Thanks a lot. Okay, if people could just let me know when they're back.
I'm here, Donna, but just to let you know, I wasn't here for the first one.
I got you on that one, I think. Thank you.
Yep.
I'm here,
Hi,
Donna.
Donna. I'm here as well, and I want to know which ones, I can tell you where I came in, but which ones did I miss? I came in on the one, Mr. Moo. I think, yeah, the lawyer was Anthony Carabello. That's-
Right, so you came in, so I don't know how much of that one, if you heard.
I have
So
quite a
you-
bit. I don't know when it started. It was already in progress when I came. What was the ones before them?
No, there was just one before that, which was Anat Dishful, which was 41 Greenwich Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
And Anthony, you came in you came in the midway through the first one. Right.
Yeah, so I'll just abstain from answering. Yeah, voting on
Okay.
that one.
Don, I'm looking at Windy Gates Soho. Was that one heard?
Windy Gates, Soho.
DBA Balthazar.
Yes.
No, that's all laid over.
Okay,
Morandi's laid over.
okay. Okay, that's it for me.
Okay, Lois, you're here? Lois is gone. So Lois was here. Now she's gone. All right, so,
Do you want to text her really fast? I mean,
yeah, I
she was
think
here
I have
for.
her
a
in
good
here. She
part-
was here
part
on the whole thing, so.
Donna, what committee members are absent on tonight?
Cormac Flynn, Patricia Laria,
Thank you.
and Lois is coming back.
Great. Okay, thanks.
So we have 6, we were missing. No, that's not right. We have 7. 7, missing 2 on the first one. Okay, welcome back, Lois. Thank you for staying, Valerie. Okay, so number 1, Anat Dishful at 41 Greenwich Avenue. That is a restaurant wine. Let's see, let me just go back. It's 20 seats inside, 2 food counters. One is really more for takeout. That's 8-seated food counters, 12 seats at a bar. It's a plant-based Mediterranean Middle Eastern cuisine for restaurant wine license. The hours are basically either opening at 8 or 9 and closing at 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and midnight Friday and Saturday. They worked out an agreement with I'm terrible with the block association names. West 10th Street and Greenwich Avenue neighbors. And the one issue I raised was that they had the outdoor seating of 4 tables and 8 seats, but they have one of those Siamese pipes there, so I don't think they can put the 4 tables and 8 seats. They can maybe put 2 tables and 4 seats. How does everybody feel about this one? Is this a deny unless, or Bob? Are you gonna say something? You got a green square, but you don't have a hand up, so I don't know.
No, something just dropped here in my house.
Okay,
I thought
okay,
somebody got
fine.
hurt. No,
Okay.
this is deny less.
Deny less. This was pretty straightforward.
I agree.
Also,
Okay.
Donna, I was not here for that. And how,
Right.
many- who, it's hard to keep up. The number here, you said 7 before.
So we're missing, you were missing on this one and Anthony was missing on this one. So we have 5.
And the 7 people are who? Me, you,
The
Bob?
7 people are Donna, Robert, Carter, Lois, Dr. Smith, Susan Wittenberg, Anthony Wong.
Thank you. Just to be clear.
Yep, so this is deny unless 5-0. Okay, next one was One Tree Hill. Doing business as Westerly. 39 East 13th, Restaurant Wine. Yeah, okay. So that 11 to 12 Sunday to Wednesday, 11 to 2 Thursday and Saturday. Asian cuisine, thoughts, anybody? Was this a,
Didn't they have some stipulations there? I think you missed.
yeah,
the-
hang on. Did they have something, Carter? What?
Was the outdoor, I think that, didn't they address the
hang on,
hours of operation?
Yeah, it's 10 o'clock outside.
Yeah, hang on, let me look at my notes. Okay, sorry.
No music.
No music. Oh, right, okay, yeah, so their 10 o'clock is, all right, sorry, guys. Okay, 10 PM is for the outside. And then their hours on the inside.
2 a.m. on Saturday.
Was 11, so 11 PM, 12 AM, they're gonna close the doors at 10 PM, no music, no open doors. 11 PM.
And 2 a.m. on Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
No.
No,
12, 12
12,
AM, Friday and Saturday.
right,
Okay, sorry, I had it
Yep.
wrong.
yep, no, it was 11 PM Sunday to Thursday, 12 PM Friday and Saturday,
All right, midnight close, got it.
and
And the outdoor space closes at 10, got it.
the outdoor space closes at 10, the doors are closed at all times. Music is background only. And then we have all the other issues. I mean, I personally have a problem with the whole, I don't understand how people are getting in, how people are knowing about it, how they're buzzing in and the whole elevator. So,
But Donna, what is it, why do we really care how people know about it? I mean, he said it's an
no,
illegal.
I actually don't care how people know about it. I care more that people are, it's almost like it's on the other people in the building to make sure their elevator is locked, that nobody's kind of wandering
That's
in.
why I asked him specifically, did he talk with the other people in the building? Because I agree with you. And as far as we know, none of the people, other residents of the building, a commercial resident, had any objections.
Well, we don't know that. We know that they did not voice an objection, but we don't know that they were really all reached out to. But he said he would get us information from them, and maybe that's something that we
I think
ask.
it's important, you know.
Yeah.
It's nice, listen, I think it's a nice idea. I mean, you know, it's not unusual, you know, you go places, there's a restaurant on the 5th floor, it's sort of cool, it's not on the street, you have to know about it. It's like a New York, you know, those are the
Right.
kind of things.
Like a speakeasy, it's not a speakeasy.
Yeah, or sneak, you know, places that are a little unknown, you know, off the beaten track. So I don't want to dismiss it because it's on the 5th floor.
Right.
But if he comes back and says everyone in the building's fine, and they have a little bit more realistic sense of, you know, it's not, yeah, there's a fair amount of people coming in. He's got 43 seats and they're open for, you know, a few hours. So, you know,
Right.
that could be what, 100 people coming in a night? I mean, that's a lot. So they do have to really show that they comprehend that's an issue.
Right. And I think the other point is there's no more than 2 private parties a month, so it's not a private catering more type of place.
Just, I'm not aware of any other restaurant that's open to the public that has a shared elevator
Right.
in our community board. And that's why I had raised that. And the restaurants that I know of that have shared elevators or generally have a lobby that's open, you know, that you walk into, that there's something going on, whatever it may be, but it's not restricted at all these points.
Or a doorman that says where. it's
Yeah,
going.
but I just bring that up. And, you know, just, you know, we had heard earlier, and I know Mr. Wu had designed the space and added it onto the building as the architect. I don't know if he owns the building. But that this was originally envisioned as a private cafeteria for businesses in the space. And we had heard that a number of years ago. And what was interesting is that is precisely what he then went on to elaborate to us that he wanted to use the space as. And that's fine, but that's not regularly open to the public. And that's what on-premise licenses have to regularly be open to the public. And that's my concern, that this is somehow so restrictive, but it's an on-premise license that it's not really operated as a business that's regularly open to the public. And then what you have is it's used for gatherings, and then with the outdoor balcony that becomes standing room, people, you know, parties, that's noise. Those are where the impacts come from, not from a quiet wine bar, which is what, you know, the application says. So there's a practicality of transforming, you know, what we see on paper to what we get the words as what's described. And the issue here is more the outdoor impact and whether they're just pushing around different things. So, you know, I'm sort of on the fence on this, but the real thing are the impacts just of the upper floors. But, you know, this is a new issue, right? And we're starting to see this in the past. Some of you guys who've been on the committee for a while, remember we had a lot of these sort of independent applications for rooftops in the meatpacking district as they were changing the designs of the floors and stuff. So this is going to go forward, but when there's outdoor areas, it's really something that warrants discussion, and it's also the use of those outdoor areas. And that's why, you know, this guy, so how are you going to use it? And he, you know, you go back and you look at exactly what his words are, and it was as much more of a private space for their people, you know, and that was my concern. And but I also understand, you know, sort of the balance there. I think that the hours make it a little bit more comfortable, but I also don't, the dismissiveness of the shared elevator is sort of, there's a lot of hurdles there, and practicality of even, you know, just a person coming in, going. It's one thing if it's not known, it's another if you have to be checked before you can even come in and you're a member of the public. And that just bothers me as principal, you know, that you have to ring a buzzer to be let in. I mean, that's not really open in my mind, but I'd be happy to hear other people's comments.
I don't understand how that works, because you're gonna have to buzz and say who you are and what and how many people. I don't know how that works. Anybody else have anything on this?
It's
in 4 straight games.
Bob.
This is looks at
where'd that come from?
Sheets is back on it, and the says up and over.
I swear to God, guys. I just have an open web page and that did that. Unbelievable. Okay. I don't have a problem with the application. I actually liked the gentleman. I don't know how much in charge he's going to be, but I like the fact that he designed the building or redid the building as an architect. He has some stake in this building. The problem I have is, I gotta tell you, I did have a problem with the elevator thing, because every time I've ever gone to any place, and I've been to a couple of restaurants in Midtown, which are on the higher floors in buildings, and it's an exclusive elevator for the restaurant. So this is screwy. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be a problem, but it's not exclusive. And if you remember, Mr. Carabola, at the very beginning said it was exclusive when it wasn't. And there's a reason why he said that. So, I mean, there are certain rules at the State Liquor Authority. I just don't think it's, I'm not sure that it matters that much to me in this situation. That's all. I'm not the State Liquor Authority. I didn't design the rule, but if there was going to be a way to kind of, beat back the rule a little bit, create an exception for the rule or whatever the case may be, I think this may be it. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I have a problem both with the non-exclusive elevator and the non-doorman lobby meeting that you have to buzz to get in. I mean, the two things together are problematic. I just, as Carter said, it doesn't feel very open to the public if you have to buzz to even get in to go up there.
There's no way that could work.
Right.
You just
But
can't.
that's how it's going to operate. So, because the building door is locked.
There has to be somebody downstairs. And there has to be somebody upstairs. It's the only way that this can work.
I think we need a written protocol from them of some sort. But the buzzing in is just, for me, that's a hurdle to me of just being open to the public, but I'd love to see something in writing. And then my other thing is just seated patron service only on the outdoor area.
Right, exactly.
That's really addresses that issue, but the elevator, the shared elevator thing for a restaurant, really opens a Pandora's box across a lot of businesses, because again, the restaurants that I've been in, I'm not saying they don't exist, have, similar to what Bob said, have exclusive elevators for their use that are just for them. And
I can't see why the building would want 100 people a night coming in. I mean, we dealt with this in my building. Remember when the fancy Japanese restaurant wanted to open?
Right, the sushi place.
And, and it really was unmanageable in the lobby. And that was just the lobby. We couldn't figure out how it was going to work. Nevertheless, the elevator.
And I don't think that they had explored it either, that issue. And it wasn't, I mean, am I misremembering that?
No.
Yeah, in some respects, yeah, because in some respects, I think that I'd like to hear more about that. I mean, it's unfortunate, but that seems to be a critical element, to what did the other businesses in the building think. And just to
Uh-oh.
Carter, you froze.
am I?
Yeah,
still
you're
frozen?
back. You're back.
Okay.
Yeah, you're back.
I was just gonna see, from what Susan had said, it's a lot of people going up and down, particularly, if they're in groups of 2 and 4, which are generally, what go in and out of places. And, the reality is, these companies get deliveries, etc. They leave the floor open. So you buzz somebody in, they go get in the elevator and they go up on their own, as opposed to when you keep it locked, that it's a production, you got to get up, make sure they're in the elevator, then push the button to call them up. It's a whole different thing, but I'm not sure they've contemplated this.
Right.
And that's,
No, they contemplated it. Then that's why he then said, well, we'll close at 4:30 when all the other businesses are closed.
Which, how do you
We
know?
open until
They'll open at 4:30, but how do you know when the other businesses are actually closing? And what if a tenant leaves and a new tenant comes in? That's.
Yeah.
So maybe what we're asking for is some sort of a plan that they have a sign off from the other tenants in the building. I mean, but again, that's separate from the issue of broaching this public elevator thing of, dedicated elevator, whatever.
It just seems dangerous to me I don't know. I mean, people going up and down elevators without anybody in the downstairs. There has to be somebody downstairs. There has to be.
But there's no place for that person to really be.
Right. It's not laid out that way.
A real lobby.
This is the only way it works. It's got to be somebody.
He
that directs
has to
people
lay
up
out
and
a
down.
security plan.
Yeah. Has to be.
So what do we do with this? I mean, I'm hearing people may be okay with it if we saw what we didn't see.
I think if there was somebody downstairs.
Yes.
Well, that's one part, and the other part is just the exclusive use of the elevator somehow, that it's theirs after a certain time and other people aren't using it too. I mean, that's.
I still think there needs to be somebody downstairs to go either to send the people up. We're up on the 6th floor, push 6, and you gotta have somebody downstairs.
But I mean,
Yeah.
it is, now the more I'm thinking about this, it's a tremendous security risk, even for.
Yeah, you can just have people going in elevators up
Somebody
buildings.
can be down there and then somebody comes down. I mean,
So the other applications here are, I don't know the address, but it was the space on the 5th floor where Ivy is over in the meatpacking district.
right,
that space.
that
Then
triangle.
we had the space on Broadway, but these are all catering spaces, right? Then we
Yeah.
had the space on
Right.
Broadway, which with the
Right.
dining room,
There's
and we
space and-
previously had another one in that same building, which is closed, but had also had an elevator where people are accompanied. But in all those cases, it was a dedicated space with people.
And
then-
they were events or something, so somebody would be downstairs with a list, knowing who was coming, greeting them and knowing. what was-
Right, and then hotels are the other ones that have different venues within their operations. I think of Catch, I think of the Standard, right? And they have dedicated elevators for their spaces on the upper floors. But most, we just have a broad array of things. When we heard the application for the Blue Note folks that never went through over on Gansevoort, and they were going to be on the top floor, again, dedicated elevator, these were all a big part of all of them, was exclusive elevator access. So I think there's a reason for that.
Right. Lois?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, let's try it this way. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me a little bit better now?
No, I could
Yes.
hear, actually, I think it's almost
Donna?
worse.
I love
Go
you,
ahead, Lois, go ahead.
Donna.
We'll test.
Okay, is not just close at 5 p.m. Then they have clients coming at all hours and workmen and people coming to clean the offices of the other places, and having his elevator exclusively for himself. I don't understand it. This is a major security risk. And I'd like to hear from the other businesses and what they think about it and how they use the elevator. It's one elevator.
Right,
What if someone's in the office at 10 p.m.?
exactly. As someone who used to work nights all the time, I get that.
Okay. Can
So,
we call them back?
yeah, how do
You think?
parliamentarians here, what do I do? I mean, uh,
Well, I
Deny
think we're
with the
leaning in a
past, or-
positive direction, right? And the point is we want clarity on this
Right.
unresolved issue.
Did you
So I
Right.
think asking them back, and you can probably have a discussion with Mr. Caraballo on that, but
right,
it's a point that,
with a plan
yeah,
and letters from the
I mean,
other,
I don't know how many of you've gone into buildings, where there's some floors are locked, some aren't, there's a buzzer. We have a lot of mixed use buildings and parts of our community board, but it ends up somebody's standing outside and waiting around. Then
Right.
somebody else came out and they're in the lobby and they can't go up to the floor because the floor is locked. So they're standing in the elevator waiting for somebody. I mean, there's a lot of mechanics here that seem simple until you put it in place, and it doesn't really operate the way people think it does when you have 100 people going up and down.
and if they do not want to come back,
Say lobby.
okay. So we'll ask them to, is everybody okay with that? This is a deny unless they. Or it's a, you know, asking them to come back.
I came when this was being discussed. But I don't think I'm going to vote.
Okay, so you're gonna be off of
But
this one and
it-
on the next one.
Is there some way that you might in the past with some of the applicants, we've asked them, you know, we have asked them not to necessarily come back, but the chair has gone to them, you know, and spoke about the concerns that were expressed in exec. The only thing is, I'm not so sure if they will actually, I don't know how much money or what would happen, what it would take to have a designated elevator.
Well,
Definitely could have somebody downstairs. I mean, it seems like to me they could hire someone.
I think in this instance, in some instances, it's been very clear, if X, then we're okay. In this instance, I think we want to see a plan to see if the plan makes sense. And understand better how they're going to operate this.
Too bad we didn't ask when they were here.
Well, we did sort of, and they said they'd come up with a plan, but they, you know, I think they hadn't really completely thought it through until we started asking a number of questions. And I think the logistics of it all were not well thought out, so they couldn't give us a plan. They said they'd think about a plan. And they said,
Maybe too much for them. They haven't addressed, they didn't think about any of this. It just seemed like a nice idea. Oh, we have all these
right,
people.
exactly.
What about reaching out to them and then having that, sharing with them our concern, and then that you can see if they're willing to come back with.
Right, exactly.
And
Carter.
And Dr. Smith, just to your point, I mean, I think part of the sense too is that they're not a restaurant, but you look at their menu and it's kind of extensive. They're a wine bar. They didn't really know the hours, and then they're all over the place. And then they were giving up, 6 hours a day. I don't think they've thought through the staffing. If you need one shift of staff or two, there's a lot of metrics here in the eating and drinking world that have changed very significantly in the last few years. And this is a challenging space because it has a limited number of seats. And then when the applicants spoke to how they wanted to operate it, it wasn't really like we're open every day and it's for people to come after work or something like that. We heard different about private events. And so in some ways, we're helping to focus this conversation even for them, and then having the understanding of the other people in the building. And just as you pointed out, having somebody downstairs is certainly not cheap, as far as a staffer. So there's a lot of different parts here, and the food, the menu is extensive, but they only have a food prep area. And, from the photographs, it looks like a small kitchen or something. So this, the reality mixing with what's being proposed, mixing with the looseness of the plan, this is kind of helps bring it together, and maybe we get better clarity coming back on whether it, what they're thinking.
Yeah, okay, fine with me. I'm just not voting on it though, Donna.
Okay, I've got you. So it's Anthony was here, so it's 6-0. So we are going to ask them to come back if they don't want, if I mean, they seem to be willing to come up with a plan and talk to other people. We just weren't clear. Do you want to lay this over? So
yes.
If they do not want to lay this over, because I need to have something from the committee on how they feel about that. Are we a deny without seeing those plans?
Well, in a way, we kind of have to, because
Right.
it's not a complete plan.
Yes.
Yeah, we have to be denied.
Okay. Is
Deny. Right.
is everybody, I mean, I'll ask them, so we're not denying them, hoping that they just lay over. Carter, what are you gonna say?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we don't have to agree with their plan. We just need a very
Right,
succinct, clear
exactly.
plan
Yeah.
that then later could be addressed, or whatever it is. And we need to hear from the other tenants in the building if they're okay with
Yes.
it.
Right, exactly. We don't have to agree with the plan. We just need to see a plan so we know how this is going to work.
Right.
So I will reach out, have the office reach out, and then I will follow up with all of you. But so that's hopefully they lay over and 6-0 deny if we don't have some kind of plan and letters from the people.
Right.
Okay. Next one, be just as easy. Beau Maison, El Cantinero, 86 University, is laying over, right? Am I, no, yes.
I have it as laid over.
Yeah, no, I just, sometimes I write on these things and then it was from the previous month, so that's
Yeah.
layover,
I have it as laid over.
so that's good, okay.
And Donna,
Pardon.
I think that when they submit whatever, hopefully it's before the meeting. People should take a look at it and maybe submit any written comments on areas it's lacking, if so they can just figure this issue out on their own. You know, if people aren't happy with what's been presented.
Okay.
There's a lot of different parts on that application, and it's challenging. I'll put it that way. They're trying to correct problems, get a community buy-in on some changes. They're trying to do a lot of things all at the same time. So
Right.
it's
Crazy.
yeah.
Right.
And I'd rather we get this through and have the right discussion as opposed to what's not.
Right, so I'll
know,
make
so-
sure, I'll try to remember to email you all, and make sure that things go in the drive as we get them, everybody can look at it. And if people have concerns, something's not being answered that you want answered, then, so we do it back and just keep them on point so that when they come next month, we can be clear, right? Okay. Next one, I think, was the Hero Nishida Sushidelic 177 Lafayette, and that was all right, so let's just go back to that one. The roadbed is seasonal. There's a protected bike lane, so the roadbed's kind of an issue. 11 p.m. on the outside, 10 to 11 on the inside. This is a restaurant wine. There's also sidewalk seating, and there's 2 a.m.
And previously unlicensed.
and previously unlicensed. So,
Yes, this is the one that they're serving through the bike lane to the shed on Masaka, and I don't know how they're working that out.
right.
Well, I made it pretty clear I had a problem with this.
I mean, go ahead, Bob.
It's crazy to have that. I mean, we're going into a roadbed, which I have a hard time believing that we're gonna have a high-end sushi restaurant where we're delivering sushi to a roadbed.
But
That's all.
Bob, it's now that all these restaurants in their business plan is the roadbed. And that it's that much more money that they can make. And so now it's like, even with Saint-Tropez later, it's like they can't even imagine a restaurant without this extra seating. So that's what this is. It's not even that it's sushi instead of hamburgers. It's just they're calculating it brings them more money, and that's the only way the restaurant's possible to most of people.
But to call yourself a high-end sushi restaurant,
I know.
I mean, it's if you want people drinking in the roadbed, that's one thing. But to call yourself a high-end sushi restaurant, to me, it was just completely inconsistent. I certainly,
Well,
the bike lane is ridiculous.
Unthought through business model, because if you can't survive as the restaurant, and the only way you think you can is if you're serving $85 dinners, plus drinks in the roadbed, it's shaky.
It's
as a concept.
I didn't trust what he was saying. It didn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
And the last response was, well, I need till midnight. It's like, because just
No, he wants two, yeah, 2 AM actually. 2 AM.
No, outside he had to have
No.
midnight because of all his servings out there. So anyway,
Oh, yes,
I thought it was totally,
outside,
oh,
yes.
forget, never mind.
So I put in a link in the chat to everybody, just so you can see that the chapter 165 of 2022, the laws that were passed then signed, passed by both the Assembly and the Senate and signed by the governor, talks about non-contiguous space that can only be divided by a pedestrian thoroughfare. So roadbed is not, the roadbed here has a bike lane between it, and that's not a pedestrian thoroughfare. You can read the law on your own. It's pretty straightforward. This was brought in or has been discussed. It's something that was recently passed as part of the extension of the temporary programs, but it's pretty clear what the law is. And it makes sense even if you look at the city has put out proposed language for its roadbed dining, the framework, and it also talks about adjacency to the curb as well. So the service over the bike lane is one component of comment, but a bike lane is defined by the state, and bikes have the right of way in a bike lane. And what you see is signs and telling people to watch out and all this other stuff to bikers. That's the bike lane. They're not actually, if they're going more than a block, they're required to ride in the bike lane. They can only leave it if they're making a turn to another street. So that's an issue. And you heard Mr. Palillo, also has noted that they're seeking guidance on that, but the law is pretty clear. I believe that Assembly Member Glick and was joined, are writing or have written a letter to the mayor about this as well. I haven't seen it, but this sort of challenges the safety of servers, the safety of patrons and crossing bike lanes. And they changed these bike lanes to be protected bike lanes so that they're safer. And this is the main bike lane matching the Center Street bike lane going to and from the Brooklyn Bridge, which is a major part of the city's infrastructure for moving people on bikes interborough and throughout Manhattan. So
Yes.
and CB1 had just passed a
And then
resolution on it, their full board as well, with the same concerns. So that's the roadbed, not the sidewalk.
Also, Carter, did you see, not just you, anybody on the committee? I saw recently an article where they're letting people have citizens make either citizens arrest or make a complaint when there are cars that are actually in the bike lanes that are obstructing the bike lanes.
I don't think it's a citizen arrest, but I'm sure there's some people would like that. But I think you're right, Dr. Smith. There's a bill that was presented. If you take pictures and you get a cut of the fine. Right.
Yep. You get a piece of the fine.
And it's $150. It's $150 worth of sushi going through the bike lane to the shed, and then a bike comes, and then it's a very bad accident, and I feel very badly for the bikers and the wait staff.
I mean, this is just, it's hard to talk about this because this is more of a global issue, but we have an application before us. In front of us. So it's not singling out this particular application. It's really moving forward with this issue. But, I do think that they said that they would be willing to reduce the sidewalk service to 11 p.m. Right. And then the interior hours were to what, Donna? Just as a
2 o'clock.
Till they did not reduce those. I thought that they had, so there was no reduction.
I mean, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't write down any reduction in that, and I don't think there was a reduction in that.
I have 2 o'clock in my notes as well.
I have 2 a.m.
I mean, and that's,
I had he would consider 12 a.m.
Yeah, that I'm remembering what Susan just said. I'm not saying they agreed to it. I'm just saying, But I think that, you know, if there is any pathway
but he would be-
here, you know, I think that that's maybe something we should discuss also. I'm not getting the sense from different, I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there about what might be okay. And not just for now, but if there's clarification in the law as well, right? So.
I think
two
denying with a
step.
path is the way to go.
Yeah.
And just to be clear what the path is for everybody,
No road bed. Sidewalk sidewalk to 11. Interior closing 12.
7 days.
I think isn't that what you just said, Susan?
He said, yeah.
And it's consistent with the
Well,
proliferation that we've had, and I'm not comparing each of them to each other, but it's consistent with the model that we've seen for higher end omakase places throughout, you know, this area and other areas. Those hours are consistent, if not a little bit longer.
right.
I think Donna, you ought to confirm with them though, too, because several of us said 2 o'clock. So why don't you maybe?
Well, we're denying it with a path for what we think would be okay. So am I not correct in thinking
You're right.
You're correct.
that
The hours are 12?
Well, that's what we would be okay. That's what we are recommending as hours we would be okay with. We were not okay with the
Yes.
program. I'm not saying they'll go along with any of it. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's what I understand.
Yes.
Dr. Smith, does that make sense?
I'll go along with it. It's, I don't have yeah, it's okay.
So we're 7, now we're up to 7-0 on this, okay. Next one was double J.
Yeah.
406 Broom. We have the stipulations they worked out with the community. Pretty much, 1 AM Sunday to Wednesday, Thursday to Saturday, 2:30. They're going to do soundproofing. They will have Al sign off on the soundproofing that they do. No dancing, no TVs, no live music, no promoters, no outside. DJs only downstairs. Most of the activity is on Broome Street, not Cleveland. Emergency exit and ADA accessibility on Cleveland Place. They got rid of the bottle service. Any thoughts, everybody?
To me, the fact that they got together and worked it out,
Yeah,
can't ask for anything more.
Good.
I mean, look, the 2 to 2:30, I understand that, but I'm almost willing to throw that in because
it was a compromise.
he
Nobody's
made,
happy.
he
I
got,
think Laura said
he
nobody's
worked with him.
happy.
He worked with him.
I
Not to
think
mention-
this was
not
a
to mention the
pleasant-
letter from Bob Gormley.
I think this is a pleasant surprise to see
Right.
that this worked out, because this
Yeah.
really, and particularly the changing circumstances here with also they have a bike lane that has no floating parking and it's a no stopping zone, and
Mhm.
one of the big bottlenecks in our community, which is right there on Cleveland Place.
Right.
And I don't think they knew that when they
No,
went into this. So
I think it was pretty clear they didn't know that, and I think as soon as after we raised that, they went over and looked at it, that kind of seemed clear to them, and I'm happy not to have the bottle service. So are we denying less with this?
Yes.
And we are now
Yes.
7-0 still. Okay. Next one, 357 West Broadway, Caviar Place, restaurant wine. So how do we feel about this one? I mean, I think we had a lot of concerns for good reasons, based on that rooftop has to do with, you know, not using it based on trust. And I think the track record here is not good, but we were also told that we'd be seeing a change in that application for a change of method of operation.
The point was made.
Yeah, and I'm glad the guys came back that were here last month that are going to be running this space.
Yeah.
I was pleased to see them back again with this. So,
And it's a restaurant wine. It's not on premise. They came to us earlier with the on premise. Now they're coming back for restaurant wine. So it's a difference.
and it's 12 o'clock closing, 11 PM last call, no rooftop, background music only. Are we all denying less with this?
Yes.
I'm okay, but I think we need to put
Yes.
that part in the stipulations.
Which part?
Just about the other operations.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
they said
yeah,
that they're
yeah,
gonna come
yeah,
back
no,
with.
they agreed to that.
And also that I still, it's not clear to me why the principals are not managing the space. It's like renting it out. I didn't quite understand that relationship, but that should also be made clear in the stipulations or
Reso.
in the reso. Yeah, just that structure is not what we normally would see.
Right.
What about what the lawyer said? He would also make sure that he complies with what they did not do first time around, come back to us.
Right, that's what we're gonna put in this
In the res.
tips or in the reso that.
Yeah.
That, can I put that in the tips for the other place? No. No.
You
don't see how.
can.
I mean,
you could.
I mean, he said they would do that. And that,
But you know, I mean, the reason not to do it is we don't know, whatever, we'll take that application when we get that application.
right, right.
The point
yeah,
is that, you know, we've been told if
Reso.
there are problems, we need to make complaints, and that's not how we've done this over the years. We've addressed these in licensing when they
Right.
come for other things or they come for changes. And we've been
The only
told
opportunity we have.
explicitly that we should be making complaints, and you know, that's just not the way we've done it. And let's give them an opportunity to fix that problem.
Yep. Yep, okay. Next one is SIP NY acquisition, 60 Thompson Street,
The hotel.
the hotel. 7 to 12 on the inside, outside is 11 PM Monday to Thursday, Friday to Sunday, 12 PM. All of the inside is now under this license, and we have clear guidelines on this, I believe. Is this a deny unless? Does somebody need me to?
Yes,
And just to be clear, I was just saying that the second floor has been operating till 3 AM
I know.
regularly for years, so you know, I'm fine with it.
You asked, I asked, I actually am surprised they didn't go for at least a 1 AM last call drink or something in the hotel,
No.
but we asked. Okay, so deny unless on that, and then now we're to Saint Tropez.
I just want to say one thing, because I know the street so well. It's like, when he talked, to give him credit a little, when he talked about the sweeping and the cleaning, that's something we wish people would do. I mean, nobody does it. So he does do that. Now, one of the things why we say, why don't more people sweep and clean, is it benefits their customers too. It's like, if they don't, it hurts them. But I just can't conceive of not voting no. I mean, the situation there is a nightmare. And, you know, he presented such a different story than what Jeffrey Rowland and other said, that it's like what I was saying before. It's like the modest sized restaurant, Saint-Tropez, you know, is basically saying the restaurant can't succeed unless we have these, you know, a couple hundred tables outside, but that's not our problem really. You know, that, you know, this is like a switch from when the open restaurant table was program was temporary and it was going to help people during COVID. Now it's just the business plan structure. So I'm again, you know, I just can't vote yes and go harm these people more in this neighborhood. That's why I asked the simple, you know, we don't need another license like that. We don't need any of this. It's not good. And I don't think he's a bad person or a bad operator, although maybe is a bad operator, but not a bad person, but I still have to vote no.
Anybody else?
You know, they're the managers of the open street.
That's
So it's their job to actually bring
Uh-huh.
together everybody and make sure everything is in fact done. And you know, and it goes to all the stuff out on the street. You can't run the street sweepers down the street. And, you know, I don't know if the regulations are out, but just, you know, cleaning out 18 inches and all the stuff that's blown around and cleaning the street where they have tables and chairs set up on top of, and that they on the street I'm talking about, then they remove, of course they should clean that. I mean, that's, I don't know how that's a public interest. I mean, that's just doing the right thing. You know, so and as the manager of the program, you know, that's their responsibility to make sure that it's done. When I look down the petitions, it looks like quite a few were signed by other operators of businesses or employees. So I'm, you know, as far as weighing that, I'm not sure I give it the weight that it's credited with. You know, this is this section, we've consistently gotten complaints from the very beginning of noise, and I'm not saying they're not supporters, but there've certainly been a lot of complaints. And having this many seats outside and its impact on the existing noise level, I mean, this is precisely why the 500-foot rule addresses that. You know, this was a place that was originally, you know, had 10 seats outside, and now it's whatever, you know, whatever that number is, and that number mirrors is equal to what's inside, or is greater. I just, you know, it's unfortunately all these applications are coming where there's not clarity to properly discuss them. But as we saw, you know, as much as people weigh on one side, if it's restaurant wine, we also saw the draconian response from the Liquor Authority on another application where they said no alcohol service outside, but you can have the seats.
Yeah.
You know, so it behooves applicants to work this out and understand that concern. I don't think that's a great roll of the dice personally and without guidance, but you know, we're forced into this position. So I don't, you know, 5 tables, 10 seats is what's there. That's a signed agreement. And this is simply a class change application, right? It's not a alteration application, it's a class change. And the class change that we have before us is for exactly what exists. And that's what's defined on the stipulation. So, you know, I'm not opposed if that's what they're limited to, which is outlined on the existing stipulations, which is 5 tables and 10 outdoor seats and the hours, etc. But I think that the other changes would require an alteration application.
Okay. So, that's an interesting way to do it.
I don't know what, Bob, I'd be curious to hear what you think about
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
I'd
that's
be
an interesting
curious,
way to
you know,
do it.
Dr. Smith, Susan, Lois, Anthony, you know, what you guys think about that, but
Well, we can only go with the application in front of us.
that's a class change application.
Yeah, that's it. So I don't know how you can have a path out of that.
Not a path, it's just an
That's what we give them.
approval of exactly what's defined in the, you know, in the stipulations, the current stipulations.
Which was what was presented, actually, Bob, to your point, that was what was in the application, quite frankly.
Right.
Yeah, but then
And-
she changed it to 40.
Well,
Well, then we disprove that, you know, so it's like, you know, I'm just saying we can just deny it and say this is what we approve is exactly what's in the stipulations with the restrictions.
and
And
in
if
the,
they
applica-
want to switch to that and move this forward, they can. Or, you know, it's with all the other stuff. I mean, you know,
Yeah, I don't
But
know how you do that. I'm not sure. how
well,
you do that.
you know, look, we've seen these things. You wait 9 months, unfortunately, because the liquor authority is so understaffed. By the time we have a chance to actually discuss the final option of this. And, you know, if they're gonna say, look, all we're gonna do is the inside and the 10 seats and 5 tables, then it's fine. Then they can agree to that and it becomes a deny unless. If they don't agree to that, it's a denial and, you know, goes through this process and we discuss those seats outside and it gets dragged out, you know, and has to be scheduled and everything else. But then there's some guidance when it gets before the members of the authority on what's before us, and that would, you know, our guidance that we start with from today would be for the 5 tables and 10 seats on the sidewalk only.
Hmm. I think we make the decision as of today and what is being presented to us and why we think it should not be recommended. But to try to suggest, well, maybe it will be this in the future, or guess to a certain extent. I mean, you're saying, but we're okay with 5 and 10. Are we certain we're okay with 5 and 10?
but Bob, here's the interesting thing. I mean,
They haven't followed it so far.
but the application, what's on paper is different than how they're operating. So what's on paper is actually, you know, if you're reviewing the application and then we just look at what's on paper, how would we feel about that versus all the other stuff that's in, you know?
I wouldn't feel very good about it because that's not how they're operating. If they were truly operating that way, then I would feel good about it. But they have shown nothing to that extent. They showed us everything but that. And then they told us 5 and 10 when that was untrue. So I don't see how you can get to where you want to go with what is being actually, what actually taking place there. I mean, the pictures.
Well, what
tonight
about a
speak
deny
volumes.
with the path to actually do the application that was presented to us?
So the 30-day notice that we got, just being technical here, right?
Right.
The 30-day notice in the cover letter to us.
It's a
Dear
class
board, dear board members, I am the attorney for Saint-Tropez Soho LLC. Please note the enclosed 30-day advance notice of my client's intention to seek to upgrade from a restaurant wine license to a full on-premise liquor license. Should you have any questions or concerns regarding the foregoing, please do not hesitate to call. And then, and what's marked on the class, it's marked as a class change and that's it. But it has descriptors that are not consistent with the current operation, right? So, but this is, we've been told over and over again, you can't use this form if it's a class change to change those other factors. So we should just call it out as what it is. And, you know, the stipulation, I mean, it's a little bit more complicated, but my frustration in this is that it's not heard for 9 months. So, and I'm kind of.
So if it's different in 9 months, then we can say something different in 9 months. But right now we have to say what it is.
I mean, I guess what I'm saying, and I don't have a problem if it is upgraded and it's exactly what it's supposed to be, which is 10 tables and 5 seats. But to your point, Bob, and it's an excellent point, that's not what they're doing now.
It's not been at all.
So no, right. So that's the challenge.
You say how they're operating, you say what their application was about. You know, you measure that. If it's in the public interest, you recommend approval. But to say, well, if they did this, we would approve it. I mean, that's like deny unless. I think that's we don't know where we're gonna be 9 months from now.
Well,
If they clean it all up in 9 months, then we can say that, you know.
Right.
They can
And
come back.
Is it a deny with a path that is that you're doing the application that was actually presented before us and not the method of operation that you're doing?
Yeah, because in that case, it's beer and wine. Okay, this is on premise, this is public interest. It's a 500-foot hearing. It's different.
I don't disagree, Bob. That's why I kind of brought up some of those elements. So the change over what's been allowed here, what's stipulated is what's allowed. You know, generally we hear the argument that what's stipulated is not caused concern. They originally came for us just for the inside. Then they came back and had the stipulations that they executed that included the small sidewalk cafe. And, you know, so that operation in and of itself, I don't think is problematic. That the operation is what they've extended beyond that, which is all these extra seats to the point, you know, now that they have as many seats outside as inside. And I understand that on an emergency basis. That's why we haven't really been strenuous in making complaints to the liquor authority of people who haven't followed their stipulations. But now we have a permanent application before us. And that's, you know, I'm just sort of tired that if you know, that we don't have a pathway out of this when it gets to the members of the authority. And unless we agree as a committee that if it got to that point, you know, that we just say, look, you know, limit it to what's in the stipulations. And maybe we don't even, I don't know, I'm just a little torn because I'm just frustrated over the liquor authorities not hiring people to deal with these applications. So by the time we talk to them, it's so much time has passed.
Yeah, I would say let's not overthink it. It is what it is. They have been doing what they're doing. I think it's crazy. I'm not going to say crazy. That's not the right term, but I think ultimately, if they come back with a different application, we give a different recommendation. Or if they change things and they come back in 9 months and they've cleaned up their act and it's much better, it's a different recommendation, but we don't have that.
Yeah, but Bob, I'm agreeing with you now, but they're not going to come back in 9 months because once they put this application into the liquor authority, that's my problem is there's just no more comment and it takes so long and everything changes around that. But what we do know,
but your point,
what we do know, what doesn't.
The point is, Carter, you use the word if. Okay, it is an if. We don't know. So what we do know, if they put it in, okay, if they go to the liquor authority, they may not. We don't know that.
That's why they gave us a 30-day notice.
They've given us 30-day notices before and not gone to the liquor authority. I'm just saying we need to just make the decision that we have in front of us and not, you know.
I mean, one other thing I would say about, you know, my feeling about the roadbed dining for all these restaurants is that another reason they want the full OP license is that, let's say they lose the roadbed dining, then the only way they can make more money, increase their income, is by be able to sell alcohol instead of just wine. So that it's kind of a hedge in two ways for them.
Yeah, and just you raise an excellent point, Susan, and just so everybody's aware that this is sort of a triple outdoor space, so to speak. They have the sidewalk, then they have the roadbed, but then because it's an open street, they're also allowed to put tables and chairs in the street during the open street hours.
Weekend nights or whatever.
Yeah, which I think are 7 days a week, right? Until 11 or something. Whatever I don't have it right in front of me.
Spring at Thompson.
Yeah, so they have 3 different parts of road, you know, 2 outdoors and 2 separate roadbed dining. So it's really,
and actually on the weekends they're open more during the day. Weekdays, I think it's 5 p.m. to 11, and then I think he said during the weekends it's earlier.
Right, and as far as I know on the street, the restaurants are the only
thing.
entities that actually use the street. I have not, and I'm not there every day like other people, but the times that I've gone by, I don't see the open street being utilized by anybody else. So,
No, in fact, it just seems as if it's only for the restaurants.
right. And Susan, in your experience, are they using more than 50% of the roadbed?
It's hard to say because there are 3 restaurants, and
Right. Well,
just-
I'm saying all of them, not,
they use at least 50%. They fill the
Yeah.
street.
Yeah.
I guess, Bob, you've convinced me. I'm gonna back up and
So
go.
what,
For me at least, I don't know what everybody else, but
so now you're back to deny?
yeah, just deny.
Deny.
And I think we really need to highlight these inconsistencies
Yeah.
and also the 3 different outdoor spaces that they didn't give us the diagrams, that they didn't didn't explain them separately. And I don't want to, and we need to be careful now because they don't require specific
Right.
diagrams, but what they did not even provide is the number of tables and chairs in
Right,
each
right.
part
Now
of that.
They didn't even
No.
mention, aside from the sidewalk, there's no mention of anything else. We
Right,
have
what's
nothing.
in the roadbed and what's in
That's-
the street
If
extension.
if you just read the application, you would think there was nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
else Other than 10 seats. So is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not hearing it. Okay. Okay, so that's 7-0 deny. All right.
Did we do
Now,
it?
wait, no, we didn't quite do it. So Timoni, 3 Giovanni. That's a deny, no show.
So
Right.
Okay, and then I just wanna, just to keep the record clear, we had re-notifications on 3 different places, so 337B West Broadway was one. They needed to use a new form. We heard them, I don't know, back in December of 2021, Restaurant Wine, they sent in the signed stipulations. So that's that one. King J Garden was on Hester Street, and they are just, we have signed stipulations with them. They are just re-notifying us, I think, because they want the temporary on that. And then Milady's at 160 Prince, it's been too long, so they had to re-notify us. We have signed stipulations with them as well. So that's the ones that were re-notification. Are we all okay with those re-notifications?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I want to bring up an issue just so everybody's aware.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a change that's happened at the Liquor Authority that you have to wait forever if you're trying to get an on-premise liquor license and it hasn't been licensed. I think it's within 2 years, but you can get a temporary license fairly quickly if you apply for restaurant wine license or for a beer and wine license. So we've seen a number of changes of people who've come to us for OP that have then gone back to restaurant wine. But the reality is that they're going to come back to us because once they get the restaurant wine, they're going to come back for the OP. So we end up having to hear these applications. It's a sort of a hurry up, but it's created, it will eventually create actually more work for the Liquor Authority, more work for examiners, more work for the community boards. But I do think it's important to not just downgrade them and just say, okay, because we need to understand if there are any differences, any changes, and really hear from people. And it takes a lot of work to do this outside of these meetings. You know, it's very quick if they come to us and say, look, there's no changes, it's okay. But because we're so short-staffed in the office, we don't have a time for somebody to spend half an hour on emails or an hour on emails to figure this all out. It's easier for them to just come to us while we're short-staffed. And so I just want to put that out there for everybody, that's why I think we should maybe rehear some of these as they come up, because we just don't have capacity.
And
we're going to be down to 1 staffer for a couple of weeks shortly. So it's what it is, but it's still double work for us.
Uh-huh.
because we're gonna have to hear all these again and when they go for OP again, so.
And so some of these are not just downgrading. Some of these are just clearly re-notifying and we have signed steps. So just saying that. And the one did send in a letter stating what they were doing and sent in our signed stipulations. And the reason particularly I just wanted to make sure we read through these tonight is so when I write the resolutions, I thought what I would do is just, put these applications in there and then include what we usually put in our resos, which are the sign, because all of these applications, we do have signed stipulations on. And so I thought I would just write a simple little reso, it's just a re-notification, and these are the signed stips we have, so that Florence can once again resend something to the liquor authority, so that they have that, to make it just updated and current, based on what the applicants told us. Sound good? Bob, legal mind? Yes?
Yeah, I'm just, it's getting late.
No, I know, but I just want to cover them because if I don't cover them now, I haven't covered them.
No, I know.
I don't get another chance to do it. Okay, thank you all. I'm sorry. It's so late, but thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you. Good night.
See you.
Good night,
Bye.
everybody.
Good night.
Good night.